Chapter 1. Arrival. Kuo Town. Maybe I will be able to find peace here. A young man, appearing in his teens, was walking in the streets of Kuo searching for the prestigious academy implanted here. The teen in question was standing at 6 feet 1 foot, wearing a yellow shirt with a black coat, black pants and sneakers. He has unruffled brown hair, yellow eyes and a pretty handsome face, and he is somehow lost. Hey Diedrich. Know how can I locate this academy? The young man said, visibly to himself since he was alone until. How should I know? I'm a dragon. A sudden sound echoed in his mind. It was a loud voice filled with power. Damn. Diedrich. Fighting against Sun Wukong is actually more easy than searching this shitty school. Why don't you ask an inhabitant of this town? Just when his dragon gave him this advice, he sensed some devils nearby. He followed their presence until he arrived at the school gate. Smirking, he said to the dragon residing in him, the so-called Diedrich. Well, following the devil's presence is also a way, huh? Idiot. Issei made his way inside the building facing him, and searched 5 minutes the principal office until he found it. Even the principal is a devil ***, at least, in the territory of a devil the Yukai faction will not be able to move so easily. Knock knock, please, enter. He pushed the door when he heard the female voice. He entered and was greeted by the sight of a woman with a voluptuous figure, violet eyes and chestnut-colored hair, big bust and generous curves. She is giving a noble aura. Issei blushed a little at the sight of the women, and took a seat before introducing himself. Greeting Mrs. Are you the principal of this school? Yes, indeed it's me, Venerina Gremory, this school's principal, and you're? Ah, yes, sorry for being rude. My name is Hyodo Issei, a new enrolled student. I came to register myself and to recover my schedule. When the boy said that, he picked some papers from his bag and handed it to his principal. She was checking his papers then smiled. You came from Kyoto, eh? She asked. Why yes, I'm from Kyoto. I love Kyoto. It's my favorite place in all Japan, and the cooking there is absolutely divine, not to mention. She was speaking stars in the eyes about the so-called Kyoto. I wish I loved that place as you do, devil, Issei thought. It is Mrs. Gremory, you seem in love with that place. Sorry. I have the bad habit of fantasying about it, she said it visibly embarrassed from the remark of her new enrolled student. The latter just giggled and accepted the schedule from his principal then stood up. Thank you for everything Mrs. Gremory. I hope I will not cause too much trouble for you in the school. He bowed then left. When he exited the school, he headed towards the address his principal gave me in order to collect his school uniform. In the road he began talking to the dragon residing in him. It's a nice move to change your ki circulation to give the aura of a human. It seems that you've tricked the principal. Well, she was an elderly devil and a quite powerful one, so if you tricked her then you will do just fine with the others, but in the other hand your sacred gear. I'm sure they will find about it sooner or later. It's not like that I didn't suppress his presence, but he still gives a presence of a non-awaked one. Well, at least I managed to escape from Yusaka and Sun Wukong line. I have to say that your mastery of senjutsu is frightful. Of course it is. I learned it from that old monkey when I was 4 feet. It's such a loss to the Yukai faction to lose you. I kind of savvy the urge they have to recuperate you. If they didn't estimate me as garbage because I'm a half-breed, or if they didn't call me an error, a joke, maybe I would have served them. But your childhood friend, that next leader of the faction, seemed to love you. It's her, the main reason. I've become a stray. The only thing I miss is my mother. Don't you fear that she will be used as a hostage, a simple bait to lure you? When the dragon said that, Issei clenched his fists until they bled and said. They will not. I warned Yusaka before leaving. If she is harmed or killed or even touched, I promised her that I will turn Kyoto into dust even if I have to die doing it. And she knows pretty well that you're more than capable to do it. Let's not talk about it for now. I will pick my school uniform and go to the apartment I purchased. After Issei got his school uniform, he headed towards his apartment. It was situated in a swanky neighborhood. It was at one of the top levels of an elegant building. He took the elevator and stopped at the 34th level. He found his apartment at the end of the hallway. It consisted of 2 bedrooms, kitchen and bathroom plus a living room, a nice and neat apartment. There are only tasteful furniture. The view from the window overlay all Kuo. Issei putted down his bag on the couch of the living room, undressed himself and headed to the bathroom to take a shower. He exhibited his 9 tails and fox ears and water began to flow. Who thought that all the missions I've done so far for them earned me so much? Don't be surprised. The Yukai didn't manage you. The missions they gave you and those given for the others are in a completely different level. Diedrich spoke out loud. Used a weapon and treated like garbage, like I thought, leaving them is for the best. But choosing a school that contained only girls just a year ago is a good thing, you'll be able to find a suitable mate. What the hell are you talking about, Diedrich? Issei blushed a little at the remark given by Diedrich. I mean a girl who will clear all the stress you have accumulated. You're turning from a heavenly dragon to a perverted dragon. Maybe, but I maintain that finding a mate is a primordial thing. Sigh, I will order something to eat from the restaurant in the first level and go to sleep, I'm dead. Good luck in drying your fluffy tails, Diedrich said jokingly before he cut off the link. Idiot. After Issei dried his tails, it took half an hour, and had dinner, he fell against his bed before the realm of dreams reclaimed him. It is the first day of Issei's human school life. He wake up pretty early and took his breakfast at the first level of the building, where the restaurant is open 12/24 and every day, after all the service was made to be without reproof. Issei exited the building and headed to school. He was dressed in the uniform of the academy he recovered yesterday. He took the liberty to open up his sleeve to reveal the red shirt he was wearing. Arriving at the school gate, he penetrated the school, but while he walks in, every student was looking at him, and he tried to ignore them. Don't attract attention, huh? Well, I guess it failed, Issei said to himself. Then the girls began to mutter loudly between them. Kya, who is he? A new student. I hope he will be in my class. In the other hand, the males were sending him death glares. Issei ignored both sides and walked towards his classroom. Class 2B. There it is, knock knock. The one who opened the door was middle-aged man. Hair and eyes were brown in color. He was wearing glasses. It looked like his teacher. Ah, you're the new student. Ms. Gremory told me about you. Please come in. Issei nodded and followed his teacher. The students in class began to talk until they got silenced by their teacher. Calm down, class. Today we've a new student. When his teacher declared that, the silent classroom turned to a henhouse. Kya. It was the student from this morning. He is so handsome, Kya. Girls and boys did the same thing that greeted Issei this morning when he entered the school. He looked down and sighed. The teacher calmed his student and told Issei to introduce himself. My name is Hyodo Issei, 17 years old. I came from Kyoto in order to study here. Looking forward to meet you all. He said it lazily and wrote his name in the blackboard behind him. Anyone who wants to ask Hyodo-kun a question? The teacher asked. A girl raised her hand and said, why you came from Kyoto to Kuo? Personal issue, he said briefly in a tone that clearly held his intention to not talk about it. Another did the same. The color of your eyes is natural? Yes. I was born with yellow eyes, a girl with pink hair asked. Are you single, Hyodo-kun? Yeah, I'm. When Issei responded like that, the girls began to giggle and the males keep muttering something alongside the lines of, Dai shitty bishonen, or, damn you handsome. By the way, Issei felt a strong killing intent, especially from two guys who sat behind. One was wearing glasses while the other was bald-headed. When the questions stopped, the teacher pointed at a free desk just next to a window and urged Issei to seat. After the morning class ended, the desk of Issei was surrounded by girls, asking him questions about him and his preferences until he managed to escape. He wandered around school and arrived at what seems to be an abandoned building. He sensed devils inside. Then a woman with crimson hair appeared in the window. Her hair was floating. Her blue eyes were fascinating and her bust size was enormous, but he knew she was one of the high-class devils in this school. At her side, the crimson-haired girl known as Rias Gremory was fascinated by him. She didn't know his identity but found something like an attraction towards him. It was troubling her at no end. She was facing her queen, Akeno Himejima, and decided to ask her. Akeno, who is this boy? Hyodo Issei. He enrolled at this school today as a second year and he did pass the entrance exam online, scoring 96%. He intrigues me, even if his aura is the one of a typical human, but I can't help sensing something different about him. Maybe he has a sacred gear. Era. Catching your interest isn't that easy. Why don't you show him the town this weekend? You will know him better and help him a lot at the same occasion. It's a good idea, Akeno. I will tell him right now, Rias said, before leaving the clubroom and descended to meet Issei Hyodo, her new kohai. In the other hand, Issei knew she was coming, making him raise an eyebrow in interest. Why I didn't rest in my class, damn. He stood there waiting for the devil to come. The door suddenly opened, revealing the crimson-haired girl. She ran towards his direction. Her breasts are giggling so much, said Diedrich lecherously. A heavenly dragon interested in the breasts of such a lowlife, really awkward. Hello. My name is Rias Gremory, third year in this school. Here we go, Sai**. Nice to meet you, senpai. I'm Hyodo Issei. I'm a second year here, Issei introduced himself in a respectful manner, bowing slightly his head at the end. You can call me without honorifics, you know. No, this is important, Rias-senpai, but feel free to call me by my given name. Issei kept his fake smile but inside. Call you without honorifics, then what? Joining your peerage? TCH. Alright, then you are new here? It's the first time I see you here, Issei-kun, Rias Gremory said, visibly shy. Yes, that's correct, it's my first day here. Do you want to come this weekend with me? I can show you the surroundings. When Rias said that blindnessly, it took Issei back, who was really surprised at how devils act fast. The little miss sure is straightforward, he thought. Thank you for your kindness, senpai. I will gladly accept. Huh. You accept? Oh, so you want to. Before Diedrich could make any lecherous comment about the situation, Issei suddenly interrupted him. Don't get me wrong, Diedrich, it's just that I really don't know much about this town. Rias smiled and said, It's nothing, Issei-kun. We will see each other Saturday at the school gate at 9. Yeah, sure. Now I've to go. Lunchtime is practically over. Issei waved at his senpai. The latter did the same, then headed towards her clubroom, satisfied and looking forward to Saturday. After his encounter with one of the two young high-class devils, Issei continued his afternoon class. He seemed so bored that he felt suddenly asleep. When he woke up, he found himself alone in his classroom. Sleeping in the first day, I didn't expect that, he thought. Issei rushed home. Night already caught him. When he arrived, he took a shower and ordered his dinner at the first floor's restaurant before sleeping. In Issei's dream, a brown-haired little boy with a blonde little girl, both of them had yellow eyes and were playing in a garden. Behind them, in a Japanese traditional house, in the veranda, two women, who are practically identical except their hair. One was brown and one was blonde. You can assume that they're the mothers of the two children, the latter ones still playing. Kunao, you're too slow. Pant, it's you, the one who is too fast. The boy approached then girl and patted her hair, causing her to blush before saying, We played a lot today. I have to go. The girl, visibly saddened at the departure of her friend, said. Why, you will come back tomorrow? Nay. Of course I will, Kuno. Pinky promise? Haha, pinky promise. Their pinkies interweaved, making both smile. The scene distorted and revealed the two friends, years later, in a class. Kuno was at the first table in the middle rank. Issei was at the last table of the same rank. Then the bell rang. The students, or I should say the Yukai students, exited the class. In the courtyard, everyone revealed his Yukai form. Dogs and cats mostly, but there were few foxes. One was Kuno and the other Issei. The former was encircled by friends, but the latter was alone. Kuno was looking at her childhood friend, sadness in her eyes, but him. He was looking at the sky while seating in the swing, until a group of males surrounded him. Hey, half-breed, you're still here? One of them said that, before another came to taunt Issei too. If it wasn't his mother, who was the personal bodyguard of Yusaka-sama. One of them punched him and made him fall from his seat. He stood up like nothing happened and was brought down by another punch, then a kick. Everyone was laughing, but Kuno tried to protect him until she saw Issei stood up again. His clothes were dusty and he had some bruises. He sat again in his seat, ignoring completely the ones who assaulted him. He remained calm, but it irritated heavily his fellow comrades. Hey, weakling. Why are you so calm? You didn't have enough. If it wasn't your mother, he would never been enrolled in this school. Labeled as the strongest female Yukai, TCH. To have a human mate, it's so embarrassing. Your mother is a bitch. Crack. Something in Issei's broke at that instant. The 12 or 13-year-old boy felt something broke. Was it his patience? A red key covered the young Issei. His yellow eyes were showing only one emotion, hate. You digged your grave, bastards, Issei muttered, but they didn't hurt it. The males who surrounded him were covering themselves in their tuki. It was blue. But the one Issei has is red. His fellow comrades were curious why his tuki was red but ignored it for now. Ha! Even your tuki is red, you filthy half-breed. Wanna fight, you low-life? Issei's tuki was way more thicker and dense than the others. He looked towards his comrades. His eyes were glowing. Green? From yellow to green. His eyes turned to one of a predator. His comrades began to shake but didn't lose their battle stance. The males launched their attacks towards him, fire or magical attacks, mixed with senjutsu perhaps. Issei, only exposed tuki, was able to crush their attack, leaving his body unscratched. He looked towards them. He gave only one punch in the air. The 6 students knocked them on the wall before they fell on their knees coughing blood. The shockwave created by the punch was able to heavily injure all the ones who assaulted him. Do you think you can insult my mother? No one is able to harm me, even if I'm a half-breed. The strong is strong and the weak is weak, his voice cold, emotionless and filled with power, enough to make the males peeing their yukata. You monster. If you touch me I will. He was interrupted by Issei grabbing him from the throat and lifting him effortlessly. He looked at the yukai in question and said, Monster? From half-breed to monster? Do you really wish to die? The male was uncontrollably shaking. The females were too stunned to do anything. Even Kuno is afraid of him. You think I can't touch you because you're the next head of the principal branch of your race? Dog. I can exterminate every member of your household if I wanted. Who gave you the right to talk ill of my mother? I guess I will not be in the wrong killing you right now and right here. What do you think? Noticing that the yukai he held already lost consciousness, he calmed down his aura, his eyes returned yellow and let go his prey. Kuno approached him, but the teacher stopped her and said loud enough to be heard by Issei. Kuno-sama, don't approach him. No, he's my friend. You're the princess of Kyoto. Don't approach him, he isn't worth of your regard. Kuno looked down, visibly agreeing with her teacher. That sight made a cut in Issei's heart. End of the dream. Issei opened suddenly his eyes. He woke up and placed a hand in his forehead. Seating at the edge of the bed he muttered. A monster. Huh? He walked to the bathroom and took a quick shower. He prepared some coffee inside the kitchen, and keeps staring at the horizon from his window. He took a sip from his coffee. The sun was rising. The sky was still black, but the skyline was orange. The view calmed Issei. What is my goal now? I lost everything, he said. He was looking at the sky, one of his habits, but his gaze is aimless. He was feeling like an empty shell. I wanted to be happy and have friends, to be accepted. Finally I wanted power, but in the end I'm alone. Sigh. Maybe it's not that bad to be alone. At least I can enjoy my current peace. Things escalated quickly, I'd say. You wake up. Morning, Diedrich. Issei greeted his dragon, or his old friend as he would say. Morning, partner. You are awake pretty early today. Nightmare, or I should say memories. Issei sighed tiredly. You have to move on. You will not stick on the past indefinitely. More easy to say. Issei kept silent as he contemplated the sky, his coffee already turned cold. Later that day, a fallen angel made a move on Issei. Her name was Amano Yuma. When he crossed the bridge to return home, a girl approached him. She was wearing the Kuo Academy uniform and had purple eyes followed with black hair. Why, you're Hyodo I Issei. I'm Y Yuma A Amano Class 2C. Please go out with me. She was acting, of course. Her troubled voice and her blush were nothing but fake. It didn't slip to the nine-tailed fox. Okay, so let's recap the situation. A Nekoshu devil is spying me, and I have a date with her master for the weekend while a low-class fallen angel is trying to go out with me in order to kill me. Why are you always in such complicated situations? Amano-san, I'm sorry, but I have an appointment with a girl for this weekend since she wanted to show me off the city, so I'm sorry. Issei said it with a smile, but he was repressing himself from laughing, certainly knowing that the fallen is pissed. Aye. It's alright. Maybe next time, she said, anger visible in her face. When they separated, the Nekomata who was following Issei didn't hear their conversation. I will tell Bucko about his encounter with a fallen. After Issei returned home, and did his shower then dinner, he sat in his couch watching TV and was looking forward how he will move from now, since he attracted already the supernatural beings one after one. You will not be able to shake off the supernatural world it seems, partner, Diedrich said. Yeah, you're right. That aside, I didn't know that a Nekomata is with Gremory Sai. Even an experienced one can't do anything against you, so why are you worrying? It's not about battling each other. I don't know why such a rare species of yukai reincarnated as a devil, and she could have lived like a little princess in Kyoto. Bah. It's not your business, partner. Agree, but it's still suspicious. So what about the devils? Will you make an alliance with them if your relation with the supernatural is revealed? Honestly, I still don't know what to do, but let's not worry about it. There's nothing I can't handle here. As the discussion between Diedrich and Issei ended, the former certainly already fallen asleep and the latter kept staring at the ceiling thinking about what he will do from now on. Hello there. It's I, Syphax. Well, it's my real name, so no comments in that please. Back in the story, as you certainly guessed, it's my first story, so please go easy on me. This story's protagonist is our great Opai lover, Hyodo Issei. I changed him a little. No, a lot in fact. I will continue this story according to your judgment. So that's all. Aw yeah. Sorry for my shitty English, it's not my first language and not my second or third or whatever, I learned it just for fun. See you next time. Ch1 of 9 next, Chapter 2, Against the Supernatural. Hello guys. First of all, I really wanted to thank you, I didn't think this story would be welcomed so positively. And I want to announce that I will answer the reviews in every chapter. I answer PMs too, so don't hold back in questioning me, reasonable questions. I don't want to spoil anyone. Well, I will answer the reviews now. Dragon 8188, I'm glad that you like this story. And yes, Kuno will have this fear of adults when she was young, but I will not tell more. About the main pairing, I can't say anything for now, it's not decided yet _, and you'll know a little more about Yusaka personality in this chapter. Screaming with your mouth shut. Maybe? 3. Judy Karangan, thanks. Sean NW95, glad you like it. Strabamonks. It's planned, don't worry Queen Ashley Fox, I will keep it up. Happy that you like it. Albert Breaker. You'll see in the next chapters. Fallen Writer. Thanks for your wise advices. Guest. Thanks. Now to those who wants to know if Issei will become a devil or not, this chapter will definitely answer your question. Ah yes. I need a name for Issei's mother. And I want a meaning behind it. The Maximus already advised me to call her Mamori, that means protection in Japanese, but I want to hear your ideas too, so please. A name for Issei's mother. That's all. Good read to everyone. Issei talking to Diedrich on his mind. Thought. Diedrich's talking to Issei on his mind. Sacred Gear talking, Diedrich or Albion talking out loud. Location. I do not own High School DxD or any of its elements. A certain white-haired girl was rushing towards Kuo Academy. Night already caught her before she penetrated inside the old school building. Arriving at an elegant wooden door, she knocked 2 times before she opened it, and what greeted her sight was a crimson-haired girl seating on his usual chair behind her bureau. It was Rias Gremory, one of the 2 high-class devils officially present on this town. Beside her was a girl with piercing violet eyes. Her hair was tied in a pony-tailed thanks to an orange ribbon. Her body was flawless, perfect, and accompanied with generous curves. She is Akano Himejima, one of the school 2 great ladies and the queen, piece of Rias Gremory. On the expensive-looking couch was seating a handsome blonde guy with blue eyes. He was sipping his cup of tea in an elegant manner. He could even be bewildered with a prince. Well, it wasn't that far since he's the famous Kuo Prince, Kiba Yuto, Rias's knight. You came back already, Kaneko. Something happened? Rias asked with a raised eyebrow while checking some papers on her office. I came to report that a fallen angel who was dressed in the Kuo uniform approached him. Kaneko Taju, Rias's rook, answered with her usual monotone voice, but her face shows the worry she's feeling towards Hyodo Issei. The 3 other devils stopped what they were currently doing and looked towards the white-haired loli with slightly widened eyes. That's not good. So they too felt it, huh? He's really a sacred gear possessor. Rias Gremory said that, seeming really worried about the boy, but on the other hand, eagerness clearly visible in her light blue eyes. Even so, it's woeful that our school uniform is so easy to get, Kiba muttered under his breath, getting a nod from his king, before Akano spoke. So Bucko, what we're going to do now that the Fallens are on his track? The crimson-haired in question kept silent for endless seconds before she heavily sighed. I don't want to cause tensions between us and the Fallens and take a risk of causing a new war or deteriorate our unstable relation furthermore. So, you will just let him be killed before you reincarnate him into our comrade? Akano said, a little anger can be perceived in her voice. On our rendezvous for Saturday, I will hand over secretly a flyer for him. If he want to live, he will summon me and I will do what I have to do. I'm sorry, Akano, but this is the only and the safest way to deal with this situation. Rias declared honestly sorry about her choice and pinpointing that was the only way she could submit. I know you can't just tell him about our existence and all, but Akano tried to debate against Rias, but she was suddenly interrupted by her. Akano, I can't do anything more and you know it, and please Kaneko and Kiba follow him until he arrives to his house for this next 3 days. There's a risk that the Fallens tend him an ambush before I make contact with him and pass the flyer. Both of them nodded, before Kaneko took a seat on the couch, and began to eat the snacks present on the table. Akano, who had a troubled expression, suddenly made a face as she remembered something and said, Oh, Bucko, I didn't told you. Venelena-sama returned to the underworld to prepare the last adjustments before the official venue with the Phoenix household. Suddenly Rias's expression turned into a depressed one and remained silent. worrying even more her peerage members. Issei's appartement. It was morning. A loud yawn was heard in a certain apartment. A nine-tailed brown-haired teen opened his yellow-colored eyes slowly. He was dressed in a dark yukata. Well, it was his usual pajamas. After rubbing his eyes tiredly, Issei Hyodo woke up and took a shower in his coffee before he exited the building. On his way to school he began to think about various things, but what really perturbed him was the fallen angels present on town. Partner, it's just 3 or 4 fallen angels, stop thinking so hard about it. You don't get it, Diedrich. I never heard of fallen who kills humans only because there's a chance that they have a sacred gear. You will not get any answers like this, just wait until they make a move on you. That girl from yesterday will certainly try to get rid of you. When the time comes, just interrogate her. Yeah. You're probably right. Wow. A sudden voice was heard behind Issei that brought him down on reality. He turned his head back and saw a blonde-haired girl, her face on the ground and her arms wide open. Hey, are you all right? Issei approached her and gave her his hand that she gladly took in order to stand up. How? I'm sorry. Thank you very much. When she stood up, what greeted the sight of Issei were 2 large warm green eyes. Issei's heart skipped a bit at the look of the beautiful girl in front of him. Is there something wrong? This sentence brought Issei's consciousness back before he picked up her veil from the ground, and handed it to her. After a second of examination he understood that she was a sister and a foreigner, judging by her appearance and the traveling bag she is carrying. I'm sorry. Here, your veil. He handed it to her while smiling. Thank you very much. She thanked him shyly. It sure is a rare occasion to see a nun in town. Your traveling sister? Asked Issei, pointing at the bag she was carrying on her back. No. I was sent to this town's church in since I don't speak Japanese that well. I got lost, the girl answered shyly while looking down at her feet. Diedrich, I know that it's not love, but why I'm feeling so attracted to her. She has a strong dragon affinity, I felt it too. And since she resembles you a bit, in term of cluelessness, hee. When Diedrich began to tease Issei, he immediately interrupted his conversation with him and turned his attention towards the nun. I'm sorry. I don't know where the church is, but let's search it together. I will ask for the directions since you don't know that much of Japanese. When Issei said that, the face of the nun brightened instantly. La ringrazio molto, signor. Thank you very much, sir. Issei giggled a bit at the attitude of the sister. Of course he understood what she meant. Supernatural beings can understand and speak several languages, it's just that hide it and tried to act as a Japanese to not attract too much attention or appearing dubious was the best choice for him. After all, a Japanese high schooler speaking Italian, hey. Isn't that too odd? By the way, my name is Issei Hyodo. Issei is fine. The kitsune introduced himself with a slight bow. I'm Asia Argento. Nice to meet you, Issei-san. Asia done the same and bowed too. Likewise. Let's search about the location of the church, shall we? Issei proposed to her. Getting a nod, the couple began to walk. After that, Issei and Asia spent a considerable amount of time asking their way to the church, until they reached it, but what Issei sensed worried him at no end. All the fallen angels present on this town are in this abandoned church. Thank you very much, Issei-san. Do you want to come and have tea with me? I'd love to, but I'm already very late to school. Maybe next time, Asia. Issei apologized, with a fake smile in order to hide his worried state. Oh, okay, Issei-san. I hope to see you again, she said, blushing a little. I'm sure we will, Asia. That only sentence made the girl smile warmly and waved her hand to Issei, who already turned his back and headed to school. Inside the abandoned church, middle-aged looking man with short black hair and dark blue eyes. His attire consisted of a pale violet trench coat over a white dress shirt with a matching ascot, black pants and shoes, and a black fedora. Beside him an attractive woman with violet eyes. She has an attractive body and black hair down to her hips. You can say that's the mature version of Amano Yuma, and she's dressed in a BDSM attire. Rainier. The boy that accompanied the holy priestess. Wasn't the one you were supposed to kill? The man spoke. The woman named Rainier turned his head and said, it will not look good if we kill him in public, and since he refused me, I'm planning to kill him on his date with the other girl he mentioned. Peeved a human brat turned you down, that's pathetic. The man laughed loudly. Shut up, Donasik. I will get rid of him on his date, then modify the memories of the girl he will be with. I will make sure that it's going to be his last date. Maybe if I was the one who proposed him he would have accepted. Tall and buxom woman with long, navy blue hair that obscured her right eye and brown eyes said that. Kalawarner Nichan, I found him quite cute, but his yellow eyes are bizarre. A girl with blonde hair styled into twintails and blue eyes wearing a gothic Lolita attire said that. Kalawarner, Mitlet, if he refused me, you really think that he will give a glance towards both of you? Rainier said playfully, making Kalawarner eye twitched in annoyance. Sure. After all, you're the less attractive between us, she answered, a huge grin visible on his face. And then an argument began between them. Kuo Academy, school gate. Issei reached the school gate just in the middle of lunchtime only to be intercepted by two girls wearing glasses. One had a long straight black hair that extends all the way to her knees with split bangs and heterochromic eyes, with a violet left eye and a brown right eye. Her blue glasses were semi-rimmed ones with square lenses. The girl beside her was a girl in her late teens with a slim figure, black hair styled in a short bob cut and violet eyes matching the color of her glasses. Issei already knew that the latter was the second high-class devil on this town, Sona Citri, but didn't know the identity of the one beside her well. He knew she was a devil, but which piece? It was the question that made him raise an eyebrow. You. Stop right there. Just when Issei was passing the school gate, Sona stopped him in doing so. Issei looked to his right and found that the two girls already reached him. Is there something wrong? The boy innocently asked. You skipped school this morning and now you return like nothing happened? Do you have a justification about this absence? The girl beside Sona asked, interrupting him. Why yeah, I met a foreigner this morning. Your name is? Sona asked, interrupting him again. Hyodo Issei, he answered stiffly. I'm Suna Shitori, third year in the student council president, here is. When she pointed her finger towards the girl beside her. I'm Tsubaki Shinra, third year in the student council vice president, the other girl presented herself. I was enrolled like 2 days ago, so can you cut me some slack? I mean I know I'm really late but this morning. When Issei tried to defend himself he received a death glare from both of the girls that scared him a little. This afternoon, you will come to the student council room to receive your punishment. It's the room at the left in the first floor of the new school building. When Sona said that, she and Tsubaki turned their back and walked towards the building. Issei just stared at their sight, sweat dripping of his head. Those devils really love their work. Well, at least you helped the girl. Cheer up, you will just rest stuck in a room for 2 hours, nothing dramatic. You really are bad in motivating others, you know? It's not a heavenly dragon job. Then Issei walked to his class after he bought something at the cafeteria on the way since he didn't have lunch. When the afternoon period ended he walked to the student council room and found a ton of papers placed on a desk, and a Tsubaki Shinra near them looking like she was waiting for him. Hi Fuku Kaichu, so. My punishment is? Issei asked in a troubled voice. Tsubaki on the other hand looked straight at him and said. You will have to complete all this paperwork, I will check it when you finish. She took a seat on the couch after saying that, and picked a book from nowhere and began reading it. Issei began to quickly fill all the papers, and it was mainly demands of clubs about revaluation of their finance. An hour quietly passed. Tsubaki was still reading her book and Issei was receiving his boring punishment. He sighed at least 10 times in a single hour. He took a glance towards Tsubaki. His yellow eyes met his heterochromic ones, and said in order to break the silence. So, Fuku Kaichu, it's you and Kaichu that do this work usually? The girl in question continued to read her book while she answered. Yes, the demands of the several clubs that this academy has are treated by our student council. You sure have it hard. Well, I finished Fuku Kaichu. Already? She asked, suddenly lifting her eyes from her book. Issei just nodded with a small smile. She stood up and came to his desk, checking the papers at an incredible pace. She widened her eyes slightly and said in amazement. It's really quick. It's your first time doing this sort of work? Yeah. Well, it's not that hard, Fuku Kaichu. Can I leave now? The vice president just nodded her head slowly. Issei left the room and headed to his house. While Issei exited the school's building and walked to the school gate, he sensed 2 devils observing him. He just ignored them and walked home. They followed him until he reached his apartment. After he arrived, he tossed his school bag on the couch and fell face first on his bed. Sigh, that was a rough day. Issei suddenly felt sleepy, and then closed his eyes before the realm of dream reclaimed him. Issei's dream. A 4 or 5-old version of Issei was seating beside a beautiful woman with blonde hair and yellow eyes. She gave off a noble aura and wore a gentle smile. Both of them were doing some Japanese calligraphy, shodo, in other words, it's artistic writing. Yusaka-sama, when Okawa-sama will arrive? Said Issei while opening up his bokuju, liquid ink in a bottle. It seems she will not be back today, maybe tomorrow. When the beautiful woman, Yusaka, said that, Issei's young face showed both anxiety and worry. Even the characters he already wrote in his paper placed on the desk were not clear due to his current state. Don't worry, eyes. Your mom will be alright. She is very strong, you know. She patted the young boy head when she said that, but the boy didn't even look at her and keep looking down and muttered to himself but didn't sleep to the sharp audition of Yusaka. Why is it always her that goes fighting against the bad guys? Because it's her duty and her choice. She protect those who she holds dear. She's fighting for both me and everyone in Kyoto, and more especially for you. When she said that with a warm smile, young Issei looked at her for a second then thought. She always returns late and tired because of me. Why, Yusaka-sama? See, can you train me that I can help Okawa-sama? The sudden declaration of a 4-year-old brat caught off guard the Kyuubi, but when she saw his eyes, his big yellow eyes, they were filled with resolution, but she knew that she couldn't do that, not to a young boy. Eyes, you are a little too young for that, and there's not a need for it now, maybe when you'll grow up a little. This answer didn't satisfy Issei, who was feeling bad that he couldn't do anything about the harsh life his mother was living. Then, thud, the door of the traditional Japanese room opened, revealing a brown-haired female with yellow eyes, with the same body type than Yusaka. Her bust size was just a little bigger, she was a little dusty and her Miko attire was tattered a little, she was lightly injured. Issei left his work and rushed towards the woman and hugged her. Okawa-sama. You're late. That woman was Issei's mother. She hugged her son back and smiled gently before she said. Sorry, Issei, but I'm here now. Issei retracted his head from her hug. Nay, Okawa-sama. Do you mind training me? Issei's mother suddenly began to laugh a little and asked, visibly amused by the situation. Oh my. Why are you saying that? To be able to spend more time with you and be able to help Okawa-sama, of course. Issei's mother looked at him with widened eyes for a fraction of seconds before she looked at Yusaka, who just shrugged her shoulders, not knowing she's supposed to do. She taught a little. Maybe letting his son learn a little of senjutsu at this age may not be that bad. Yusaka. Do you think that old monkey will accept training, eyes? You mean Wukong-sama? I don't know, and why do you want him to train so early? He's too young. Nah. I think it's okay for him to know a little bit of senjutsu at this age. You're crazy. He is only 4, Yusaka. I know, but look, I'm his mother and I know what's best for him. His body will not be damaged just by learning 2 or 3 things. That's reckless. When the females were arguing, Issei was just staring at them, until someone opened the door again. Thud, it was a small girl with blonde hair and yellow eyes, a mini version of Yusaka as the more appropriate term. She was hugging a pillow. It's late. Hey Eyes-kun, let's sleep together. When the girl said that and began to drag Eyes to the bed with her, Yusaka and Eyes' mother stopped their argument and giggled a bit while the poor boy couldn't do anything. End of Issei's dream. Issei opened his eyes slowly and looked at the clock near him hanging on the wall, and found that he slept 2 hours. He wake up still in his school uniform. He stood up and put his black yukata after he got undressed, then moved to the first floor to eat his dinner. After coming back into his apartments, he lied himself on the bed and looked at the ceiling, wondering about the current situation of his new acquaintance, Asia Argento. Is she excommunicated from the church? No, that's impossible. Maybe a member of Grigori? No. Is she pretending to be someone else? Issei closed his eyes and abandoned himself to sleep. In the morning, Issei headed to school after taking his usual coffee. He crossed the school gate before he heard cries coming from his right. The 2 guys that Issei noticed the first day were coming towards him. He remembered them because the killing intent they emitted towards him was strong, enough to make the Securitate shiver. Issei didn't know what to do and decided to adopt a battle stance. He threw his school bag at the side and waited them to arrive. Then he noticed that a group of girls were following them. Well, chasing them will be the exact term. Well, whatever. Issei didn't really pay attention and, bam bam. He punched the 2 boys exactly when they were at his range. Both of them were thrown backwards and fell unconscious. Then the girls arrived. It's you. The transferred student. A brown-haired girl approached him from the group of girls and said that. Thank you for your help, Hyodo-kun. A pink-haired one appeared from behind her and thanked him. Issei remembered that those 2 were in his class. Well, the 2 guys too, but. Can I ask you a question? What those 2 did? I mean, why you were chasing them? The group of girls suddenly blushed, making Issei regret his action. Why, you don't have tea to answer, UKN. He was interrupted when the brown-haired girl said with an overwhelming anger and a deep blush. Those two pervs were peeping when we were changing. Disgusting perverted duo, good for you that Hyodo-kun already knocked you out. If it was me, you were already dead. Die perverts. Then all the girls began to curse the two unconscious boys. Issei felt very sorry for them at that instant. Then he picked up his school bag and said to the group of girls, I'm sorry for what they did, but try to hold back a little next time or they will not make it until the end of the year. The girls just giggled and nodded, before everyone returned to their respective classes, and Issei was kind enough to bring the two at the infirmary. But what Issei didn't notice is that there was a certain white-haired Nekomata observed the entire scene while she was hidden behind a tree. His technique in hand-to-hand combat. The two punches he gave. He isn't normal. Kaneko Taju was muttering that under her breath. As a rook and an expert in close-range fighting, she was bluffed. She definitively knew that there's something odd about him and decided to report to her king. When lunchtime arrived, Kaneko headed to the old-school building and found that her king and queen are already there. Bucko, this morning the transferred student fought against the perverted duo. Rias nodded while eating her bento. Era. I wanted to see it. Akano beside her also was eating. His hand-to-hand combat technique isn't normal. When Kaneko said that with a stoic expression, both of the Onisama stopped eating and turned their heads in the direction of their cute kohai. Rias only managed to say that. Kaneko sat on the couch and began to eat snacks like nothing happened. Kaneko, can you repeat what you said? Hyodo Issei isn't normal. His technique in close-range combat is too perfect. The punches he gave were aimed not to injure the perverted duo. They were too accurate, not even mentioning how quick he was. Kaneko detailed a little the scene she witnessed this morning. Akano was looking worriedly at her king, since the latter had a date with him, or an appointment would be more exact, tomorrow. Bucko, I think that tomorrow it would be wise that we follow you, her queen advised. In the other hand, Rias wore a thoughtful look, because when her own rook, an expert in the domain, say that a human may even exceed her, it's something to worry about. Rias only nodded and said, I think it's better. Look, Akano, you will accompany me tomorrow. I'm sure he will not complain if you join. Bring 2 flyers with you. If something happens, we will summon Yuto and Kaneko. Ufufu. I will go on a date tomorrow. When she said that joyfully, Rias made a small smile and said, You weren't worried about me, were you? I was, but I wanted to go on a date too. The straight honest answer of Akano made Rias lost her composure for an instant before she coughed and said, Whatever, I don't think something will happen with him tomorrow. Like that, the afternoon period continued without any further accidents than the one of this morning with Matsuda and Motohama. Well, expect. This afternoon they tried to get revenge and attack Issei, but they were stopped and chased again by the Kendo Club. By the way, Issei made Katase and Murayama his friends. They are respectively captain and vice-captain of the Kendo Club. Issei sensed that today too, he was followed, the same presence, the same devils. They followed him non-stop for 2 days when he returns to his place after school. Maybe they got worried about me. After all, that Nekomata certainly reported my interaction with the fallen. Well, from my point of view, they're not that bad if they thought about your safety. A sudden voice was heard by Issei on his mind. Like that, another day finished. Issei's life is more or less peaceful if it weren't those fallens that intrigues him. Well, right now there's something more important than that. The rendezvous with Rias Gremory for tomorrow. After Issei entered his place, he sat on the couch and switched on the TV because he has nothing to do until tomorrow. Hey Diedrich, yeah. Do you miss Kyoto? Why asking? Peace is pretty boring. Well, it's not like I prefer war or something, but it's really boring. Well, I miss the training with Son Goku and Yu Long, to be honest. Sorry that I got not to use your power more often now. Don't worry about that. After all, you are attracting various things. I'm sure the future will be interesting. Kukuku. Well, the curse to be your host, I guess. Diedrich just laughed quietly while his partner was grinning. The day after, Saturday, Issei wake up at 7 and dressed himself. He was in black pants and sneakers accompanied with a gray shirt. He didn't make any effort on his dressing, even if he has the chance to date the most popular girl of his school. You could have made an effort in your dressing, idiot. Hey, it's not a date. I spoke to her once, so shut up a little, Diedrich. But she has big boobs, and there we go again. I said to stop about your boobs-related things. You don't like breasts. Well, if I remember, you loved the ones of the Kyuubi's daughter, Kuno, was it? When Diedrich said that, Issei's cheeks began to redden. Diedrich. I was right, huh? Well, enjoy your time today, partner. It's not always you go in a date. Okay. I'm off. Issei left his apartment and headed to the school gate. He arrived at 8:45. Well, it was common sense that the girls love to keep guys waiting but themselves don't like to wait. 10 minutes later, Issei, who was leaning against a wall, sensed two presences approaching. Wait, two? He thought, until two persons appeared in the horizon. It was Rias Gremory, easy to recognize thanks to her crimson hair, but the other was a young woman with a buxom figure around the same age as Rias, with very long black hair and violet eyes. Her hair is tied in a long ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs with two strands sticking out from the top and sloping backwards, with an orange ribbon keeping it in place. Issei didn't know who she was. Then, the girls arrived at his head. Looking closely, Rias was dressed in a white pants accompanied with a red shirt squared black. The other girl, unknown to Issei, was dressed in dark blue pants with a purple shirt. Morning, Issei-kun, I hope you didn't wait too long, Rias greeted Issei. Nah, I've just arrived, but it was supposed to be only you who'll show me around. Well, not that I'm complaining. I welcome beauties anytime. Issei said that with a small smile. Ah, yes, she's Akeno Hamejima, 3rd year. Nice to meet you, Issei-kun. I came to accompany Rias since I didn't have anything interesting to do and I wanted to show you around too. Akeno introduced herself respectfully. Thanks for your concern, Akeno-senpai, I'll be under your care too then. When the greetings finished, the boy and the two devils began to walk. First was the conventional store, then the shopping district of Kuo. Like that, the day passed peacefully. After lunchtime at a fancy restaurant, the three persons walked around Kuo. The girls sincerely enjoyed their times with Issei. They showed him the game center. Akeno destroyed Issei in a car game. As the day passed, evening arrived and the three walked to a certain park. Facing a fountain. Issei already sensed the presence of a fallen angel, Yuma Amano, approaching. Then Rias said, Issei-kun, we're off for a bit, it will not be long. Hey Rias. Stop pushing me. Akeno tried to argue against her, but it was no use. Rias excused herself and walked to the park washroom's direction, dragging Akeno with her. At that moment Issei understood. Partner, they want you dead. The three of them want you dead. Diedrich's voice echoed on his head. He understood too. One for my sacred gear, the two others to reincarnate me. Issei concluded sadly. What will you do? At the moment Issei said that, he touched the ground with his index finger to sense everyone's location on the park. As a senjutsu user, detecting the presence of other people was a piece of cake since he can read the flow of ki. There's no one expect us, huh? As he stood up, an invisible barrier formed around the park, trapping the four of them on it. Then he waited Yuma to arrive. He sat on a bunch and crossed his legs before a pink light spear transpierced him before a certain fallen angel appears on the sky. It was Rainier, or Yuma Amano in her real appearance. The body of Issei fell from the bunch to the ground, but there wasn't blood. The fallen didn't even notice it. Peeved, I can't believe it was that easy. Now where's his so-called girlfriend? I have to erase her memory. When she said that, she looked towards Issei's corpse and it turned blue before it disappeared. The fallen widened her eyes. She turned around only to see Issei seating on the swing. So fallen, speak or die. Who sent you to kill me? Issei asked normally. The fallen just smirked and said, Era, so you knew I was a fallen angel? Too bad, human. This time I will not miss you. When she said that, two pink light spears appeared in her hands, then launched it straight at Issei, who covered himself in his red tuki. The light spears didn't penetrate his defense and disappeared, much at the fallen shock. Issei was unscratched. He didn't even bother dodging it. Why, it didn't do anything to you? You were supposed to be a lowly human, she cried in fear, her body already trembling. Well, you really are stubborn, aren't you, Crow? I will say it for the last time. Who sent you to kill me? When he said that, Issei stood up and exposed his red tuki but held back in order to not erase the park. The fallen tried to escape and launched three pink light spears. Issei jumped straight at her. He gave a punch on the air to destroy two spears while the other destroyed when she made contact with his tuki. Issei's speed was in a different league than the one of the fallen. As he appeared in front of her, he delivered a punch in her gut. It was an accurate one. The fallen landed on the ground, forming a crater. Issei descended and walked towards her. He began caressing her black wings gently and then muttered into her ear. Hey fallen. If you don't say everything you know, you will not have these wings anymore. After all, you'll not need them in the purgatory. When Issei said that, the fallen face began to pale but didn't say anything. Then Grab. Issei grabbed her two black wings with his hands, and said. You really are a courageous one. I'm amazed that you're able to sacrifice yourself for someone who sent you into a suicide mission. SSS Suicide M mission. She said that with a very trembling voice. Yes. You will die right here. Expect if you began to gently tell me everything you know. After all, there's no chance for you to escape. Wait, everything be, but not my wings, please. I will give you a favor. I will count to 3. 1. No, please stop, not my wings. Ghhhhhhhhhh. She began to scream in pain as Issei slowly tear away her wings. 2. Ghhhhhhhhss. Stop pulling. I will speak, please. Ghhhh. Stop. Good. Azazel-sama, send me to get rid of you because your sacred gear may be too dangerous for us. That's all. Issei turned her and looked right at her face. His yellow eyes were making her shiver even more. Why yes, release me, please, Issei-kun. Then Rias and Akeno appeared from nowhere. In Rias' hands several pawn pieces. The two were looking at Issei, who was covered in red tuki, in his hands an immobile fallen angel. Ah. Akeno-senpai and Rias-senpai, you've arrived just in time. When he said that with his usual voice, Rainier understood as she tried to fly. Issei's hands glowed with a golden color, then. Now Angel-san burn. As he said that, Rainier's body was engulfed in golden flames. Ah, she cried when Issei's flames began to consume her. In seconds what remained from her was nothing. Even features weren't present on the ground. Then Issei turned his gaze towards the two devils, making them flinch a little. Rias summoned a magic circle and threw the pawn pieces inside, while Akeno picked up two flyers from her pockets who glowed crimson for a moment, before a blonde-haired boy and a white-haired girl appeared. So Rias-senpai, will you explain? Our forceful methods are a necessity. When he said that casually, Rias tried to answer, but the blonde-haired guy already launched himself towards Issei. Don't you dare threaten her. He took his sword and aimed at Issei's left shoulder. Break. When his sword made contact with Issei, she instantly broke. Calm down a little, will you? I just want to talk. At that moment Issei quickly punched right on the boy's guts. His hand was glowing red from Tuki. Kiba Yuto was thrown back until he crashed against the barrier Issei made. One punch. Well, your defense is pretty weak. Now Rias-senpai. When he tried to continue, a thunder attack was launched at him by Akeno, while Kaneko appeared behind him and kicked him in the back. B's bam. When the thunder made contact from the front and Kaneko's sharp kick hit him on his back, a loud sound was made. Akeno turned to Rias and stood in front of her. Kaneko did the same with Akeno. As the cloud of smoke cleared, what greeted them was Issei unharmed. He was still smiling. But I just wanted to talk. You really want to fight, huh? I will give what you want. When Issei said that, he suddenly disappeared from their sight before a fireball was launched towards Kaneko, who swiftly dodged only to be intercepted by Issei's kick right in the belly. Kaneko fell instantly in her knees and began to cough a considerable amount of blood. I mixed senjutsu and tuki with this punch. If I were you, I wouldn't try to move, Issei advised her, then was attacked by a thunder attack with an ice one just behind, leaving him unscratched. Akeno-senpai, your magic is too weak. Issei disappeared from her sight again. Then he issued her a nudge in the back from behind, then fainted. Issei sighed and turned his eyes to Rias. Now Rias-senpai, let's talk. Issei said that innocently, but Rias launched to him several huge blocks of crimson demonic energy. But just like Akeno, the result was obvious. Rias-senpai, you two want to fight me? He pointed behind him. His whole peerage was defeated. I will not let you make fun of me. And furthermore, I will not forgive you for harming my family. She continued to throw at him several blocks of crimson demonic energy, leaving Issei unscratched. She ran off eventually of energy and fell in one knee. The boy approached her and looked down at her. Rias-senpai, why did you want me dead? You knew that Fallen wanted to get rid of me and you've done nothing? Why? Issei asked, her anger obvious in his words. After all, she tried to kill him and making him her slave. I wanted you as my servant. She said it while panting heavily. Her demonic energy reserve already dried up. She felt weak and guilty. She was currently at his mercy. The so-called ruined princess, Lucifer's Imouto, a high-class devil. She was defeated along with her peerage by a 17-year-old boy. She realized that she was in the wrong and he had the right to kill her. After all, she tried to do the same to him. Well, it was worse. She tried to kill him, then reincarnate him against his will. Even death is a small price to pay, Issei said coldly. Killing me was the best option. Aren't you ashamed? How can you let someone die so easily? She tried to talk but was interrupted by Issei. I didn't do anything to you or your peerage. I wanted only a peaceful life, and now you want me dead only to reincarnate me as a slave? What's that? I know devils are beings of greed, but you. Issei shut it for 2 or 3 seconds before he declared, looking straight at his eyes, without any hesitation in his words. You're a monster, Rias Senpai. When he said that, his right hand covered herself in red tuki. Rias made a defensive magic circle. Kaneko tried to move but fall in the ground. Akeno and Kiba were already out. Break. Issei's punched her, destroying her barrier like it never existed. She was thrown back until the end of the barrier Issei put around the park. She landed in her knees, coughed blood and fell miserably. We're through now, he said before leaving. Dismissing the barrier, he lifted his head and looked at the sky, who was full of stars, and the horizon was colored with a warm orange. Issei loved this moment of the day. The twilight really relaxed him a lot. He exited the park, leaving 4 devils on the ground. That's it. Issei will definitely not become a devil. Well, it's too overused, that's why I decided not to do it, and your reviews helped to X. And that don't mean Issei will not befriend with them in the future. They're in the wrong here after all, and what will happen in the next chapter will help in picking up the pieces of their relations. So that's it. Thanks for your support, and please review. I will read it one by one. I'm still new here, as you know, so I need your advices and your ideas. The next chapter, you two were my first friend. Until then, bye. Previous ch2 of 9. Next, chapter 3. You two were my first friend. Hello guys. This is the 3rd chapter of this first story of mine. I hope it will be good enough for you. I wrote it in one go and my English is pretty poor, so please go a little easy on me. Now, I will respond to the reviews. CRAO, thanks. Ultron Emperor Tuki bro. Tuki hihihi, a golden lion haha. You really don't like them, huh? Lightning Blade 49, as you say. 3 Dragon Rider 66, yeah I know, I will think about it. Dragon Master 128, we will see ___ swirl Dalfgun because Opie. TBR, thanks, I will do my best. Satan Pie, glad you like it. I will do my best next time in term of spelling and grammar. Lucifer Reborn 95, happy that you like it. Red Star Henry, thanks. Arena Sushin 5, thanks for the support. Reason, glad you like it. LL answer on this chapter rule, thanks. Issei talking to Diedrig on his mind. Thought. Diedrig's talking to Issei on his mind. Sacred Gear talking, Diedrig or Albion talking out loud. Location, I do not own High School DxD or any of its elements. A certain princess-looking blonde-haired guy was lying on the ground. Suddenly his blue-colored eyes opened slowly. He turned his head around and recognized he was in Kuo Park. His memory was a little fuzzy. When he tried to stand up, he began to cough saliva that he quickly wiped out using his arm. He analyzed his surroundings until he saw 3 girls laying on the ground too. The first one was crimson-haired and was at the extremity of the park, but she was closer than the other 2 as he was too at the end of it. When he began walking towards her, he felt how bad he was injured. Every single step caused an overwhelming pain to spread on his entire body. He felt this pain in his abdomen principally. Trying to recall what exactly happened here, he suddenly remembered. Hyodo Issei, he muttered under his breath. Kiba Yuto's eyes were flooded in hatred as he continued to walk to the girl, the one who saved him in that snowy forest, Rias Gremory. Bucko. Bucko. Arriving at her side, he began to shake her in order to make her wake up. He was worried at no end, because he knew that he acted too rashly since he was the one who attacked Hyodo Issei first. It's my fault, it's my fault, everything's my fault, how? It was unworthy of a KINGHT. He began to blame himself mentally until the crimson-haired princess opened her light blue eyes slowly. Kiba nearly cried at this sight and unconsciously hugged her while she was still on the ground. Bucko. The girl in question widened a little her eyes at the unusual state of her night, but smiled warmly as she understood why. I'm all right, Yuto, don't worry. Just when she tried to stand up, the same that happened to Yuto happened to her. She coughed saliva and felt an incredible pain coming out from her body. When she was to fall, Kiba quickly lent her his shoulder. Where are the others? The boy only pointed at the 2 girls lying on the ground a little far away from them, only to cause Rias to tremble. Fearing the worst, both of them headed to them. Kaneko. Akeno. Rias cried their names. The black-haired girl opened her eyes, revealing their beautiful violet. Rias. Akeno. Hang on there, Yuto, go, and try to wake up Kaneko. The boy only nodded and rushed towards the white-haired petite girl. Kaneko-chan. He began shaking her and giving her small slaps in the face. The girl opened her gold-colored eyes and felt suddenly an urge to cough then. Cough cough, she tainted her school uniform red as she coughed a considerable amount of blood, making Kiba widen his eyes and show a really surprised expression. Bucko. Bucko. Kaneko-chan coughed a lot of blood, we have to take her to the hospital. Rias and Akeno turned there to Kaneko. When they saw her state, Rias made a small magic circle in front of her ear while Akeno rushed towards Kaneko and began administering her the first aid using her demonic powers in order to heal her a little. After the small red magic circle that Rias made in front of her ear and talked into suddenly disappeared, she summoned another one bigger and everyone regrouped in the middle, while Kiba lifted Kaneko and held her in a bridal-style carrying. We will going to teleport to the R Club room, from there we will head to the Cetres Medical Institute. With those final words, Rias and her group disappeared in a bright crimson light. Issei's apartment. It was just after the battle with the devils and Rainier. Issei entered his apartment and fall face first on the bed. He didn't even bother to undress himself. Sigh, seems like I will not be able to shake off the supernatural he said to himself, but his left hand glowed green before a powerful voice was heard. You're right, partner, but I have to say that you were unexpectedly soft when you faced them. You mean because I didn't kill them? It's only because of Lucifer. If it was your mother, she'd have already picked up a fight with him, you know. Battle maniacs never changes, Diedrich. Even so, you held back a lot when you faced them. You only knocked them and used a bit of senjutsu against that Nekomata. I know. But hey, I did it just to scare them a little, never wanted to turn them into my enemies. Why didn't you just show them our boosted gear then? I'm sure if they knew that you're my host they would never approach you again. You may probably be right and probably wrong, but I didn't want to be known by the higher-ups of the underworld and don't attract too much attention, not to mention what my mother would have done to me if my identity was revealed because of something like that. Hee, that's true. Well, I'm going to sleep, night partner. Good night, Diedrich. When Issei said that, a loud snore was heard on his mind, then he stood up and put up his black yukata after undressing himself. He moved towards the window to close the shutters. When he saw the shiny moon and the starry heavens, he stood there in front of the landscape before he muttered under his breath. I am not going to let you affect my peace, devils. He muttered under his breath, then closed the shutters and moved to his bed before he falls asleep. The next morning, Issei wake up pretty late since it was already 10 and was still laying on his bed, much at his annoyance since he still didn't know how to spend his day off. What should I do? When he was still thinking about what to do, a thought struck his mind. Issei was thinking to visit the shrine situated in Kuo, at the edge of the town exactly. At his rendezvous yesterday with Rias and Akeno before it turned out into a battle, well, a one-sided battle. Both girls told him about the most important places in this town, and he remembered that they mentioned a certain shrine. Well, it was Akeno who mentioned it, and since Issei came from Kyoto he wanted to go and see that place. After all, in Kyoto he liked to go into shrines accompanied by his mother and spent most of his childhood time playing on them. Well, it may not be bad to go and take a look at it. He abruptly stood up and walked to his bathroom while he was still on his yukata and nine tails out. After his bath and coffee he exited the apartment and walked towards the location of that shrine. Well, it was easy to locate it because it was at the extremity of the town. Arriving at the red enormous Sando crossed it and went up 100 stairs before arriving at the shrine. As he penetrated on it he felt an awkward feeling. A protection enchantment, he thought. When he lifted his head and examined the shrine, he widened a little his eyes in astonishment. The shrine isn't just a complete one, he was a beautiful one and very well maintained. Such a rare thing to see. The shrine is a Nagale Zakuri-styled one, characterized by a very asymmetrical gabled roof projecting outwards on the non-gabled side, above the main entrance, to form a portico, and a hokora was on the court. Issei moved towards the Hayden placed in front of the shrine's main sanctuary, the Nagale Zakuri-styled Hondan, and pay his respects by throwing 2 coins inside. Then he clapped 3 times using his hands. Clap clap clap. It was the ritual in order to make wishes to the kami who resided in the shrines or was represented by it. He lowered his head and said, "Please, Kami-sama, grant me a peaceful and a healthy life." Just when he made his wish and turned to leave the shrine, a blue magic circle appeared on the middle of the court just in front of Issei, whose sweat dropped at the sight. This Kami-sama sure likes jokes, he quietly thought. A single silhouette appeared in the middle of it. When the light faded, what greeted his sight was Akeno Hamejima in a miko attire, consisting of a white haori with red accents, a red hakama, and a pair of zori with white tabi. He instantly sighed and tried to leave the place. Issei moved towards the exit, but he widened his eyes when he felt someone grabbing his hand. I'm sorry, Issei-kun. Akeno apologized in a trembling voice. By the way, Issei felt her fear because the hand she used to grab his was clammy. Without turning his head, and was still in a shocked state, he coldly said, "What are you talking about?" "Devil." Akeno looked down, both in guilt and shame, before she answered. I'm sorry for what we did yesterday, and especially for what my king have done. I'm sorry." Issei turned his head back to see Akeno's eyes. Her violet-colored ones were a little watery. In the other hand, Issei's usual warm yellow eyes were cold. "You really think that I will forgive you and the rest of the peerage you're actually affiliated with just by simple words?" When Issei said that, Akeno was taken a little back. Certainly she knew that it were nowhere sufficient in order to be forgiven. They tried to kill him and resurrect him as a devil. Mere words couldn't forgive that act. I know that it's not enough and nowhere enough, but I don't know what to do," Akeno declared in shame. She was still looking at her feet. "Can you tell me one thing? Your king, Rias Gremory, why is she so greedy? She's disgusting." Akeno felt a little angry when she heard Issei insults her best friend and her master, but she knew what he said is true and there's no way that she could say the opposite after what happened to him last night and what Rias planned for him. "You don't know her current circumstances," she quietly said, much at Issei's annoyance. "What kind of circumstances can push someone to kill and resurrect someone into a devil? What kind of circumstance can push someone to destroy my life? Tell me." Akeno lost her composure at Issei's sudden outburst. Her shaking began to raise a little, and she knew that she couldn't stand a chance against him. "See, can you please give me a chance to explain everything?" Issei nodded his head before Akeno let go off his hand and moved towards the shrine main sanctuary. Issei rubbed his head, not knowing what to do, when the black-haired girl noticed that she let out a small giggle before she invited Issei to follow her. "Come, Issei-kun. This shrine is my current house." Issei raised an eyebrow. A devil living in a shrine. Well, that's something not common, but he felt the link between this and the protection enchantment put around this shrine he felt when he penetrated this place. The boy quietly followed Akeno as they both entered inside the main sanctuary. Issei sat on the living room and the devil headed to what seemed to be the kitchen. Issei looked around and was pretty surprised at how beautiful the inside of the sanctuary was. He felt a sense of nostalgia and began to recall the moments he cherished the most when he was still living in Kyoto. Then Akeno exited the kitchen with her 2 cups of tea and a plate of snacks that she put on the table before she sat, facing Issei. Issei took the drink that Akeno poured for him and widened slightly his eyes at how delicious it was. "It's good, even more than the one I have already tasted at the Imperial Palace." Both of them were drinking silently until Issei finished half of his drink. He sat the cup on the table and put a serious face that made Akeno sigh in defeat. "Rias, have. Well, her circumstance is that she's actually engaged." While Issei was about to argue, certainly finding that killing someone because of that was a foolish reason, Akeno continued. "In the devil world, high-class devils, well, princesses more precisely, and I mean by that the next female family heads are engaged at a young age to another next head of another family. Rias don't like her current fiancé and want to cancel this engagement. And that's, I mean you're something like, a chance for her, a chance to cancel it by making you her servant." "What do you mean?" Issei quietly asked, but even for Akeno he is visibly very angry, because it was indeed a foolish reason to kill someone. For this occasion, certainly a rating game will be held between Rias and her fiancé, and she needs strong pieces in order to stand a chance to him since he already has a complete set. Sorry. Do you know what a rating game is?" "Of course I know, and why did you think that I was strong?" I mean you have a sacred gear, and a dragonic type at that." Akeno muttered the last part, but Issei did hear it. "So I gave off a little of my dragonic aura without realizing it. But it wasn't the only thing. Rias knew that you were targeted by the fallen angels, so to protect you she meant to resurrect you as a servant of Gremory, and by that you wouldn't had any problem with the Fallens in the future." "I have 2 questions, Issei quietly said, and finished his tea. "First, did you oppose yourself against the decision of killing me? I mean I know the current situation of the political scene in the underworld. Your king surely feared something like a war may be started." "I was against that idea of letting you be killed," she answered immediately. "Secondly, why aren't you scared of me? You know precisely what I did yesterday, and thus you did approach me and propose me to have a talk normally in your house like nothing happened. And by the way, how did you heal yourself so quickly?" That punch was supposed to let you be in bed for 2 days. You didn't kill us yesterday. Even if you did, you were right. That's why I trust you, and I know that you will not harm me if I do nothing. And I have arrived from the Devil's Hospital when I found you here. Okay. Then the enchantment put around this shrine is meant for you, to not receive any damage when you live here? Akeno widened her eyes slightly. She didn't know that Issei had senses that keen, but she only nods. So that's all, huh? Ah, by the way, why did you call your master by her name so casually? I mean, it's not something like Ria-sama, or master, should be more appropriate. Akeno raised an eyebrow at this unusual question and giggled, confusing Issei even more. Rias is my best friend, and she don't like to be seen as a princess from the persons close to her. Issei's directly thought about a certain blonde girl with 9 foxtails. She resembles a bit someone. Kuno. Issei spaced out for a second before he returned. Ah, sorry. So? I was asking you if you could show me your sacred gear, Akeno hesitantly said. Issei frowned a little and said, no, and if that's everything, I'm going to leave. Thanks for the explanation, and the tea was delicious. As he stood up and headed to the door, Akeno asked, so, what's your relation with us? Next time, yes, next time you ever dare to touch me or a human the same way you did yesterday, I will make sure you will not stand up in your feet again, you and everyone of your peerage. Issei said coldly without even turning his head back. Akeno shivered a little at the sudden threat. No. It wasn't a threat, it sounded like a promise. In the road back, Issei walked silently and was looking at the blue sky, wondering if what he did just know was right or not, until he saw a familiar silhouette in a bunch just near. Asia. When he said that, a blonde-haired girl turned her head and smiled brightly when she saw Issei. Issei-san. She rushed towards him and bowed a little, making Issei giggle. She sure is innocent, he thought, and patted gently her head. Are you doing just fine, Asia? The girl only nodded before two gurgling were here. Gurish. Both Issei's and Asia's face reddened to the maximum hearing the sounds produced by their respective gut. Want to go in a restaurant, Asia? My treat. After she nodded, Issei managed to find a fast food pretty quickly by chance and entered inside. What would you like to order? The employee asked the couple as they sat on a table. Asia was looking intently at the menu. Issei giggled a bit, knowing that she had some difficulties with Japanese, then decided to pick for both. She will have the same order as me. After minutes of trivial talking, both their meals arrived. It was 2 burgers with fries then. Ow. What's wrong, Asia? Issei asked the girl, because she was staring strangely at the food in front of her. I don't know how to eat it, Era. Ah. Look at me, Asia, it's easy really. Issei took the burger with both of his hands and began to eat it normally. That's how you eat it, Asia. That's amazing, Issei-san. Asia said in a high tone and was still looking at how Issei was eating. You too, Asia, eat, he said while pointing at her meal. Ea. Yes, with their full belly now, both of them exited the restaurant and walked a little, then both of them heard a boy cry. Asia quickly rushed towards him and saw that he had a bruise in his left forearm with his leg. Near him was a broken bicycle. She deduced that he fell from it trying to learn how to ride on it. Then a green warm aura covered her hands that she put in the 2 bruises the boy had before the blood stopped and the flesh reconstituted itself, making Issei widen his eyes. A sacred gear. It's done, my boy, you're healed. The boy she healed was equally stunned as Issei and bowed his head in thanks before leaving. Asia, it's an amazing power you got there. When Issei said that with a small smile, Asia put a bitter one and sat on the bunch who was just behind her. Issei-san, would you like to listen to my story? The boy in question just nodded and sat beside her. As he opened his ears and listened her story carefully, he was astonished. The story of the Holy Maiden, who turned into Holy Priestess. A girl who was parentless. She was raised in a church as a nun since she was young with the others orphans who were in the same situation as her. This girl, who had a complete faith in God and was a strong follower of his teachings, were gifted by an amazing power when she was 8, the power to heal, because one day she healed a wounded puppy and a person from a Catholic church witnessed it by chance. From there on, her life changed completely. She was taken to the main Catholic church and was symbolized as the Holy Maiden because of her healing power. She used her gifted power to heal many believers and was happy that she could help people and be useful to people, but as she was respected for her power, people were nice to her as she was nice to them, but she didn't have a friend to open up to. Because of that, she felt a bit lonely but didn't say anything and continued to heal injured people. One day a devil was nearby and healed him without knowing who it was. She didn't know he was a devil, and by chance there were people who witnessed it. The holy maiden healing a wounded devil. It caused a scandal in the church, and the girl known as the holy maiden turned into a holy priestess and was excommunicated from the church. The higher-ups of the church was pretty mad about it. A power that can heal devils. Something absurd like that cannot happen. The power of healing can only heal the followers of God. Everyone was shocked that the girl could not only hear the followers of God but even devils. Thus labeled as a witch, she was abandoned. And even so, she never abandoned her faith in God and His teachings. There was no one who cared about her, even the God she believed on abandoned her. The girl in question is Asia. Asia were full of tears as she was talking about her painful past, but began to laugh. It's because I'm clumsy and I don't have enough faith. It's a trial by God. I have to pass through. I'm so stupid. I don't have any common sense, that's why. She was speaking to herself. This sight made Issei's yellow eyes watery. He didn't even notice and hugged Asia, who was still crying. I want to have friends. I want to have friends, to go and buy flowers, books, talking to them about unnecessary things. Issei then tightened his hug, much at the surprise of Asia. Asia. I'm going to be your friend. No, I think that we're already friends. Well, we didn't buy flowers or books, but we talked to each other. It wasn't for too long, but I don't know about your past, Asia, or even your present, but I know that you're a good girl and I really like you. Issei said that bluntly. Asia, in the other hand, wiped her tears and said while still sobbing. But Issei-san, I don't have any common sense. It doesn't matter, Asia. I will help you. I will be your friend, so no more crying. The girl flowed out with a smile that made Issei's heart skip a bit. Thank you, Issei-san. And by the way, me too, I have a sacred gear. Look, boosted gear. Boost. A red gauntlet appeared on Issei's left arm with sharp nails, making Asia look at it in great interest. It's amazing, Issei-san. What is it? It's the Red Dragon Emperor Gauntlet, a Longinus tier sacred gear. So you're very strong, Issei-san? Hee, more or less. Now do you mind going with me to the game center? After that, both Issei and Asia moved to the game center. They played all the afternoon. Asia didn't broke her smile all the afternoon. Issei got for her a small cuddly toy that she really wanted from a crane game. Well, Issei tried at least 5 times before getting it, but Asia's smile was definitely worth the effort for him. Nearly night, Issei accompanied Asia until they reached the abandoned church. Are you sure you don't want to come with me, Asia? I'm serious. I still have plenty of space at my apartment. No, it really is fine, Issei-san. The people here treat me very well and I don't need anything. Asia, you will never be a burden for me. You're my friend, okay? So don't feel shy. I will welcome you anytime. I know, and I thank you for that, Issei-san. But I'm really fine here. If I need something, I will definitely tell you. Good. Then I will leave, Asia. Good night, Issei-san. As both separated, Asia with her small cuddly toy smiling, and in the other hand Issei, who was worried. I don't want to leave her in there. Maybe you should ask the Fallens what they are planning to do with her next time. Look who's wake up. You slept all day, Diedrich. Nah. I was awake when you were in the shrine until you finished your little date. Diedrich began to taunt Issei, whose face reddened a little. It wasn't a date. And by the way, what do you think they're planning to do with her? I don't know, that's why I told you to interrogate the Fallens next time you encounter them, but I don't think they want her dead. After all, she's not a menace to them. Like that, the night passed quietly and the morning arrived. Issei headed to school normally and passed the school gate. After a morning pretty calm, Issei sat under a tree and was eating the bread he brought from the cafeteria quietly and enjoying the sight of the perverted duo being chased by the Kendo Club members. Issei really enjoyed his current situation. On the old school building, 3 figures were watching him quietly. Sona Citri, Rias Gremory and Akeno Himejima were talking about the current possible threat to them. Hyodo Issei's existence. I don't think he's a threat if we don't manage to anger him. After all, I already told both of you about what happened yesterday in the shrine, Akeno said. I agree with you, Akeno, but we mustn't let our guard down because of that. Rias, I highly recommend you to present proper excuses for the boy after school, Sona continued. Why, yes, I really should. And by the way, how Kaneko Taju-san is doing? When Sona asked, both girls put a complicated expression before Rias spoke. Her life isn't in danger and is currently at her apartment resting for today, since she insisted that she was going to fulfill her devil jobs this night, but we used 2 phoenix tears. The punch he gave her was definitely not normal, Sona noticed. I think I heard that he mentioned Senjutsu and Tuki, said Akeno while looking down. I'm not sure. My memory is still a little fuzzy, but I think he mentioned both. If he can use Senjutsu then. Yes, that explained why it took that much to heal her. After all, the biggest damage she received was intern. They send me a report from the institution that even her ki circulation was affected. Well, she's alright, that's the only thing that matters for now. This afternoon Akeno you will accompany me. I will present him excuses and try to find a way to improve our current relation. Ufufu, of course, and like that, the bell rang and everyone joined their class. Afternoon school finished pretty quickly and Issei took his bag and prepared to leave. A certain crimson-haired girl appeared at the door. Behind her was Akeno. Both of them entered the empty class since Issei was the last to leave. They headed towards his desk. The boy sighed heavily. Good afternoon, Issei-kun. I came to save your breath, Gremory. I will not forgive you and I will not even recognize the excuses you want to present. Saying that, he exited the room and both devils looked at their feet and sighed in defeat. It would be tough to deal with him, thought Rias. While Issei was walking towards home, he made a detour from the supermarket to get his favorite coffee and some snack bars. While heading home, night already caught the kitsune, but it didn't bother him. While he was walking peacefully, he suddenly felt a strong killing intent coming out from a nearby house. Intrigued, he decided to move inside, and what found inside surprised him. A human was nailed at the wall, in the same way as Jesus was nailed against the cross in the Bible. Blood colored all the wall. It was creepy. Then he turned his head and saw a familiar silhouette. Ha 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 ha, what's up, devil? That's all you got? Even if you were just a midget like devil, I will take the greatest pleasure in killing you. A white-haired handsome guy with red eyes wearing a priest outfit was holding a gun and light sword. A little away from him was Kaneko Taju panting heavily with a lot of bruises. When she turned her head and saw Issei, she began to tremble even more. Issei knew what happened between the two in a matter of seconds. The man nailed at the wall must be her client, and since that guy killed him in such a manner, he's a stray priest. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Issei suddenly covered himself on his red tuki and moved at God's speed towards the priest, who couldn't dodge clearly the punch he gave but managed to block it with his silver handgun. The handgun instantly broke and pushed away the priest, who crashed in the kitchen by breaking two walls. Kaneko didn't say anything. She was astonished not about the strength of the boy but about the fact that he protected her. He turned his gaze towards her. The petite girl just looked up to him. Her golden eyes were drowned in his yellow ones. He gave her his hand that she took gladly in order to stand up properly. Then another silhouette appeared from nowhere. It was Asia. Issei-san? Asia. What are you doing here? Issei said worriedly but was interrupted by the white-haired priest. Asia-chan, don't approach him. He's dangerous. Come and heal me. I will definitely kill that devil. Father Freed. Asia rushed towards his side and began healing him. Asia, don't heal him. He's crazy. He's the one who done that to this man, not that petite girl. Asia turned her head back and was gonna say something, but Freed took his light sword and pointed it towards Asia that he catches her by the waist. Ah, you know her. Good. Now don't fucking move, you little shit in the midget devil. That sentence took Issei back and didn't try to do anything. If you move a single nail I will decapitate her, okay? Just when he said that, a red magic circle appeared inside the room revealing Kiba Yuto, Rias Gremory and Akeno Himejima. What happened here? Kaneko. The crimson-haired girl instantly said and rushed towards the petite white-haired devil. Kiba was looking towards Issei with a little of killing intent, and Akeno widened her eyes and said, Bucko. A group of fallen angels is heading towards here. Ha. Next time, devils. Hey, you yellow-eyed freak, if you dare following me, little Asia-chan will get her head fall. Got it? He said and rushed towards the window. Asia. Issei-san. I will come to save you. Please hang on there. Issei cried at the top of his lungs. Asia nodded her eyes and putted strong eyes before Freed jumped and traversed the window. The devils, in the other hand, regrouped themselves inside the magic circle and disappeared while Issei waited for the fallen angels to arrive inside the house. Then he felt that two of them changed their direction and one was still heading here. After a couple of minutes, a man with a black fedora appeared and entered the house. You are the boys supposed to be killed by Rainier? And you're... Oh. Yeah, you mean Yuma Amano. My name is Donasik, and yes, where is she? I guess she's paying for her sins right now. When Issei said that, Donasik cried in rage and launched at him a multitude of blue light spears that he swiftly dodged. You aren't really accurate, old men. You will die here, my boy. He launched at him several others light blue spears. Issei just smirked and moved towards him in an overwhelming speed. It gave the illusion of teleportation from a third-person view. He punched him so hard that it penetrated through his gut. Drip drip drip, cough cough cough, blood was dripping from his wound. Issei's hand was still in Donazik's abdomen, and the latter just coughed an insane amount of blood. Now, if you don't want to die very painfully, then speak. What do you want to do with Asia? Cough, the holy priestess, cough, retire, cough, her sacred gear. Do you want to retire her sacred gear? The man only nodded. His face is losing its colors. Is the procedure will harm her? She cough asterisk will cough die. She will die. Issei took out his hand from the hole he's created on the crow's body and headed towards the church quickly. As he retired it, Donazik blood gushed forth from the wound and fall. Huh, I will die. It seems, well, Kalawarner and Mitlet cough asterisk will soon join me, huh. When he said that, he gave his last breath and rested motionless on the ground. In the occult research club room, Bucko, we have to help Issei Senpai, said Kaneko. No, he's too dangerous and he can take care of himself, Rias refused. Rias, I approve it, it's a little careless to take head on a group of fallen angels, Akano interjected. Bucko, please, he saved me. If it wasn't him, that crazy priest would have killed me by now. Kaneko pleaded his master. What do you think about it, Kiba? The blonde-haired boy put a complicated expression. Since we have already done something unforgivable, and he saved Kaneko-chan's life, then. Rias clenched her fist and said, then it's decided. Let's move towards the abandoned church. Kaneko, if you want to rest, then do. No. I'm alright, I can keep up. A red magic circle was summoned at the corner of the room. They regrouped there and suddenly the peerage disappeared in a blinding crimson light. They appeared outside the church. They moved inside and saw a little puddle of blood on the ground and a broken light sword. They continued inside and saw 4 or 7 corpses. Surely they're stray priests. Then what they saw left them stunned. Issei was heading towards the abandoned church at an immense speed. After he heard that Asia was going to be killed, he lost all of his reason and moved bluntly towards the church and left Donazik alone. Well, he was certainly dead if we judge it by the insane amount of blood that he already lost. Issei arrived at the front door of the church. With a single punch he opened it, or should I say, destroyed it. He moved inside and was greeted by a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha, you are pretty fast for a devil, you little shit, hey. Please die quietly. After all, Asia-chan will definitely join you in a matter of seconds. Issei sharpened and covered himself again in another layer of red tuki. He disappeared from the sight of Freed and reappeared in front of him. He aimed his punch towards his face, but the fallen priest only blocked it with his sword made of light, but it wasn't nearly enough, and the sword broke. When Issei's punch made contact with the stray priest face, the latter was sent crashing inside one of the church's wall. Issei didn't even look at him and continued his run. Arriving at what it seems a ritual chamber. Asia was stick on a cross by chains. The girl was unconscious and then the chains began to glow red, and another maniacal laugh was heard by Issei. That laugh resembles a bit the one of Freed. Tall woman with a buxom figure and blue hair appeared from the shadows. Behind her was a blonde girl with blue eyes and wearing gothic Lolita attire. Both of them were fallen angels. Ha 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 ha. Twilight healing will finally be mine. Nice job, Kalawarner Nichan. Now we will definitely get enough power to be recognized by Azazel-sama. Then in Asia's hands, 2 rings glowed green. Issei understood instantly. No. He cried, getting the attention of the 20 or 30 stray priests in the room. Another layer of red tuki covered him again. Cracks began to appear on the ground beneath Issei. He quickly rushed towards Asia, but a wall of stray priests appeared in front of him. He didn't even bother dodge, and all of them began to slash him with their swords that broke when they made contact with his tuki. Issei punched 3 or 4 of them, killing them instantly. The priests who saw that quickly escaped. Clack clack. The 2 rings in Asia's hands suddenly fall on the ground. The sound echoed in all the church. Issei stopped his attack and looked at the core of Asia, who fall down from the cross when the chains suddenly disappeared. Issei was quick enough to catch Asia's body. Ha ha ha, finally this healing power is mine. A loud laugh was heard in the silent church. Both fallen angels were grinning. The blue-haired one in particular was excessively happy. Issei on the other hand was motionless. He knew what happened. He began shaking Asia's corpse. Hey Asia. Issei-san, you came for me? Yeah. Issei's body began to tremble before a river of cries began to flow on the face. You're crying for someone like me? Asia, I'm sorry. Why? I didn't made it, it's not a reason for you to be sorry. I'm happy that I made a friend at least. Don't say that. There's no reason for you to be sorry. I'm more than happy to have someone like you to cry over my death. Asia said that while trying to put her trembling hand in Issei's cheek. Please Asia. Issei took Asia's hand, and felt her coldness. Thank you for yesterday Issei-san, I'm happy that you're my first friend. No Asia, her body began to pale, you really are a nice person Issei-san. When her bright green eyes closed, Issei's heart was utterly destroyed. It took her long enough to die, well, her sacred gear is priceless. Hey Mitlet. Why don't we kill that guy? Rainier failed it seems. Haha. Why not? We will make him join his little friend. Then both of them, Calawarner and Mitlet respectively formed a blue and pink light spear that both thrown at the same moment. Issei didn't protected himself with his tuki, or his sacred gear. The blue spear pierced his left shoulder and the other pierced his left thigh. His school uniform began to turn crimson. He continued to look down at Asia's body, then a group of devils appeared from the front door. Issei-kun. Akano cried before something unexpected happened. Whoosh 9 foxtails appeared from his body, accompanied with fox tears. His normal pupils turned into slit ones. He unconsciously putted Asia's head in his chest, and covered her body using his fluffy 9 fox pale gold tails with white spikes. His face was flooded of cry, he tainted Asia's non-outfit with his cries. Asia. You too, were my first friend, his cold voices echoed through the whole room. I'm sorry. I didn't deserve someone like you as a friend. I'm a useless, red tuki. No it's not red, but, please. Let this useless friend of yours. The usual yellow color of his eyes turned green. Avenge your death. A crimson-colored tuki began to cover Issei, it continued to grow. Devils and fallen angels were stunned at this sight. Issei's power began to rise, and rise again, it appeared limitless. Cracks began to appear on the church, wall and ground, a crater was formed beneath the fox. It did affect everyone except Asia and him. These teeth began to sharpen. He put Asia's body on a bunch and put his hand in both light spears, the one on his shoulder and the one on his thigh. He removed them with no effort and no sign of pain. Even blood didn't fall from the wounds. The two fallen angels felt his overwhelming and monstrous killing intent, it was aimed towards them after all. As they tried to flee, they both launched towards the angered fox several light spears. Issei's exposed aura was enough to crush them. Just when he moved, he reappeared in front of the two fallens and delivered 2 punches in their respective guts, and only that was enough to send them crashing on the floor. No one could follow Issei's movements as he descended towards the two fallens on the ground. He found them immobile, lying in their respective craters, the ones that formed when they crashed pathetically on the ground. Issei moved towards the petite blonde girl with a gothic Lolita outfit and took her from the throat before he lifted her of it. Cough cough please cough don't kill me. The small girl began to plead for her life. Issei in the other hand didn't even hesitated and tightened his grip on her throat. Crack *, a clear and loud sound was heard coming out from the body of the girl who instantly died. Everyone began to tremble a little at this sight. The kitsune didn't hesitate a second. Burn. At that moment, Mitlet's body was engulfed in a golden flame. After a couple of seconds, her body totally vanished, like it never existed. He then turned his eyes towards the blue-haired girl who was trying to heal herself using Asia's sacred gear. He slowly moved towards her, covered in his crimson tuki. He gave a presence of an angry god. He took both the two hands of Calawarner then tightened his grip. Crack crack. Ghhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. The fallen let out a loud cry of pain. Issei in the other hand just looked down at her with his now green glowing eyes with a slit pupils. He lifted her just like the first from the throat and said, "You will not be forgiven." Crack. The exact crack was heard, the same one Mitlet gave off before she died. Now burn. A golden flames engulfed her body too, leaving not even feathers. Clack clack. 2 green rings fall on the ground. Issei calmed down his aura and made his tuki disappear. He silently took the twilight healing and moved towards Asia's corpse. Asia. I'm sorry, he said, before he put her sacred gear on her middle finger in both hands. Then Issei felt two hands on both his two shoulders. He turned his head back and saw Rias Gremory and Kaneko Tiju. Do you want me to resurrect her as a devil? She said. Will you treat her well? Issei asked. Yes, don't worry about that, Rias assured him. Then Kaneko gave Rias a bishop, crimson piece. Rias Gremory's body was covered in a crimson aura and said, I order, in my name Rias Gremory. You, Asia Argento. I resurrect you back to this soil as my servant, and have you reborn as a devil. You, my bishop, be delighted with your new life. The bishop piece entered slowly inside Asia. The girl opened her eyes slowly. When Issei saw her big green eyes, he immediately tackled her in a hug and began to sob. Asia. 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 The nun confused at first. When she remembered what happened, she smiled warmly and began to pat Issei's head before she noticed Issei's tails. Issei-san, you're a dog? Your tails are so fluffy. They're so cute. A sudden silence was brought inside the church before everyone except Issei and Asia began to laugh loudly. The former was blushing heavily. It's not exactly that, Asia. But let's not talk about it for now. He gave her his hand and said with a bright smile, let's go home. Asia only nodded and gladly took his hand and stood up. Both of them left the church. Issei and the group of devils' eyes met, but Issei, this time, gave them his brightest smile as thanks. And that's all, guys, until the next chapter, The Immortal Bird. Thank you for your support, guys, really appreciate it. Sifax, first, previous ch3 of 9, next chapter 4. The Immortal Bird. Hello guys. This is the 4th chapter of this story. As I already said in the chapter 2, I need a name, a Japanese one, for Issei's mom. Please. With a meaning behind it if possible. Now, I will answer to the reviews. Androsid93 ha ha ha, you don't like him that much huh. Dragon Master 128 will see. 3 Ninja Fang 1331 appreciate it. Sasuke 75249 thanks. Dreadnought Asia will play a major role on this FIC. Even me, I didn't like the fact to reincarnate her, but it was a necessity, sorry. Dragon Rider 66 to be honest, I still don't know where I am going with this story haha. Strabamonks why not? 3 TBRI will. Cesar 918 merci. Thanks. Carrot. Lightning Blade 49 agree. Abu 1234 didn't get the last, and thanks. Kieran Thurwell, you'll see in this chapter, he still don't like them. Well not yet carrot. Red Satoshi Ketchum answer in the chapter screaming with your mouth shut thanks. I will do my best. Rogue Ranger 1993 thanks. And yeah, of course, 3 Fallen Angel Lover he didn't forgave them. And I regret a little that I have killed the fallen girls. Cough I really like Rainier though asterisk cough. Guest thanks. God of War here it is. Guest ha ha ha. I agree but Asia as a human well. She will get less attention carrot. Iceland of course. That's why he still didn't forgave them. Deadly X Devil thanks for your review. I hope this chapter will be better than the last then carrot. Yuki Asuna-chan I will not deny it, but if Asia didn't die I don't think she'll get a lot of attention. Limbob 7125 thanks for the support. Moss 2009 of course not. Issei talking to Diedrig on his mind. Thought, Diedrig's talking to Issei on his mind. Sacred Gear talking, Diedrig or Albion talking out loud. Location, I do not own High School DxD or any of its elements. A brown-haired boy was on his bed, his 9 foxtails and fox ears were out, still sleeping soundly until a nice smell came out from the kitchen that the kitsune didn't fail to notice it. He opened his yellow eyes tiredly before rubbing them, his pupils were slit. He suddenly stood up, wearing his usual black yukata and made his way to the kitchen, and tried to not get caught by the blonde-haired girl who was visibly still preparing the breakfast. When he saw the plates on the table, mostly Western food that looked delicious, Issei was drooling. Proper food, he immediately though, well, every morning since he arrived on this town his breakfast was usually a black coffee thanks to his miserable skills in cooking. Just when he tried to taste what she already prepared, Asia sensed it and quickly turned back and struck his hand with a spatula. Clack, OWWW. It hurts Asia. Issei cried a little in pain at the unexpected hit he got from the former nun. I know that Issei-san is hungry but don't you think it's too much? But it's delicious. Please let me just talk. No Issei-san. Go and take a bath and dress properly or we will be late. Asia said that while she pointed her index finger towards the bathroom direction. After all, Asia was already in her school uniform and ready to leave. Issei sighed in defeat and headed to take a quick shower. When he finished and put his school uniform, he quickly swallowed all what Asia prepared for him. He really became addicted to Asia's cooking. Ah yes, and it's Tuesday, precisely 2 days after Asia's resurrection as a devil. Rias Gremory already enrolled her as a new second-year student and she's in the same class as Issei. It was a peaceful 2 days in fact, because Rias only sent Asia's school uniform to Issei's home. The latter still didn't know how she got his address. Whatever, she didn't even try to talk to her newest bishop. Much at the confusion of Issei, but he already knew that today she'll definitely ask Asia to come to the clubroom. He didn't really care because he knew that Rias realized that the cute blonde girl was already someone important to him. In the road to school, both Asia and Issei were walking quietly and side by side while the two of them were smiling and enjoying their current situation. Good morning Hyodo-kun and Asia-san. Both of them turned their heads back and were greeted by the sight of Kuo Prince, Kiba Yuto. Good morning Kiba-san. Asia greeted him by a smile while Issei only nodded. I'm sorry to bothering the two of you, but I was sent by Bucko to deliver a message for you. Asia-san, you have to come in the occult research club room situated in the abandoned school building. We will wait for you after school. We have to tell you 2 or 3 basic things about devils. I'll come Kiba-san. Can Issei-san come too? Asia innocently asked and turned her eyes towards Issei, who just put a bitter smile and answered. I will accompany you. Me too, I have to talk with your king, Asia. That sentence made Kiba narrow his eyebrows before he said menacingly. Do you plan something funny, Hyodo-kun? Those words made Issei chuckle a little. No, don't worry Knight-kun, just a small talk between her and me, he answered honestly, lowering the guard of Kiba, who just nodded and waved his hand before leaving both of them in their current walk to school. Issei-san, you shouldn't be that harsh towards Kiba-san. Ah, don't worry about that, Asia. When they continued to walk, Asia sent to Issei 2 or 3 worried looks. Hey Asia, something bothering you? Issei asked, certainly sensed that Asia wanted to say something. You still didn't told me why you hate devils that much, Asia quietly said. Ah, I don't really dislike them nor like them, by the way, it's just that Gremory tried to kill me before resurrecting me. Asia widened her eyes, and when she was going to speak, Issei interrupted her abruptly. Don't worry Asia, I already gave her a little lesson, and since she resurrected you, you can say that we're more or less neutral. Asia sighed in relief at his words. In the other hand, Issei was still in his thoughts. Well, she reincarnated Asia for her own reasons, certainly thinking that her healing power may be useful in the battle against his so-called fiancé. She's certainly thinking that she gained my trust already. As both of them crossed the school gate, they headed towards their classroom. Issei moved to his desk while Asia sat in the desk behind him. The teacher entered the classroom, then the lesson began. It was a calm day for Issei and Asia. Both of them enjoyed it. The lessons were easy for Issei and was glad to give Asia a hand, because she was still not familiar with Japanese but could understand clearly the talks since she became a devil, but in terms of writing it she was still progressing, really quickly by the way. And now at lunchtimes Issei has his bento prepared by the skilled Asia. He really enjoyed it. In a blink of an eye the day ended and Asia along Issei headed towards the old school building. Where was the base of the Gremory peerage? Even Issei never penetrated here before. Both arrived at an elegant wooden door. Issei knocked 2 consecutive times before the door was opened by a small white-haired girl. Ah, Issei-kun and Asia, good afternoon. The crimson-haired girl who behind the bureau greeted both of them casually with a warm smile. Asia bowed respectfully and Issei merely nodded. Both sat on the couch, Asia facing Kiba while Issei facing Kaneko. Then a Kano Himejima appeared from behind Rias and poured Issei and Asia some tea. Issei quickly started drinking it. Well, the last time he tasted it at her shrine, it was really delicious. So, Asia, I made you came here to meet you properly and to introduce you to my servants that are now your fellow comrades. When Rias said that, she nodded towards the 3 low-class devils other than Asia who made their devil wings appear. My name is Akano Himejima, Buckow's Queen. 3rd year, nice to meet you Asia-chan. I'm Kiba Yuto, Rias Gremory's Knight. 2nd year, it's a pleasure to meet you Asia-san. Kaneko Taju, Rook, 1st year. Pleased to meet you Asia-senpai. From Asia's back, 2 black bat-like wings appeared and made her jump a little before she composed again and said with a slight bow. I'm Asia Argento, nice to meet you everyone, please take care of me from now on. All the devils smiled warmly at their newest comrade, before Asia asked. So. Rias-san, and please call me Bucko from now on, Asia, since you're officially a member of the Occult Research Club. So Bucko-san. What piece am I? You're a bishop. I will explain you afterwards each piece special trait, it would be more easy to understand in a real battle. Oh okay so. And, yes, I didn't call you today only for simple greetings, but I wanted to know more about you sacred gear. When Rias said that with a smile, Asia made 2 rings who glowed in a warm green light appear in her hands, one in each hand. This is my twilight healing. I can heal injuries more or less mortal, it depends in how bad it is. Interesting. And what about you, Issei-kun? Don't you want to show us your sacred gear? When Rias said that hesitantly, Issei sighed and said. No. The crimson-haired girl looked at her feet in defeat, then lifted her head and said. Asia-san, you know about the supernatural situation. By that I mean what happened in the Great War and all. Yes, Issei-san told me everything I should know this past 2 days. That's good, so he told you that you cannot read the Bible unless you receive severe headaches and you cannot use holy water anymore or you might even kill yourself. The poor former nun only nodded in sadness. Issei sent her a worried look, but even he didn't know what he could do. Well, since you already have a general idea about what's happening, then I should tell you that as a devil, you will now fulfill contracts with human, and don't worry, you will not begin today. Like that, the small talk continued, trivial things were spoken between Asia and the other devils. Time run late and one by one, Akeno, Kiba and Kaneko began to leave because they were summoned by humans. Asia, Rias and Issei were alone inside the clubroom. Senpei, Issei called Rias, who flinched a little. She answered while checking some paper on her desk. I will say it only for one time. Your queen already told me about your situation in the underworld, as she already reported it to you, and I already conclude that you resurrected Asia for this matter. Asia looked confused while Rias looked towards Issei, both in shock and confusion because she didn't know what he wanted to express by saying that. I don't blame you for that, in the opposite I'm grateful that you saved Asia. Rias eased up a little when Issei said that, but the boy continued. But don't step your boundaries, as I said, I may forgive you but I will not and never forget. I'm only warning you, don't try to harm Asia or me or an innocent only for your sake as a princess. What are you trying to say? Rias asked, visibly a little angered at the sudden words of Issei. That I'm not your ally nor your enemy, but if you try to play with me you'll get yourself in the same state the fallen angels that harmed Asia are now. Issei's cold words sent shivers to Rias' spines. Issei was emitting unconsciously a little of his power that Asia noticed even without training. She took Issei's hand and clasped it firmly before she called out his name. Issei-san, it's okay. Issei looked at her for a second before he calmed down and nodded to her. Rias is still a little stunned at the sudden confession of Issei, but she pushed herself to ask something that really intrigued her. By the way, Issei-kun, you're a yukai. Yeah, a half kitsune and half human. That explains his tails and his still unknown sacred gear, thought Rias. Then a red magic circle appeared on the room, and Akeno appeared, certainly because she already fulfilled her duty as a devil and made some pacts with her usual clients. I'm back, Bucko. Already done, Akeno. Yeah, it was the usual. Akeno made her way to the couch and sat in front of Issei. A small red magic circle appeared on Rias' left ear without Issei noticing it before he spoke up. Well, that's not all, but since you already finished WI. Rias interrupted him and said, a stray devil were localized inside my territory. It's a request from the Archduke in person. Akeno, call out Yuto and Kaneko. The stray is a high-class one. Akeno narrowed her eyebrows suddenly and made a small magic circle, a communication type just like the one Rias used to receive the report an instant ago, and talked on it, certainly calling out Kiba and Kaneko, who after several minutes, both of them appear on the clubroom, and both wear the same serious expression as Akeno and Rias. As you probably know, this is our first high-class stray devil we've to eliminate. Rias' sudden declaration made Issei widen his eyes before he said, it's your first? And you're planning to take Asia with you? When Issei said that, Rias sighed and nodded before she spoke again. Yes, I will certainly need her in this mission, even if it's my first high-class stray I have to kill. I'm sir. Suddenly the boy interrupted her. I will come with you. This sudden sentence made everyone widen their eyes for an instant, even Asia. Issei-san, why you don't have to worry that much. No, I will come, but I will not interfere in the battle. Expect if Asia is in danger. What do you think, Gremory? Rias put a thoughtful look before she nodded, but Kiba spoke. Bucko. We don't need him, I'm sure we can, Knight-kun. As I said, I will only accompany you for Asia's sake. Even if that stray kills you I will not interfere, don't worry. Issei's cold confession made Kiba narrow his eyes and silenced up. Akeno showed a worried look not about Issei but about the stray. Then the group of devils accompanied by the nine-tailed fox made their way in the middle of night towards a certain abandoned manufactural area situated at the edge of Kuo town. When they entered the complex, both Issei and Kaneko widened their eyes slightly, but only the white-haired lowly spoke. Bucko. The smell of blood. Rias narrowed her eyes and Issei took position behind Asia, and Akeno said to Rias in a silent voice. Even Issei couldn't hear it. Rias. What the Archduke honestly told you? I'm sure we aren't ready for this kind of mission. The crimson-haired girl froze at the question asked by her queen. He told me to. Only be careful and don't engage a battle with him, since two peerage of elderly high-class devils are already on the way to the human world in order to hunt down that stray devil. Akeno widened their eyes to the sudden confession of her best friend. She didn't know that her master could be that stupid. Rias, we can't do it. Let's retreat and follow the instructions given by the Archduke. We aren't near the level of Akeno's sudden outburst caught off guard the rest of the group, who put a confused face before Rias spoke up. Don't worry. We will manage. After all, it's my territory and it's my duty as the next heir of the Gremory clan to protect it. Immediately when she finished her sentence, an overwhelming killing intent was sent to the group, and it came from the abandoned-looking building in front of them. Issei narrowed his eyes slightly when he sensed the aura emitting of whatever was on this building. It's good that I came. That thing isn't weak, he silently though, and put Asia behind his back. What's that smell? Devils. Oh my! A monstrous voice was suddenly heard by the group. It came from the direction of the killing intent. Then unexpectedly, a silhouette appeared and exited the building. It was a small boy with dark blue hair and crimson eyes. Even for the perspective of a normal being, that boy wasn't normal. Not only his special physical traits, but even his white pale skin was definitely bizarre. Issei narrowed his eyes and said to the boy, "You're the high-class stray in question, I suppose? Oh. So you know who am I? I'm not only a high-class one, I'm an SS class to be correct. And you're obviously a Yukai, but you are from which race?" The group widened their eyes when they heard the small boy, or I should the stray, talking, but Issei only smirked and said, "You're really an interesting stray. I'm a kitsune but not a pure-blooded one. But who are you? Or should I say, in which peerage you were affiliated before?" "You are sharp, my boy. I'm Bonoa Marchoges, a descendant of the now extinct house of Marchoges, and the former queen of the current heir of the Marbas house." Issei remained silent but kept his serious expression. Asia still behind him, he kept staring at the stray devil, without getting his guard off. Then Rias Gremory declared, "As the next heir of the Gremory clan, I was sent to get rid of you. Prepare yourself, Bonoa Marchoges." When Rias said that pridefully, the stray began to giggle and asked the crimson-haired princess, "The next heir of the Gremory clan? Don't tell me that the current house of Agaras, titled as the Archduke, sent you here to hunt me?" Rias nodded and covered herself with her crimson aura. Kiba Yuto summoned a black sword on his hands. Akeno changed her clothes from the school uniform to her Miko attire and covered her body with a pale golden aura, and Kaneko Teju made a battle stance. At this sight, Bonoa Marchoges began to laugh heartily and said, "You're kidding me? Sending an incomplete peerage of such a young devil to defeat me? It's either you are an ultimate class devil in term of power, or you're a liar. So which one is true?" Rias only ignored him and summoned a black-crimson block of demonic power before she launched it towards the crimson-color-eyed boy, who dodged it with minimal movements. Then Kiba moved towards the boy in question and tried to damage him with his swords, and even if his movements were really quick and accurate, the stray devil kept dodging like it was nothing. Then several thunder attack fused with elemental magic ones were sent towards the boy, whose body began to glow with a faint purple. Puif a sudden sound was made, then the boy's body began to morph. He turned black and fewer were growing in all his body, who was constantly growing taller. Then roar, a strong roar echoed through all the abandoned manufacturing area, and what greeted the sight of the group was something really unexpected. Even Issei began to wear his red tuki. It was a monster, a black wolf with a man's form as well as a griffin's wings and a serpent's tail. "I really wanted to show you my true appearance to you young devils. You shall taste the true power of the great Marquis, Marchoges." When he said that, Kaneko Tiju moved towards him and began a fist fight and was overwhelmed by the strength of the monster in front of her in just seconds. While she was currently losing ground in her fight against that monster, who seemed to Issei that he was holding black severely. Kiba Yuto joined their fight and began to assist Kaneko with his blinding speed and sharp sword swings. It made small cuts in the monster's body but nothing serious much at Kiba's frustration. Then Akeno flied to the sky while summoning a large crimson magic circle. Thunder came from it as a pillar and was directed towards Bonoa Marchoges, who didn't even bother to dodge. As the attack ended, we can clearly see smoke emitting from the Black Wolf's fewer, but it was nothing serious since his body wasn't burned or injured. Kiba continued his assault against the monster that was still crushing Kaneko in a fist fight. Rias summoned several bullets of her crimson energy that she sent towards the monster, who was uninjured. Only mere scratches were made on his body. Suddenly Bonoa Marchoges sent a sharp punch towards Kaneko's gut. She was sent flying backwards before she crashed in the building behind her, making a large hole on the wall. Kiba, who saw that, dropped a little his guard only to be smacked down by the monster's serpent tail. The swordsman caught a little of blood and fainted on the crater he made when he got hit by the monster. Akeno, who was panting heavily because of her near-empty magic power reserves, sent what appeared to be her last attack combined with an attack of Rias. The monster opened his mouth and breathed a large fireball that engulfed both their attacks. The fireball continued its course towards the two girls. Akeno made a defensive red magic circle, but it was broke and received all the damage by protecting her master. You servants are really loyal to you, Gremory. The crimson-haired Oni-sama was shaking heavily. Asia suddenly disappeared from Issei's back, who was still looking towards the monster. Asia's hand began to glow green before she touched the body of Akeno, visibly healing her, since her injuries were disappearing one by one. I don't really like the idea of killing you. Getting rid of such young devils will be regretful, but since you're the one who decided to attack me, it's only fair to hit you back, don't you think? Rias turned pale, shaking uncontrollably. Asia said to Issei. Issei-san, please. Help Buko-san, she will get herself killed. Hearing the innocent cry of his precious friend, he only sighed heavily, and wore another layer of his red tuki before he launched himself at an amazing speed towards the Black Wolf and punched him from the side, sending him flying back. I decide to step in for now, Bonoa. You're an amazing opponent and it wouldn't be bad to fight you. What do you think? Want to have a fight with me? The monster smirked and said with an excited voice. I don't mind, young Kitsune, but if you die, it's you who wished for it. Suddenly a purple aura began to cover his body, making the ground crack under the pressure given by his aura. You were holding back a lot when you faced them, huh? Issei noticed. Haha. Yeah. I wanted to know their actual power. The power of the devils who will build the future of the underworld, but it's really disappointing. Issei grinned, and began to increase the amount of red tuki around him. You are interesting, really interesting. It's such a shame that you will die in one hit. One hit? Your senses are broken, I suppose. I'm an SS class stray devil and I'm currently showing an aura that rivals the one given by ultimate classes devils. Are you mad? Bonoa. I wanted to fight you with only my base powers, but I'm afraid that I got to use a little of my true potential. Since I don't want to take the risk of destroying this town in our fight, I have to use it. Be proud. You will have the privilege to witness it. The monster prepared himself, and wore a battle stance, his purple aura still increasing in size. A large crater was made beneath him. Asia was now healing Kiba, and Akeno moved towards Kaneko and helped her, standing up while Rias was watching Issei's and Benua's fight. Show me then, I'm ready. When Bonoa said, Issei smirked and said. Boosted gear. When he cried that out loud, a metallic-looking red thing appeared on his arm. His left arm was now equipped with a red gauntlet with 2 green jewels. Aye, it's your sacred G-gear, were the first words of Rias, Kiba and Akeno. Kaneko only widened her eyes in shock. The heavenly dragon, so you're the red dragon emperor of this generation. The monster giggled a little and concentrated all his purple aura on his right fist. Issei, who saw that, began to narrow his eyes. So, he want to end it in one hit. Be careful, partner. If you let yourself hit by his punch, you will receive some amount of damage. You're right. He isn't an SS class stray for nothing. He is strong. Then a large sound echoed through the location. Boost. 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 Alongside the loud echo who came from the boy's gauntlet, Issei's red tuki raised both in size and thickness. It should be enough if I use half of it in the punch and the other half on defense. When Issei thought about that, the boy concentrated a huge amount of tuki on his left arm while his entire body is still covered in the same tuki but the density of it lowered considerably. Let's end this, I agree, show me the fist of a heavenly dragon. Whoosh, both warriors rushed to one another head on. Issei glowed red while Bonoa glowed purple. When they made contact, a pillar of purple and red aura was made and it formed a large pillar of aura who pierced through the night clouds to show the starry heavens. Just before that pillar of aura was formed, it was for a fraction of a second but it was visible that Issei aimed his left fist to the monster's heart while the monster's right fist was aimed to Issei's gut. Done, a loud sound were made and a large crater formed beneath them and a blinding light were emitted from the two. When it faded, what greeted the sight of Rias, Akeno, Asia, Kaneko and Kiba was Issei with his tattered school uniform, coughing a little of blood, and the monster, Bonoa Marchoges, with Issei's arm a little at the right of his heart but it was visible that the monster was coughing a lot more blood than Issei. You really are tough, the boy said while showing a maniacal grin. Cough, the one who's tough here cough is you. Receiving my punch fully powered and cough only receive that amount of damage cough, the monster replied while coughing a large amount of blood. Huh. And you, dodging my fatal blow on your heart at the last second is something really surprising, I'd say. Looks like cough, it's my loss. You're strong heavenly dragon, or should I call you Kitsune? Either way you're strong boy. It's certainly your loss, but not necessarily your end. Huh. I will let you live judging by your story. Why did you strayed? Alright. Cough, it doesn't seem like I have the choice then. Listen, it's simple. I strayed because my former king is a fool and a weak man, stating proudly his disgust against low and middle classes devils, not to mention the way he treated me because I'm one of the last descendants of Marchoges' house. Did you kill him? No, I didn't kill anyone from his family nor his peerage, I'm not that pathetic. Then, when he said that, Issei pulled his hand out of Benua's chest and warm blue light appeared on both of his hands after he dismissed his Longinus. He placed both of his hands on the monster's wound who gradually stopped bleeding. Bonoa Marchoges, I will let you leave, you can go and treat your wound alone, I already did the first aids, it's not fatal since I missed your heart. The monster looked towards his wound then to Issei's yellow eyes before he smirked and nodded, and rushed towards the exit of the manufacturing area and escaped through the forest just near. The group of devils were shocked at the sudden decision Issei made. No one tried to speak until Asia ran towards Issei. The green light coming from her sacred gear intensified while heading towards the boy and her eyes were watery. Issei-san. Issei-san. Hey, are you alright? Asia worriedly said and began to heal Issei's injuries, even if it wasn't something really alarming. I'm alright, Asia. This is not something that can be fatal for me. The boy tried to recomfort her while patting her head gently, and smiled warmly when he noticed that Asia was trembling a little. Hey Asia. I'm really alright, don't worry, and next time Issei-san don't do something so reckless again please. He, I'll try. When Issei grinned and Asia smiled, Rias coughed and said. Why did you let him flee? She asked Issei angrily. Not your business, Gremory, you should thank me that I saved your ass on this one. Probably, but that stray devil is dangerous even for Huma. He is not dangerous, you heard what he said about his master? Why yeah, then you certainly should know why he strayed, and by the way, the devil who contacted you to the clubroom really sent you here? And no, he just said that I shouldn't approach him because he already sent 2 peerages to stop him. You know that you risked the life of Asia and all your peerage? When Rias heard that, she began to sob uncontrollably because she knew that all her cute servants, her cherished family could have been killed because of her idiotic decision and her pride. I only wanted to prove my worth as a king, and as the ruler of this territory. Well, you certainly proved your worth then, and your sacred gear? Akeno entered their conversation. Yes, I want you to not report my existence to the higher-ups of the underworld. And why I've to do that? Rias asked, displeased. First, because I saved you and your peerage just 5 seconds ago, and second, I didn't kill you the first time we fought, and third, because I can kill you right now. What do you think? There are enough reasons? And no. I mean yes, I will not report it. Alright then. Good night I guess. Issei bowed slightly and headed towards his place. Issei-san. I will rest with Bucko-san and everyone, I will continue to treat their wounds. Ah. Okay then, be careful when you come back, Asia. I will escort her, Hyodo-kun. Don't worry about that, Kiba gladly said to receive a grateful nod from Issei, who left this area. Okay, then we're going back to the clubroom, Rias said while summoning a red magic circle where everyone regrouped in the center before they teleport. Occult Research Clubroom. After everyone was healed by Asia, Akano and Rias were taking a bath together inside the bathroom. Yes, there's a bathroom in a clubroom. Well, it was certainly odd. Asia and Kiba were seating on the couch. Facing them was Kaneko still eating snacks at the middle of the night. Minutes later, both Oni-sama exited the bath. Both were wearing only towels and unexpectedly Kiba didn't any sent a glance towards them. Well, judging that every guy on this school would have given an arm to see the two great Oni-sama on this state, Kiba on the other hand didn't showed any emotion of delight when both showed their flawless bodies only covered by such a thin cloth. How? Nothing is better than having a good bath after what happened. Fufufu, you're right, bucko. After that, both quickly changed to their school uniforms using their respective demonic power. Rias took her usual seat behind the desk. Akano sat beside Kaneko before their king spoke. Now, I certainly have some explanations to give, I guess. Her peerage looked intently at her. I'm sorry for being so inconsiderate. I risked each of your life because of my pride as a devil. I'm such a worthless king. You don't have to apologize, bucko, Kaneko said with her usual stoic expression. Kiba followed after her. She's right. Each one of us was in an unstable state. After all, we could have abandoned when we sensed his strong aura. We were all in an unstable state due to Issei-kun, Akano said. The whole peerage looked down hearing the words of their queen. Then Rias spoke. Asia, I know you're new here and you're really attached to Issei-kun, but please, don't report him about the talks we held here, okay? Hi, bucko-san. Asia sadly answered, because she knew that she had to be devoted towards her master. After all, she gave her a second chance in life. Good, then, did you know about his sacred gear before? Yes, I knew about it since Sunday. All the devils widened their eyes in shock at the sudden confession of the former nun. Why didn't you told us? Akano asked her. You never asked me and Issei-san wouldn't approved. Do you know other things about him? And no, I promise. I know only much as you, Asia said in a trembling voice. Don't worry, Asia. We will not force you. I will never harm you because you're a part of my precious family now, and I only want to know if Issei-kun is a threat towards us. We spoke about it this morning. He said that he holds a grudge towards you, bucko-san, because you tried to kill him. Is it true? Asia asked innocently, but the whole peerage looked towards their feet in shame. Why, yes. Then I think he isn't a threat towards bucko-san. Why are you so sure? Kiba curiously asked. Because he didn't kill any of you even if you tried to kill him. Just like Bonoa-san today, he tried to kill him but in the end Issei-san didn't kill him. He is very kind. While Asia expressed her feeling towards the kitsune, the whole peerage widened slightly their eyes and nodded sheepishly, because she was right. Issei didn't injure severely nor killed anyone of their group. Bucko, I agree with Asia-senpai. Issei-senpai is definitely not a threat towards us. I agree with Kaneko-chan. We mustn't doubt him. Rias, don't report him to the higher up, but I guess you could report his existence towards Searzek-sama. Who's Searzek-sama? Asia asked, visibly confused. He is my brother and the Mao, Lucifer, Rias sighed when she answered. Asia widened her eyes in shock before she was eased up by Kiba's words. Don't worry, Asia-san. Searzek-sama is very kind and isn't the original Lucifer, as probably Hyodo-kun told you already. The original one has already died in the Great War. Asia could only nod to Kiba's explanation. Then, we can call it a day. Asia, you can leave, but please come here tomorrow afternoon. Hi, bucko-san. Good night, everyone. When she stood up, Kiba done the same and said to his king. Bucko, I'll walk Asia-san home as I promised Hyodo-kun. Please do. Issei's apartment. The Red Dragon Emperor entered his house and sighed heavily. It was just after his fight against the Marchoge's descendant. I want to sleep so badly. Partner, you didn't have to heal his wound, as you probably know that medical jutsu is very draining. You're right, but I couldn't have Asia do it because she could have been took as a responsible for helping a stray devil. Oh, you are becoming really protective towards that girl. I will not deny it, but I assure you, I still haven't fall in love, you perverted dragon. Issei said that while dressing himself with his black yukata. I'm sure her opai are going to be as big as the one of Hamejima in a near future. Idiot. Ah, by the way, the Devil's faction sure lost a nice element. I agree. Bonoa is pretty good. Pushing you to using me is really unexpected. I could have eliminated him without you, Diedrich. It's just that I didn't want to cause much ruckus in the town, and because of that I ended it in one attack. Meh. Do you think Gremory will report it to her brother? When the heavenly dragon asked his host, the boy laid on his bed and sighed heavily. I'm sure she will. Having the red dragon emperor on your territory is a serious menace. Ha ha ha. I'm such eager to see how your mother will kick your ass after she knew that you are known by the underworld so soon. When Diedrich said that while laughing, Issei began to tremble a little and said with a troubled voice. I'm going to sleep, ha ha ha, she will kick your ass so badly pfft, yeah I'm going to sleep too, good night partner. Night Diedrich, as Issei closed his eyes and let himself fall down in a deep slumber. Issei's dream. Issei was accompanied by what appears to be his mom and Yusaka. The three of them had 9 tails and fox ears as they walked towards a very dense forest, until they arrived towards to a magnificent traditional Japanese house. It resembles a lot the main sanctuaries situated in the majority of Kyoto's Shinto shrines. Yusaka took the lead of the group and moved in front of the door before knocking 3 times. Knock knock knock. The group waited around 2 long minutes before the door opened. Thud. What accompanied the sound made by the door's opening was the sight of a small monkey. He was really tiny and his fur gave off a golden brilliance, his skin was black and his face was all wrinkled. He was carrying a staff-like weapon and was smoking a pipe. Ah, Yusaka-sama, it's been a long time. How have you been? Pretty good, thank you. I came today for a certain reason. The old man's eyes looked towards what was behind Yusaka and noticed 2 other foxes, Issei and his mother. The old monkey widened his eyes and said, "Oh my, if it isn't the war princess, and accompanied by who?" The playful tone held by the old monkey made Issei hide behind his mother, who chuckled at the cute attitude of her Issei. "Greetings Wukong-sama, it's been a while, it sure is, and I assume that the boy is your son?" "Yes. Come on Issei, introduce yourself," the little fox said with shyly. "I'm Hyodo Issei, nice to meet you Monkey-sama." He. Nice to meet you too, so. Yusaka-sama, why did you visited this old man today? In fact, I want you to teach Ais the senjutsu basics. Huh. Not that I don't want to do it, but why don't his mother teach him after all? She's not a good teacher Wukong-sama. Ah, got it. When the old monkey said that, he looked towards Issei and urged him to approach. Come on lil one. Issei moved towards the great victorious fighting Buddha cautiously. I will do nothing to you, come. When he approached him slowly, he suddenly tapped him with his red staff quickly exactly where his heart was. Then light blue ki was covering him. It's warm. Issei, visibly amazed at this sight, he looked all around his body to see the light blue thin aura covering him. Like mother like son, I'd say. When Sun Wukong said that joyfully, Yusaka giggled a little and Issei's mom wore a proud smile. Suddenly, Dragon Booster. A red gauntlet appeared on Issei's left arm. The boy was speechless like the others. Sun Wukong pipe fall from his hands while the 2 female foxes were frozen at this sight. In the other hand Issei. Ah, what's that? My arm. Okay Sama, help. The boy was terrorized at the sight of his left arm and began to tap the gauntlet to the ground. Hey brat. Stop that. Hey shitty brat. I said stop. When the voice raised in sound, Issei, still shivering, stopped hitting the gauntlet to the ground and looked towards his left arm and said with a trembling voice. GG good morning who's there? Sigh good morning, I'm Diedrich, the Red Dragon Emperor and you're my host. A dragon? That's so cool, yeah, and as I said I'm residing in you, close your eyes and you'll see me. Issei done just like the voice coming of his gauntlet said and immediately closed his yellow-colored eyes, and what greeted him was something really unexpected to 4-year-old boy. A red gigantic figure appeared surrounded by yellow-orange flames. It was a large red western dragon with pure green-colored eyes who was just in front of Issei. Wah! The small boy was beyond amazed when he saw that dragon. He then opened his eyes before his mother rushed to him and tackling him in a hug. Eyes. What is it Oka-sama? Issei said, visibly confused. I'm sorry, his mother apologized for something. Issei sent her a questioning look. He didn't know what she meant. What for? He asked. His mother remained silent, then a warm hand landed on Issei's small shoulder. It was Yusaka. Issei, don't worry, can you show me your left hand? So it's true, you're the host of a heavenly dragon. Yusaka said that with serious eyes. His mother stood up and clasped Issei's hand, then walked towards the first-generation Sun Wukong, who was still speechless. Sun Wukong-sama, I'm sorry, but you will teach him more than the basics. The monkey slowly nodded and picked up his pipe from the wooden floor and muttered under his breath. Like father like son too. Ne Oka-sama, I saw a big red dragon inside my head. He was really tall. Yeah, he's strong too, you know. He said that he was Diedrich-san. I'm sure Kuno will be happy to meet him. Ah, about that, can you keep the existence of Diedrich-san a secret from everyone? It's really important, Yusaka gently said, adding the suffix, san, to Diedrich just like Issei done. Why? It's really important, do as Yusaka say, got it. Hi. Sun Wukong-sama, what are you planning to do with eyes? Yusaka asked the old men. End of Issei's dream. Issei opened slowly his eyes and noticed that the sun already rose up to the sky. He stood up slowly and sensed that Asia is wake up thanks to the delicious smell who made its way towards his nose. He concluded that she entered the apartment this night without making him wake up. Well, first, the shower then the breakfast, otherwise Asia will be mad hee. He walked towards the bathroom, then dressed in his school uniform, he headed at the kitchen. Morning Asia. Issei greeted the blonde-haired girl with a warm smile that she immediately returned. Good morning Issei-san, you slept well? Yeah, pretty well, I hope you didn't come back too late? No, it's alright Issei-san, here your plate. Ah, thanks Asia, itadakimasu. Issei immediately attacked his breakfast, much at Asia's happiness. After the divine breakfast Issei got, both of him and Asia headed to school. Then Asia took a piece of paper from her pocket. Issei-san, I got a list of some ingredients I need. This afternoon I will go to the occult research club room, so can you get them for me? Of course, count on it. By the way Issei-san, do you have the power to heal too? You mean because of yesterday? Yeah, it's a senjutsu technique which I use to heal wounds, but I cannot heal mortal wounds or organs at your level. Even so Issei-san, it's amazing that you can heal too. It's technique which use a lot of stamina, even for me. As both walked towards school, speaking about this and that, they crossed the school gate and managed to get quickly in their class. When the afternoon class ended, both Asia and Issei took their bags and exited the school building. Asia, I will go and get what you need. I will come back here to walk you home, alright? Hi. The couple separated. Issei walked towards the supermarket and Asia headed towards the old school building. Inside the old school building, good afternoon Asia. Welcome Asia-chan. Do want a cup of tea? Good afternoon Bucko-san. Yes thank you Akeno-san. Asia sat on the couch. Beside her Kaneko was eating a chocolate bar. Akeno poured a cup of tea to Asia that she gladly took before Kiba Yuto entered inside the clubroom. Sorry. Cleaning duty. It's alright Yuto, come in. Kiba took a seat in front of Asia and began to drink the tea already poured by Akeno. So Issei-kun didn't came with you today? Rias asked. No, Issei-san headed to the store. He will come back shortly. And does Bucko-san need him? No, it's alright. It's just that he is usually always with you. Ufufu, Issei-kun really is acting like a siscon towards Asia-chan. Akeno's playful voice caused Asia to redden a little. As the talk between all of them continued, an orange magic circle appeared on the floor, cutting all the discussions between them. Fire burst out from the magic circle and a silhouette appeared on the center. From the pool of flames, a handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes, a slim and tall figure accompanied with a prideful grin on his face. Fu, it's been a while since I came to this pathetic human realm. Waving his hand, the fire vanished. The boy in question looked around until he found Rias, then smiled. Oh. Rias, I came for you. How have you been? Asia turned her eyes to see her master, but for the first time, Rias showed an expression of pure hate. Even the former nun who didn't know her until 3 or 4 days ago, she noticed that her current facial expression held great hate. Why did you came for Razor? Just when she finished her sentence, another magic circle appeared on the room, and it was a red one just like the one Rias always uses. A silhouette appeared. It was a maid, with a nice figure, slim and flawless. Her body was perfect in every way. She has gray hair and gray eyes, and she was wearing a French maid outfit that really looked good on her. But what was really odd about her is the strong pressure she gave. Rias Ajo-sama, today you'll visit the hall where the venue will be held, and you must accompany Razor-sama for this matter. Graphia. It was supposed to be next month. Why did they speed it up? Bucko-san. Who's that man? You didn't even introduce me to your servants. Oh my, cruel is always that Rias. They don't have to know about something like this. Well, I guess I have to introduce myself then. I'm Razor Phoenix, third son of the Phoenix House, one of the remaining pillars, and I'm Rias Gremory fiancé. Razor's declaration caught off guard Asia, Kiba and Kaneko, who did nothing expect, widened their eyes. At a random store, it will be 12,540 yen. Here, Issei took the money from his pocket and handed it to the cashier. The boy exited the store and walked towards school to pick up Asia. I'm looking forward to what Asia will prepare for dinner with all this hee-hee. The Occult Research Club room. The tea made by Rias's queen. Sure is delicious, the blonde-haired guy. Akeno nodded and showed a fake smile. Rather than a fake smile, it would be more correct to say that she was containing her disgust she felt towards the men in question. Razor didn't notice the obvious feelings of Akeno. He was seating just beside Rias on the couch while holding her shoulder. The crimson-haired girl kept shaking his hands off, but he continued caressing her hair and touching her shoulders and hands. Razor, stop. I already said that I will not marry you, Rias angrily said. Her cold voice seemed new to Asia, who kept staring at her angry master. Yeah. I heard that the situation of your household is quite serious since your brother already left. Do you want the extinction of the Gremory line? That's not your problem, Razor. I'm the next heir of my house and it's my absolute right to choose myself who'll marry me. My brother and my parents don't have the right to impose me someone like you. The last sentence made Razor frown a little before he said, don't be stubborn. You already know the severe situation our race is facing. We can't allow pure-blooded devils to go extinct. Unlike you, my house is already in a safe situation thanks to my older brothers. It's your duty as the next heiress and as a pure-blooded devil to marry me. It's for the future of the devils. I'm not going to let my house perish. Great. Now let's go to. Razor's joy was interrupted by Rias. But I will not marry you, Razor. From Razor's body, fire began to appear. He is pissed. Rias, you know, as a pure blood devil and as a man who got the name of the House of Phoenix behind him, I can't let this title and name be tarnished. I already made a great effort to come to this pathetic human world. The fire and the wind of this world is filthy for someone like me who rules over those two elements. I can't stand it. Flames were summoned around Razor. Awkwardly, it didn't burn him or injured him, to be expected from a phoenix. I will take you to the underworld with me, even if I have to burn all of your servants. Razor suddenly gave off a strong pressure from his body, and his killing intent was directly aimed at Ria's servants. Kiba and Kaneko prepared to fight. Akeno was watching silently while Asia was trembling a little. I will not let you touch my servants. The girl covered herself in a crimson aura. Razor didn't even care, summoned an enormous fireball that he quickly launched towards her servants. Kiba and Kaneko quickly evaded the fireball, but only Asia remained. She was frozen, just before Graphia managed to run towards the blonde-haired girl in order to rescue her for the imminent impact. Bam! The front door of the clubroom suddenly destroyed in something or someone. It was a red light. It launched itself towards Asia and took the fireball head-on. When Razor's fire made contact with the red thing, it instantly vanished. All the devils widened their eyes at what happened. Then what greeted everyone's sight was Issei Hyodo with ash on his hands. Asia. Sigh, why are you always on danger? Ah, by the way, sorry. What I brought turned into ash thanks to that shithead, he said while pointing towards Razor and looking towards the food who turned into ash thanks to that phoenix. Who are you? And how dare you insult me? I'm the Great Phoenix. Razor was interrupted by a sudden punch on his face. Issei punched him with his hand covered by a very thin amount of red tuki. Crash! Razor was sent a couple of meters back and crashed in the wall, his broken nose suddenly covered in flames before it magically healed. Shut it a little, Yakitori. I didn't finish speaking. Yakitori. I will kill you, lowlife, and there we go. Issei lazily said and made sure that Asia was behind him. He cracked his knuckles, but the silver-haired maid interrupted their little exchange. Stop it, both of you. Lord Phoenix and Lord Gremory already prepared for this eventuality. Wait, who are you? Issei asked curiously. Ah, sorry for being rude, I'm Graphia, head maid of the House of Gremory, and Lucifer's queen. That explains her aura. Issei noticed. Well, nice to meet you, I'm Hyodo Issei, but sorry, I have to kill that little bird. I hope you don't mind. Issei said that while walking towards Razor, who stood up angrily and covered himself in flames. I will not let this happen, not here in the human world and in my presence, since I'm the one who holds the responsibility of every devil here. Graphia said that while touching lightly Issei on his shoulder, and she emitted a bit of her aura in order to scare Issei, but oddly, Issei didn't even flinch or showed any emotion that looked like or similar to fear, much at the surprise of Lucifer's queen. Then, I want to have a match against that guy. Hey Yakitori, don't you want to fight me? Bring it, human. Issei giggled a little and turned towards Graphia, waiting to her answer. What is the bet? Simple, if I beat him then he will do what he want with me and if I beat him. Asia tugged Issei's sleeve timidly and said quietly only enough for him to hear. Issei-san, if you beat him then Bucko-san engagement with him will be cancelled, it's alright with you? The boy sighed and declared while scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah. Then if I won Redhead will not be forced to marry him, it's alright with you Yakitori. The girl in question widened her eyes in astonishment hearing Issei. There's absolutely no way that I will lose to someone like you. If I won, I will take you as my personal slave you lowlife. And there's no way that you will win against me. I have a full set. When the blonde-haired looking bad boy said that, a large yellow magic circle appeared on the room revealing 15 different silhouettes surrounded by a pool of fire. After the fire vanished what greeted the sight of Issei was 15 girls. You should follow his example. The voice of Diedrich echoed on his mind. Shut it a little Diedrich. I think it's unfair that you have to use your peerage to fight against a single human. Razor-sama, Grafia said, a little confused at how things escalated. A 16 versus 1 isn't really a fair fight. Nah, it's alright maid-san. I will manage, Issei said that casually like it was nothing. Grafia widened her eyes and thought about the report Rias gave her yesterday. Maybe he is the Securite that Rias was talking about yesterday? She questioned herself. Then, please wait for a minute, I'll call Searzek-sama to tell him about that. A red small communication magic circle with the Gremory pattern appeared in Grafia's ear to report about what happened today to her, king. After several minutes of conversations, the magic circle disappeared and Grafia said. Searzek-sama approves. He said that the fight opposing Issei Hyodo and Razor Phoenix along with his peerage will be held in the same rating game arena that will held Rias Gremory and Razor Phoenix battle. A fight with my Rias. Why? Since she's against the idea of marrying Razor-sama, both Lord Phoenix and Lord Gremory agreed that a rating game will be held between you two in order to decide about the marriage outcome. Well, if Issei-sama win the first game then you'll not need to fight Rias Ajo-sama. Ha ha ha. I will have to fight a single human with my full peerage, then I will have to fight Rias and her incomplete set, not to mention she don't have any experience unlike me. That's a piece of cake. Hey Rias and the human, I will offer both of you 2 weeks in order to train. Are you giving me a chance? The crimson-haired princess angrily said. Of course, just look behind you, it's not without this set of pathetic reincarnated devils that you'll be able to attain someone like me, so use those 10 days to train in order to not lose too quickly, okay? And for the human, I don't even know why you have to train. I'll end you now, Mirago. Razor order his servant. The girl had exactly the same build as Kaneko Taju, Rias's rook, and was carrying a staff or a stick that martial fighters often use. She made her stance after swinging the stick around. She ran towards Issei who only looked at her with the corner of the eye then. Crack when she swung the stick and tried to hit Issei's in the stomach. Issei quickly put a hand on her weapon before he tightened a little his grip, resulting in breaking him. He patted the girl's head and said to Razor. If that's all you got, I think that it's you who needs to train, you know. Hearing Issei's teasing tone, Razor huffed in pride and turned back. Mira is my weakest servant, don't get too cocky, you will die in our match, I promise. Looking forward to it, useless Yakitori, like that. The peerage of Razor disappeared in the flames summoned by using their orange magic circle. Issei turned his head back to Asia and said, don't worry Asia, I will definitely kick his ass. But looks like I'll have to return to the store. That guy burned all what I already bought. Before Asia spoke, Rias said. Issei-kun, you didn't have to. Stop right there. I didn't and still don't give a shit about you, Gremory. That guy attacked Asia and he will pay for it, that's all. Will you help training us? Akeno said curiously. Of course not, you will not have to fight. You're a little too confident. Kiba noticed. Well, I have the right to do so, Bishonen-kun, don't you think? Kiba groaned a little at the way Issei playfully answered him. Even so you say that, we will train. I'm not confident that you'll win. I'm sure you'll put a good fight, but Razor already have a full set and he have some experience in the rating games. Do what you want. Hey Asia, let's go to the store. Hi Issei-san. It's alright Bucko-san. Her master only nodded before Issei and Asia exited the clubroom. It's certainly an unexpected development, Rias said. We will tell him that tomorrow we'll take Asia-chan to train too. Akeno informed Rias. Rias Ajo-sama, I have to go back to Searzek-sama's side, we will see each other at the final battle. Grafia said that before she disappeared in a red blinding light. Capital of the underworld, Lilith, the government palace. So he is the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation. A man with long crimson hair said that he was looking like a male version of Rias Gremory with noble attire. Yes, Sirzek-sama. Judging by the small draconic aura he gave off, he is a kitsune, a nine-tailed fox yokai, and it was Rias Ajosama who gave me this information. It seems like he already awakened his Longinus and refused to be part of her peerage, Graphia solemnly said. She certainly pissed him off. I know how greedy my little sister can be. So what will we do with him from now on? Nothing. We will wait until the fight against Razor and I will have a talk afterwards with him, personally. I didn't ever thought that Rias Ajosama will attract even the Red Dragon Emperor. Well, to be honest, I'm certain she isn't the one who attracted him, but the fact he already awake is really surprising. I'll have to talk with the Yukai faction about that boy when I'll have the chance. I will head towards the Gremory Castle to make the last adjustments for the raiding game. See you tonight then, Graphia, the man said before he returns into the pool of papers that awaited him. And that's all for this one. A little more than 10,000 words for this chapter. That's not so bad. XDI will write longer chapters if that's you readers want, just review it. I hope it was good enough. Next chapter, Fox against Phoenix. First, previous ch4 of 9. Next, chapter 5, Fox against Phoenix. Hey everyone. This is the 5th chapter of this story. Anyway, let's answer the reviews. Dark Death 12, you were right. Ninja Fang 1331, thanks. Jude Karangan, thanks for the suggestions. Tenzalakard 123, don't worry about that. 3. Fairs Hahor Rias as Rias, hahaha, such a big slew. War historian, got it. I will see about her name, but Yui is good. Red Satoshi Ketchum, who knows? Maybe. 3. Sasuke 75249, glad you like it. Heliason, he is stronger and smarter on this story. You'll see on this chapter, and about Issei you will know more about him after Kokebeel's arc. Dragon Rider 66, I made it that he can use it without restraints, just like Valley using half dimension, without his BB on cannon. Nightbringer 325, he willn't fight for Ria's freedom. Read this chapter, you'll know. 3. Strabamonks, yeah. We'll think about it. Yuki Asuna-chan. Read this chapter at least because Issei willn't fight for Rias and he willn't serve her since personally I don't like her. Dragon Master 128, don't worry about that. 3. Albor Breaker, probably. Fallen Angel Lover, count on it. Cruiserblade, got it. Abu 1234, thanks for the support. Kiranther, we may wait 2 or 3 chapters for that .. Goff of War, thanks. Queen Ashley Fox, that's what I thought in the beginning, still don't know what to do. X. Iceland, not now, but she'll know about it soon enough. Which Succubus Apprentice, agree. And bring back Yuno as your profil's pick. Kirito, thanks. 3. Issei talking to Diedrig on his mind. Thought. Diedrig's talking to Issei on his mind. Sacred Gear talking, Diedrig or Albion talking out loud. Location, I do not own High School DxD or any of its elements. Issei was seating on his couch. Night fell since a little while ago. After dinner, Asia, who was tired by all the events of the last couple days, is already on her bed. The kitsune was watching TV and in the same time he was thinking about what happened today. His bet with the Phoenix. Man. I regret that my wish was to free that redhead from her forced engagement. I should really have wished for something else. He said to himself while sighing heavily, regretting that he will fight for the girl that tried to take his life and enslave him. Not that you really need something, partner. I know, but what the hell crossed my mind when I said that? Saving that Gremory slew. When he was about to curse the girl, Asia appeared suddenly from the corner of the door, a pillow in her hands. Ah, Asia, you need something? I'm sorry, Issei-san, that you had to fight for Bucko-san. I shouldn't have omitted the idea of breaking the engagement between her and Razor-san using that bet. She heard me from her room. Don't worry about it, Asia, it's no biggie, I just think that it's a waste. A waste? Yeah, I don't want to save her and I should have wished something else. Why Issei-san? I know that she tried to kill Issei-san, but Issei interrupted her by walking to her side and patting softly her head. Don't think about it too much, Asia, it's nothing really. After saying that, the boy yawned loudly and headed towards his room. The morning period just ended and both Asia and Issei grabbed their bento from their respective bag. Asia moved to the desk of the other girls while Issei ate alone on his desk. While he was digging happily into his lunch prepared by the skilled Asia, 2 silhouettes made their way towards Issei. Asia-chan prepared it for you, Hyodo. You really are one lucky bastard. Having Asia-chan prepare your bento every day is unfair. Why is she living with you? I'm sure that leaving with such a cute and kind girl is a bliss. You bastard don't deserve any of this at all. Two guys, visibly his classmates, those two were the infamous perverted duo of Kuo Academy. The bald-headed one is Matsuda while the other one who wears thick glasses is Motohama. They were growing in jealousy every day it seems. Well, Issei's situation was practically out of their reach. The nine-tailed fox just ignored those two, just like he did every day since he began to attend this school, and continued to eat quietly his lunch until the perverted duo simultaneously hit the desk of Issei with their hands, making him stop eating. Guys, can you let me eat peacefully? I'm not in that relationship with Asia. I treat her just as my sister. Bullshit. We're sure that you're doing wired stuff to her every day, damn you bastard. Matsuda's and Motohama's outburst attracted all the attention of their fellow class comrades. Then Asia moved towards Issei in worry while she was accompanied by two girls of the kendo club, a pink-haired one, called Katase, and the other brown-haired one is Murayama. Issei and those two became acquaintances after his no little first physical interaction with the perverted duo. Perverts, stop troubling Issei-kun, you're disgusting, disturbing Issei-kun like that. We are not troubling him. Yeah, we are just trying to get answers. Answers about what? Asia innocently asked, making those two perverts grin. Just when they were about to answer the former nun's question, Issei suddenly stood up after he put his finished bento box on his bag. He said to Asia, Asia, I'm going to take a walk, want to come with me? Of course. Asia's happy answer made Issei smile before he took his hand and both exited the classroom heading towards the courtyard, leaving the two perverts alone with the two kendo club girls who were already a little pissed off seeing the attitude that those two lecherous beasts had towards the quiet Issei. Immediately when Issei and Asia exited the school building, they were approached by one of their kohai, Kaneko Taju. Good morning senpais. Good morning to you too, Kaneko-chan. Bucko sent me to tell you that Asia-senpai and Issei-senpai have to come into the clubroom. Issei narrowed his eyes a little and said, why? We will go training for the next 10 days it seems, Kaneko answered with her usual stoic expression. Issei gave only a small nod before the petite girl began to walk towards the old school building while Issei and Asia were following her lead. The three of them entered the inside of the occult research clubroom and found that there's already a Kano and Kiba in there, while Rias Gremory was seating in her usual spot behind the desk. Good morning you two, the crimson-haired girl greeted casually the two second years. Good morning Bucko-san. Asia returned the greetings. Issei in the other hand was narrowing a little his eyebrows. Gremory, do you mind jumping straight to the conclusion? Yeah. Asia will be training with us for the next 10 days so. I just wanted to tell you that she will be with us for that period of time. We will train in a mountain. Yeah. Then take care of her, Issei answered normally. Rias widened a little her eyes and said. You don't want to join us for, no. I will not interfere with your training and you can take Asia with you, just don't try to push her out of her own limits. Oh okay. I will not. Ah by the way, I want to have an audience with Lucifer-sama and if it's not possible, I just want to have a small talk with him Sue. What should I do? The four devils minus Asia were lost their composure at the sudden really odd demand of the kitsune. What? I don't have the right to do so. Issei-kun, devils and Yukai aren't in peace. I know that. Can I talk to him as one of the combatants in the raiding game because I want to change the bet? Rias widened her eyes a little and asked, why do you want to change it? Well, I don't want to interfere with your engagement and overall I want to take some benefits for myself so I will tell him to change the bet. I already decided what I wanted. Rias twitched her eyes in annoyance and said in an angry voice. Why do you want to change the bet so suddenly? It's definitely not yacht business. Wait, don't tell me you're not confident in beating him in your own. Issei asked with a large grin on his face, annoying furthermore Rias. It's not that, it's just. She tried to argue but she knew that it was true. She thought of Issei as a possible chance to win without even fighting. Then enough questions. I want to talk with him or at least to have someone to transmit him my message. I will tell Grafia to come tomorrow. Just be sure to be here around lunchtime. Rias concluded in a troubled tone. Then, thanks and good luck. The fox silently exited the clubroom, while Asia followed him immediately after she bowed respectfully. After that, Rias sighed heavily and mumbled to herself in a confused tone. What's his problem? Akano turned to Rias and said. Bucko, you will tell Grafia-sama about this. Yeah, It's his right to change his bet after all, and since it's Oni-sama that approved. We have to train really hard these next 10 days, or we wouldn't even stand a chance against his full set, Rias admitted. Both Akeno and Rias remained quiet after that, while Kiba was putting a hard expression, certainly because he knew that he had to admit the difficult situation they're in. Issei's apartment. After Issei returned home and separated with Asia, who was going to heading out the leaflets to humans as a part of her now devil job. Laying peacefully on his bed, his 9 foxtails already out, he closed his eyes for a moment before drifting to sleep. Issei's dream. A large green Asian dragon appeared from nowhere and flying on the sky. On the ground stuck in a large crater appeared a brown-haired boy with several injuries and visibly exhausted. He looked like he was around 11 or 12 years, and was wearing on his left hand a strange-looking red gauntlet, certainly the boosted gear. Oi, oi, eyes. Wake up. We are still not done yet, Uni. Let's stop for today. Nah. That old monkey said that we will stop after 2 hours at least. Keep it up. The dragon charged towards the boy, who suddenly stood up from the crater and began to wear his blue tuki. Boost. A sudden sound echoed from nowhere. In particular, Issei narrowed his eyes and made a battle stance, waiting to the attack of the huge eastern dragon. Try to withstand this, eyes. Green aura covered all his body and began to gather on his mouth before a large sphere of green and pure energy was thrown towards the kid, and the sound echoed another time. Boost. Issei gathered all his blue tuki on his 2 palms, he closed his eyes and put his 2 hands in front of him. Ba, the enormous energy sphere who came from the dragon's mouth, made contact with Issei before a loud sound was heard. When the smoke vanished, what greeted the sight of Yu Long? Yes, that green eastern dragon was Yu Long, the mischievous dragon, one of the 5 dragon kings. Yeah. What greeted Yu Long's sight was Issei in one knee, breathing heavily with a lot more injuries than before the attack, and smoke can be seen emitting from his body like he was burnt by something. He was panting heavily, but he was smiling. You knee pant, you have pant to do, pant better next pant * time. The red eyes of the spectacular green dragon were widened a little, on his face a large grin was visible. Seems like I have to push you to the very edge, huh? What pant do you mean? Do your best, eyes. When he said that cheerfully, the dragon rushed directly towards the boy who was still in one knee. Crack! The dragon punched the boy and sent him towards a nearby mountain, then crashed into it. The boy couldn't do anything, not in that state. Drip, drip, drip. Blood was dripping from Issei's nose and was coughing blood. Why? He muttered only this before he got punched again by Yu Long very large fist. A single punch covered all Issei's body. Cough, cough, cough. Eyes, defend yourself. Do you really want to die? Cough. The kid was still coughing a lot of blood. It really looked like the boy crossed his own limits a while ago. Crack! Yu Long punched Issei again. The poor kid, who was still stuck on the mountain, was pushed back by the punch to the point of traversing literally the mountain. Cough, cough. Issei coughed blood again, tainting the whole ground red. The boy was laying on the ground motionless. Yu Long approached him and said, "That's all you've got, eyes? Hey, that's pathetic. Compared to your mother, you have a long way to go. Cough, knock it out, cough, and you want to protect her? Bahahaha. Sorry, but that's not the right way to do it, bro. I said cough, shut up, cough, you knee. Hey, and that girl Kuno, if I remember right? It's not like by being so weak that you will be able to. I said shut up, Yu Long, Welsh dragon balance breaker." A red armor materialized itself and covered all Issei's body. The helmet's shape looks like a dragon, and a big green jowl was on the center of the armor. Congrats, Par. Just when Diedrich was going to what it seemed to congratulate his partner, Issei rushed towards Yu Long head on. Oi, eyes. Stop. That's what I wanted to. The Asian dragon tried to stop Issei's charge, but boost, 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 boost. The voice of Diedrich echoed endlessly from the boosted gear, and suddenly Visha Issei's blue tuki turned red and grew both in size and thickness. Issei covered unconsciously his right fist with an unbelievable amount of tuki before he crashed that fist of his in Yu Long's face. The dragon was sent back by the force of the punch and crashed in the forest nearby. Issei, in the other hand, fainted suddenly after his armor disappeared. He. Good job, partner. Then from nowhere, an old monkey, Sun Wukong, appeared just near the unconscious kid. Red Tuki huh, it seems that you're more dragon than I thought, young eyes. He lifted the body of the kid and dragged him towards his house, who was just nearby. In the other hand, looks like Yu Long will not wake up anytime soon, he. It will serve him as a lesson about the difference between a dragon king and a heavenly dragon. Nice one, eyes. End of Issei's dream. Issei-san. Issei-san. Issei opened lazily his yellow eyes only to see Asia trying to waking him. Ah. Asia? You slept all this afternoon, Issei-san. I just ended my devil job and dinner will be prepared shortly. Thanks, Asia. I hope you're doing well as a devil. When Issei said that while patting gently Asia's head, the latter just put up a bitter smile and asked. Is it true that Issei-san will not come with us? I mean to the training camp prepared by Bucko-san. Ah, I'm really sorry about that, Asia, but yeah, I will not join you on this one, but don't worry, I'm sure you will progress quickly. Hi. I'll do my best. After Asia's energetic response, Issei sighed in relief and headed towards the living room. The next day, Asia gathered all the things that she will need during that training camp and a red magic circle appeared on the floor. It's time, Issei-san. I will teleport into the clubroom and from there we will teleport to the mountains. Good luck, Asia, and don't push yourself too hard. Issei waved his hand to Asia, who nodded strongly in motivation before Asia disappeared in a blinding red light. Issei sighed heavily at the departure of the former nun and said to himself. Well, this place will feel a little empty without her presence. Growing attached, are we? Diedrig's voice echoed on his mind. Shut up, Diedrig sighed. Like that. Issei continued his morning school quietly until lunchtime arrived. After devouring the bento Asia prepared for him beforehand, he headed towards the occult research clubroom and felt the presence of Graphia, the so-called headmaid of the Gremory clan and Lucifer's queen. Knock knock. Issei knocked at the door, and a silver-haired woman with matching eyes wearing a French maid outfit opened the door. It was Graphia. Good to see you again, Hyodo Issei-sama. She greeted him in an adequate manner. In the other hand, Issei didn't even bother to do the same. Instead, he asked her directly. Yeah, me too. So where's Lucifer? I'm sorry to announce that he don't have time in order to come to the human world, so is his queen. I will report him your words, Graphia declared that solemnly. In the other side, Issei sighed heavily, certainly expecting that answer. Okay, so, as you already know, I made a bet with Razor Phoenix, and I regret what I proposed to him if I won. So in replacement for the freedom of Rias Gremory, I want all the territories he will inherit as the direct pure-blooded descendant of the Phoenix house. Graphia widened her eyes at the sudden proposal of Hyodo Issei. What? I don't think he would accept so easily. It's not to insult you, Hyodo Issei-sama, but your life, I mean by that, as a slave or dead, your life cannot equal the worth of the possessions one of a high-class devils produced by the house of Phoenix possess, and by that, I don't think he will accept it. He will accept it, Issei interrupted her and said that with a straight, convinced face. Graphia, speechless, only nodded and made a magic circle appear on the floor before she teleported. That was pretty bold even for you. What the hell do you want to do with those grounds, by the way? I know for fact that the Yakitori's house is rich thanks to their most valuable production, and I mean by that the Phoenix Tears. But their territory is filled with precious stones plus a being extremely fertile. It's not that I really need it, but it's better than the freedom of that red-head monster. How do you know all this? It's not a secret, Diedrig. There's several books who talked about the underworld and the most important pillars that I have already read when I was in Kyoto. Peef. I really don't give a shit about those weaklings. Phoenixes beside their immortality aren't really threatening. How surprising, Issei said that while grinning, because he knew that his dragon didn't give a bit of his attention towards anyone except for a certain white dragon. After trivial talk with his dragon, a magic circle appeared on the floor revealing the silver-haired maid. A little of confusion can be seen in her usual calm expression. So? Issei asked directly, eager to know about how the negotiation with Razor were gone. I headed towards the Phoenix Mansion and had a talk with Razor-sama, he accepted without hesitation. Hearing that, Issei giggled a little because he knew that Razor would have accepted directly since it doesn't matter to him. I mean, after all, in Razor's mind, his own victory is already sealed. I presume that if I win our duel now then. Graphia continued after him and said. Yes, you will be given the parts of the Phoenix clan territory he has the right to inherit from the current heir and is one of the successors of the house. Good, thanks for, don't thank me, it's not necessary, but as an advice before I leave, rating games are not only based in strength GH, remember it very well, Hyodo Issei-sama. Issei showed a puzzled expression for a second before he smiled a bit, nodding. Grafia summoned a red magic circle and disappeared from the clubroom, leaving Issei alone on the couch. It seems like it will be fun. I look forward toward our fight. Razor Phoenix. The mountains. A certain group of devil made their way to the top of a mountain. It was Rias Gremory's peerage. Rias Gremory, Akeno Himejima and Asia were walking normally with small luggages, and the three of them were talking about various things and were teaching Asia 2 or 3 things about devils. A little far away from the three, Kiba Yuto was walking with a huge luggage in his back and Kaneko Teju a little behind him. She was walking with a luggage twice the size of the ones of Kiba. Arriving at their destination, what greeted the group was a magnificent wooden mansion. Bucko-san, we will train here? Asia asked hesitantly, troubled a little by the beautiful scenery around her. Yes, Asia. This is one of our family's vacation mansion, so you can make yourself at home, but unfortunately those next 10 days, we will train. The group of devils walked towards the mansion. Everyone put their luggage away and gathered at the living room, and Rias was the one to spoke first. So I will deliver each one of you the planning of this training camp. First is Yuto. Yes. You will train your speed and your defense, as at night. You should polish your sword's technique too. Got it, Kiba answered with serious eyes, visibly eager to begin his training. Now Kaneko, you will train your power, as a rook. It's essential for you to improve on this area. I will do my best, then. Me and Akeno will train our demonic powers by sparring against each other, and you Asia, you will be introduced to demonic powers by Akeno and me, and you will try to improve the efficiency of your healing ability. Hi. So that's all everyone. I wish every one of you good luck in his respective training. Kuo Town. Kuo Academy. Issei returned to his class after dealing with Grafia. He was at the edge of sleeping when the bell rang, ending the afternoon class. The kitsune lazily stood up from his chair and exited quickly the school. Heading home, he suddenly smiled bitterly. Walking alone, I forgot how it felt like these last days, it seems, he thought. Well, since Asia moved on with him, he didn't really had any time alone. Well, it didn't bother him in the slightest. He had his dinner in the first-floor restaurant, just like before. Then Issei walked towards his apartment and fall face first in his bed. 10 days later, Mountain, Gremory's training camp. Everyone gathered around the table situated in the living room. Rias and her peerage trained for 10 consecutive days, and each one of her current pieces improved in their respective areas. Kiba Yuto, her knight, trained his speed and improved it a little more, but his defense improved greatly thanks to his usual sparrings with Kaneko Teju Rias's rook. The petite girl improved both her speed and power these last days, and the king, along the queen, trained together, improving their control over their demonic powers and teached Asia the basics of it. The latter improved significantly her healing abilities thanks to constantly healing her fellow comrades in their respective spars against each other. And today is the last day in here. Rias decided to make it a day without physical training, but decided to talk with each one of her servants to know more or less how much they improved. The group watched a couple of rating games where Razor Phoenix appeared, and much at their own disappointment, the Phoenix won each one of the games he participated in, but no one flinched or showed any sign of abandon. So Bucko-san, how can we win against Razor-san if he's immortal and can heal any of the physical damage he received? Asia hesitantly asked her king. Because as they watched the rating games of that Phoenix, everyone saw that Razor is truly immortal and can withstand any physical damage, truly like a true Phoenix, he can reborn from its ashes. To answer that question, I'd say that Razor can be destroyed not physically but mentally. If one can broke his spirit or his willing to fight, he will not be able to heal easily. And physically? What amount of power is necessary to destroy a Phoenix? Kiba asked curiously his master. It depends in the strength of the Phoenix himself. As for Razor-sama, I'd say that at least, your raw power must be equivalent to one possessed by an ultimate class devil. Each of the devils turned their heads to see who answered Kiba Yuto's question and was greeted by the sight of the silver-haired headmaid of the Gremory's house. Good morning, Oju-sama and her peerage. I came to escort you to the place where the rating game will be held, if you please. Grafia summoned a large red magic circle just beside her and obligate the peerage to step in. Grafia, Issei-kun is already there, I suppose. No, he is currently in the room where Lord Gremory and Lord Phoenix will watch the game. Hyodo Issei-sama will fight after you. After me? Yes, Lord Phoenix and Gremory agreed in that. After all, Hyodo Issei-sama will fight alone without any backup. Everyone put a hard face hearing it, since they knew how Issei is strong. but nodded nothing less, and then the red magic circle brightened before everyone teleported. Rating game battlefield. Kuo Academy replica. When everyone of Rias's group opened their eyes, what greeted their sight was their clubroom. Asia turned her head and noticed that it was exactly the occult research clubroom until Kaneko said, "Look, the sky." Everyone moved towards the windows and noticed the green-colored sky. It was anything but the usual blue sky of the human realm. Welcome to the battlefield where will be held the fight between Razor Phoenix Sama and Rias Gremory Sama. A sudden announcement was made, and it was the voice of I'm Graphia Lucifigus, and as Lucifer's queen, I will be the referee of this game. The battlefield is the exact replica of Kuo Academy, the school that Rias Gremory Sama is attending it, in the human world. The base of Rias Gremory Sama is the old school building and the base of Razor Phoenix Sama is the school building, in the student council room precisely. This fight time limit is 2 hours, and the game will begin in 30 minutes and the pawns can promote only if they're in the enemy's base. I didn't expect that we will fight in our school, but it's certainly an advantage, Akeno noticed. It's not really an advantage since Razor was given probably a map of this place, but I guess that our advantage here is that we're very familiar with this place, Rias said. So, what's the plan, Bucko? Kaneko asked her master. Razor's territory is all around the new school building, so we can expect that there will be several ambushes if we decided to attack him head-on. Our only solution then is to I think that we must take the gym first, since we cannot pass through the sports ground, Akeno finished. Why cannot we pass through it to attain the new school building? Asked Asia. The enemy probably deduced it and positioned strong pieces there, so we cannot go carelessly using that road or we may lose all our chances of winning, Akeno answered. So who will you send at the gym? Akeno asked. Akeno go set some traps in the forest. We cannot afford that his 8 pawns use promotion. Kaneko, you will go to the gym first after the began of the battle, and Yuto I will need you to go to the sport ground to play a little with the pieces he will post there in order to gain some time to Kaneko to be able to get rid of the pieces that will be certainly present in the gym. And me? Asia asked while raising her hand. You will stay beside me. Both of us will not move from our current base until we take possession of the sports ground in the gym. Akeno, after you finish setting the traps, come back to the clubroom. Then everyone waited for the battle to begin. After Akeno set the traps in the forest near their base, an announcement was made. 30 minutes ended. Game starts. Bucko, I'm off. Good luck, Kaneko-chan. Be careful. I'm going too, Bucko. Try to not get yourself stuck. Your role is only to gain time, Yuto. I will send Akeno shortly to help you. Got it. Like that, Kaneko and Yuto exited their base and rushed respectively towards the gym and the sports ground. The gym, Kaneko entered silently and quietly the gym. Gremory's servant, there's no point in hiding, you can show yourself. 2 female voices echoed inside the gym. Kaneko looked from the corner of the room and much at her surprise she saw a woman, brown-haired with the tips colored red accompanied with gray eyes, and she wears a mask on the right side of her face. Her outfit consisted of a black jacket and matching jeans. Beside her was with shoulder-length black hair and blue-green eyes. Her hair has 2 Chinese-style buns on both sides of her head, while the front features bangs that form a slight V-shape across her forehead. Her outfit consists of a navy blue kippah with gold accents, a white sash around her stomach, and black, low-heeled shoes. I'm Isabella, Razor Sama's rook. The girl wearing a mask introduced herself, before the girl beside her followed. I'm Shueilin, Razor Sama's rook. Kaneko widened her eyes at their introduction, not expecting to face 2 rooks here. Looks like her master is lacking in experience compared to Razor. I'm Kaneko Taju, Rias Gremory's rook. Kaneko introduced herself and made a battle stance. The 2 girls she's facing began to giggle. Then Shueilin said, Looks like Razor Sama saw through your master's plans. Shueilin made a kung fu stance and fire covered both her feet and hands. Isabella made a battle stance too. Both rushed towards Kaneko. Shueilin began to attack Kaneko with both punches and kicks covered in fire. Her martial art was difficult to dodge, but Kaneko followed her movements and managed somehow to dodge until a sharp punch crashed in her cheek, sending her fly a couple of meters backwards. Kaneko didn't waste time in rushing towards Isabella. Shueilin tried to intervene, but Kaneko was too fast and landed a punch in Isabella's face, breaking the mask she was wearing. Shueilin appeared behind Kaneko and kicked her, making her crash in the wall. Shueilin covered her hands with fire and launched herself towards Kaneko, who dodged the blow just in time before she landed a quick and accurate kick in the girl's thigh. Crack asterisk a small crack was heard. Shueilin showed a painful expression and clenches her teeth in pain. Just before Kaneko tried to land another blow to Shueilin, Isabella punched Kaneko from the back, sending her a couple of meters away. She wiped the little blood at edge of her mouth and talked to the transceiver she has in her ear. Bucko, send Akeno senpai to destroy the gym now. You already finished your battle, Kaneko? Yes. Kaneko lied to her master. After all, she knew that she couldn't take those two, Rook, alone. Just when she finished talking, Shueilin appeared in front of her, sending a sharp kick toward the petite girl jaw. Shueilin's feet was covered in fire, and it appeared that this fire can enhance the strength GH of the blow. Kaneko was sent in the air only to be intercepted by a strong punch in the gut given to her by Isabella. Kaneko crashed in the ground, making a small crater. She stood up slowly. Cough cough, it seems like you're not giving up, even at the serious disadvantage you're facing. It's honorable, but not enough, Isabella said. Kaneko-chan, you leave the gym? Yes, do it, Akeno senpai, Kaneko said. The girls who she's facing were a little confused. Who are you talking to, Kaneko Tiju? Shueilin asked. Kaneko kept silent, and rushed towards the two girls before. Bomb a huge yellow lighting falls down onto the gym, wiping it from existence. Razor Sama's 2, Rook, and Rias Sama's, Rook, retires. Akeno, who destroyed the gym, widened her eyes at the sudden announcement. Kaneko-chan? Akeno, it seems that Kaneko sacrificed herself in order to take the 2, Rook, present inside the gym. Akeno's face was covered in anger hearing Rias, because she was the one that retired her. It's not the time, Akeno, go and help Yuto, he's certainly having a hard time too. Got it. Akeno flew towards the sports grounds. Razor Sama's 3, pawns, retired. Looks like my traps weren't useless, Akeno thought. Akeno was stopped in her way to search Kiba by 3 pieces of razor. A busty woman with long wavy purple hair and matching eyes. The other are 2 very young girls with turquoise hair, which they keep tied to one side of their heads with a yellow ribbon and blue eyes. They both wearing gym uniforms, and they are wielding chainsaws? ****el****el. The sound of the chainsaw starting can be heard. Akeno narrowed her eyebrows at the sight of the purple-haired busty women behind the 2 lawless. I assume that you're the rumored bomb queen. Nice to meet you too, priestess of thunder. I want to fight you, but those 2 will do it first. They seem a little bored. Disassembling time. They both cheered in unison at the proposal of Yubaluna, Razor's queen, famous by her title as Bomb Queen. Oni-chan, do you mind sparing with us first, Nei? Prepare to die, Nei-chan. The twin girls rushed towards Akeno with their chainsaws and tried to cut Akeno, but managed only to make several cuts in her school uniform. Akeno began to cover herself in a pale gold aura, and sparkles began to cover her hands before. Bees, she launched several thunder attacks towards the 2 girls that they swiftly dodged. One of the girls made a graze in Akeno's cheek. Your blood has a magnificent red, Nei-chan. Akeno felt a sharp pain coming out from her cheek. It was certainly bleeding. Enough game, you 2. Finish her, Yubaluna ordered the 2 girls. Okay, Yubal-ni-chan. Both covered their chainsaws with fire, and rushed towards Akeno, who summoned 2 blue magic circles with the Gremory pattern in the center, launching several spears of ice. The sisters dodged to the side only to be hit by the thunder that came out from Akeno's hands. Razor Sama's 2, pawns, retires. Let's begin the main event, Akeno said in a stern voice, making Yubaluna giggle. Era, you seem pretty upset. Let's make it fast. Razor Sama's 3, pawns, retires. Ufufu. Looks like Yuto-kun is doing a good job there. I need to finish my battle quickly. Akeno smiled a little when she heard the announcement. On the sports ground, I challenge you, Kiba Yuto, as a fellow knight. Let's fight for both our masters. A young woman with light brown hair and green eyes wearing a full set of silver armor accompanied by a headband that goes across her head and forehead said that. Sigh, can you stop it already, Carlamine? Knight's attitude is really annoying. Always talking about duels, pride and all. A black-haired girl wearing a purple kimono lazily said that. Behind them were 2 other girls. One is a beautiful young girl with dark blue eyes and long blonde hair tied in twintails with large drill-like curls and blue ribbons keeping them in place, and she wearing a cute pink dress with white frills. It's really boring. Carlamine, please end up the fight quickly, and if you may assist Cyrus, please do. Beside her was a tall young woman with long dark blue hair featuring 5 thin ponytails, and she has brown eyes. She's wearing a white top with black accents and red shorts. She's wielding an enormous sword, answered. Yes. Revel-sama, facing that bunch of beauties, was Kiba Yuto, wielding a black sword, certainly one he made up using his sacred gear, sword birth, that is. Much at Kiba's surprise, Carlomene lunged herself at high speed towards him. Wielding her sword that she covered in fire, she began an intense duel with Kiba. Shin Kiba summoned his so-called Holy Eraser, a function of his sacred gear that can absorb holy energy or light, but it didn't even damage that sword covered with fire that Carlomene skillfully wielded. Looks like whatever it is, it's not working in my sword, Gremory, Knight. Don't think that it's all my sword birth can do. After Kiba said that with a grin, his black sword turned into an ice blue sword, but the shape looked different than the previous one. He didn't waste any time and rushed towards Razor's Knight, and when he slashed his sword and Carlomene used hers in order to counter his blow. Crack asterisk, a crack appeared in Carlomene's sword, making her widen her eyes in surprise. What was that? She asked, visibly curious about the result the ice blue-colored sword had against hers. My sacred gear has many functions. Not only I can create demonic swords endlessly, but I can manipulate their type. Interesting. Let's see if my fire can melt your ice. The fire covering Carlomene's sword intensified suddenly and she headed towards Kiba, who made a defensive stance. Carlomene made a wind of fire using her sword, melting Kiba's blue sword. Kiba then summoned a second sword in his left hand. The whole wind created by Carlomene's sword was somehow sucked inside the sword that Kiba suddenly summoned. Carlomene grinned when she witnessed it. Looks like it's my fate of meeting always such swordsmen with special swords. What do you mean? You already fought against a demonic sword. No, it was a hole. Just when she was about to speak, the girl that stood beside her, wearing a purple kimono, appeared behind Kiba and summoned a magic circle, launching a fireball that he dodged but was pierced through his shoulder by Carlomene's sword. Hey. Mahai, don't interfere, it's my fight. Carlomene, we better finish this quickly. Razor-sama still has another battle with that human. Mahai said to the angry Carlomene, but Revel talked from behind to the Knight in front of her, acting like a shield. Cyrus, support Carlomene and finish that Knight of Gremory. Yes. Revel-sama, the so-called Cyrus picked up her enormous sword and said to Kiba. Knight of Gremory, it's the time for you to taste my Zweihander. The girl rushed towards Kiba with her huge sword. The blonde-haired boy summoned another sword, a little bigger than the others, and engaged a battle with Cyrus. Carlomene then joined their battle and covered her sword with another layer of fire. Kiba summoned a second sword made of ice to counter her. Mahai, in the other hand, began to launch several magical attacks towards Kiba. As a bishop, the magical ability of Mahai wasn't weak. Looks pant like pant, it will my last move, Kiba said that while panting heavily. Carlomene and Cyrus, who were still battling against him, raised an eyebrow. Kiba, in the other hand, put his two swords on the ground and howls highly. Sword birth. The ground around him glows and countless demonic swords appears from the earth. Carlomene and Cyrus, who were near Kiba, tried to dodge the swords. Carlomene quickly flew to the sky and Cyrus tried to destroy the demonic swords, but one of them pierced through her left arm. Damn you, Knight. Cyrus quietly cursed Rias's Knight. Mahai, who were a little far away, launched another fireball towards Kiba, who apparently didn't have any stamina or demonic power left. Bam Rias-sama's Knight retires the VIP room. Issei was seating in an elegant chair and watching the game since it was broadcasted, until he heard someone talking a little far away from him. Rias-sama's Knight retires. Looks like my son will win this game, Lord Gremory, but your daughter is really strong for her age. That is a man with short blonde hair, accompanied with a small blonde beard, and has dark blue eyes and was dressed in a noble attire. It seems Lord Phoenix. After all, Rias is still young and her peerage is far from being complete. A man with long crimson hair that is tied as a loose ponytail. He has light blue eyes, and like the other man, the so-called Lord Phoenix, he was too dressed in a noble attire. The game isn't finished yet. I'm sure Rias will not lose so easily. Another voice echoed through the room. It was Cirzex. I hope so, Cirzex, Lord Gremory answered his son with a small grin on his face. Knock knock, someone knocked at the turn. The three male devils turned their heads to the door and Graphia walked to open it, and who penetrated the room was a young man appearing on his 20s. He has a graceful face and wears noble clothes. He was giving an aura familiar to the one of Razor and Lord Phoenix. He has long blonde hair and dark blue eyes. Greetings, Sirzex-sama, Grafia-sama, Lord Gremory and Oto-sama. The man greeted the persons present in the room. Expect Issei, well. Ah. Good to see you Ruval. Sirzex shook hands with the so-called Ruval. It's an honor Sirzex-sama, but I didn't know that you will come to watch this game today. Well, I came to see it as Rias's brother and I assume you came for the same reason. Haha, yes. After all, even my foolish little brother will become one of my rivals in the rating games in a near future too, so watching him play now will become useful. Ha ha ha, it's surprising to hear it from a top 10 ranker in the rating games, Ruval-kun. Lord Gremory laughed at the attitude of Ruval. And I wanted to see the human who will fight too. It's not always that we got someone willing to fight Razor and his peerage alone. That is. Ruval looked directly to Issei, who was watching the broadcasted game quietly on his chair, not giving any attention to the talk between those devils. Well, Hyodo Issei-kun will face Razor-kun after my Rias finishes her battle, so what do you think for the current game? Sirzex said. It looks like my brother has the upper hand. Rias-san only has 2 pieces left. As they watched the rating game, they saw Razor flying towards the old school building. Rias, come to the roof. We will finish this battle between us in a 1-against-1. You don't have much pieces left, so let's end it quickly. The camera showed the frustrated face of Rias and the worried one of Asia just behind her. Both moved towards the roof. Issei in the other hand is sighing heavily. Kuo Academy replica. Old school building roof. Razor was confronting Rias in the roof of the old school building. Behind Rias was Asia, who's constantly emitting green light from her hands, healing the several injuries Rias suffered thanks to the powerful fire of Razor. Looks like it's the end, Rias. You'll not be able to withstand my fire for eternity, you know, Razor jokingly said. In the other hand, Rias was pretty in a bad condition. Her school uniform is tattered. Several injuries and burns could be noticed in her body. Even with Asia's healing, Rias didn't have a limitless stamina. Razor launched another fireball to Rias, who made a defensive barrier in order to shield herself and Asia from the attack. Surrender, Rias, it's your loss, Razor said and continued to launch his fire towards Rias. The crimson-haired princess summoned several blocks of crimson energy and launched them towards Razor, cutting his left arm in the process. Suddenly fire covered the wound and his arm reappeared like it was never injured. Rias, I'm immortal, you know. It's not with this level of power that you'll able to harm me. Razor teasing tone made Rias's eyes twitch in anger, but she knew that what he said was the total truth. Rias-sama's queen retires. Ha 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 ha, it's definitely the end now. Razor maniacal laugh echoed through the battlefield. With Rias's strongest piece out of the game, he knew that she couldn't do anything. No, it's settled. I will not surrender, Razor. This game will not end until the king is out. Rias tried to convince herself that there was still a chance of winning. No matter what, she doesn't seem like she will abandon easily. Rias, I don't want to drag an injured woman as a fiancé next week, so as a Gremory, you treat your servants like your own family, right? Let's see if it's true. Razor suddenly disappeared from Rias's sight and reappeared behind Asia. He quickly held her from the throat and lifted her from the ground. Hey Rias. Surrender or I will kill her, okay? Rias quickly turned to stop Razor, but it was too late. The phoenix covered his left fist with his fire and punched Asia right in the stomach. The former nun opened her eyes widely when she felt the piercing pain and cough cough cough. She began to cough a considerable amount of blood, turning the color of her nun attire crimson. Ga bb bucko sa ga. Asia couldn't even utter a word, and continued to emit a painful cry much at Rias's distress. Hey Rias, you'll not surrender or what? Looks like she will not withstand a lot of punches. That small girl is weak, you know. He covered another of his fists with fire and crashed it in Asia's gut, making her cough more blood. Era? Rias, aye. The VIP room. The devils were watching the game quietly, Ruval said. Looks like my brother don't want to injure Rias-san. I'm sure that he isn't fool enough to injure the woman he will marry next week, Lord Phoenix said with a smirk. In the other hand, Sirzex and Lord Gremory watched the game with confused faces. After all, for a Gremory, the member of their peerages are treated like family, so seeing that is actually troubling for them. A little away from the group of devils, Issei was looking the game quietly. He was trembling a little and said, Lucifer-sama, can you stop the game? I'm worried about Hyodo Issei-kun. Don't worry. Rias's bishop will forcefully retired soon. Sirzek's voice couldn't ease Issei, who was still watching the game. But she will die. That prick will definitely kill her. Ruvel narrowed his eyes and said at the angry boy. I will not let you insult my brother, human. Shut up, Phoenix. I'm not speaking to you. Issei narrowed his eyes when he shouted back. Watch your mouth or you will get yourself killed, Ruvel sternly said, letting a little of his strong aura to flow out. Enough, you two. Just when Sirzex tried to calm down the two, an announcement was made. Resign confirmed. It's the victory of Razor Phoenix Sama. Looks like it's our win, Lord Gremory, Lord Phoenix proudly said. Yes, it sure is, Lord Phoenix. And now, it's the fight against. The human? Lord Phoenix said while looking at Issei, who prepared himself for teleporting inside the replica of Kuo Academy and disappeared in a blinding light. Then someone knocked at the door, then opened it. It's a nurse? Excuse me, but I came to say that all the pieces of Razor Samas who retired are able to fight the next match thanks to the Phoenix Tears, given by the Phoenix House. Lord Phoenix opened his eyes widely and asked Ruvel. Ruvel, you're the one who gave them the Phoenix Tears, I suppose? Yes, Oto-sama. I wanted to see how the human who's prepared to fight against my brother's peerage alone will manage to do it against a full set. He shall know where he belongs, this low life that is. Not that I'm interested in him, he will surely lose, but I'll watch this game after all. I don't have anything planned for today, Lord Phoenix concluded. Kuo Academy Replica. Occult Research Clubroom. Issei opened his eyes after being teleported here and was greeted by the sight of the usual clubroom. Hyodo Issei-sama, you have 5 minutes to prepare yourself, and you shall know that the pieces of Razor Phoenix Sama who retired during his game against Rias Gremory Sama has returned. Issei widened his eyes slightly and said to himself. Looks like they used their famous Phoenix Tears, huh? He sat on the couch and waited for the 5 minutes to pass, then Graphia's voice was heard. Game starts. Head on, partner. Didrag's voice echoed through Issei's mind. I will make that bastard pay. Issei nodded and declared that strongly. Issei covered himself in tuki and rushed towards the gym first. He broke the door using his fist and headed inside, but found that 4 pieces were already waiting for him. Human, it's your end. A brown-haired woman with green eyes wearing a maid outfit said that. Behind here was another maid with light brown hair and gray eyes. You will not pass, Nya. 2 catgirls said that in the same time. Both are wearing gloves. The 4 pieces launched themselves towards Issei, who sighed and said, I don't want to waste time, so let's end it quickly. He rushed towards the group. The 2 cat-looking girls tried to punch Issei but weren't able to hit him. In the other hand, Issei crashed his 2 fists on their guts. Razor Sama's 2 pawn retires. The 2 other girls, wearing maids' outfits, widened their eyes at how easily their fellow comrades lost against their enemy. Issei didn't waste time to rush towards the stunned girls. Holding them for their respective heads, he crashed down their bodies on the ground. Razor Sama's 2 pawn retires. Now, let's head to the sports ground. I sensed several presences there. Saying that, the 9-tailed fox rushed towards the baseball court. He found their 4 other pieces waiting patiently. Carlamine, Cyrus, Isabella and Schwalen were already there, but he noticed that there were more or less healed, since Schwalen was panting a little. Looks like even with Phoenix Tears, you aren't able to heal completely, huh? The 2 knights, Cyrus and Carlamine, rushed towards Issei's head on much at his surprise. Both wielded their swords and tried to slash Issei with it. Dune both crashed their swords on Issei, creating a large crater beneath him. Crack crack, 2 cracks were heard. When the dust vanished, Cyrus widened her eyes when she saw that her Zweihander was destroyed. Same goes to Carlamine. Cyrus could only say one thing. Who are you? Issei smirked and breathed fire from his mouth, making both of them glow in light blue color. Razor Sama's 2 knights retire. Razor Sama's 4 pawns promoted to queen. Schwalen and Isabella smirked at the later announcement. Schwalen rushed towards Issei and covered her hands with fire. Issei did the same with his own hands and dismissed his tuki for a moment, before their punches crashed into each other. Razor Sama's rook retires. Looks like your fire is weak. Issei said that, while checking if he's hurt from the punch given to him by Schwalen, but found that there wasn't even a bruise. He turned his head towards Isabella, who flinched a little, but 4 girls arrived just in time to support her. Drill *drill*. Isabella Nichan, Eel and Nell arrived and the sound of their chainsaws starting echoed through the court. Issei sighed at the sight of the 2, and the one behind them was Mira. The one he defeated without even trying back in the clubroom 10 days ago, and another with dark gray hair. wearing an Eastern dancer outfit that relieved a lot of her skin. Issei sighed heavily and dismissed the fire on his hands, and covered himself in tuki. The 4 pawns rushed towards Issei in the same time, being supported by Isabella of course. Issei smirked a little and waited patiently for the impact. Bomb crack Nell and Eel wore a mortified expression when they saw that their chainsaws broke after it made contact with Issei. Issei punched both of them in the face. Razor Sama's 2 pawns retires. Issei turned his attention towards the remaining pawn and Isabella. Let's finish this. He kicked the pawn in the back, and crashed his flicker jab in Isabella's face. Razor Sama's 1 pawn and 1 rook retires. So, let's move to the new school building. Issei ran towards his next destination. Suddenly, bomb and explosive sound could be heard. Looking closely, it looked like Issei received an unexpected attack. Huh, lowly human, your path. Just when she was going to finish her sentence, the smoke cleared from the explosion, and what greeted the sight of Yubaluna was Issei wearing his red tuki without any bruise. Issei narrowed his eyes and covered his 2 hands with fire before he launched an immense fireball towards Razor's queen. She dodged hardly, but Issei reappeared behind her and crashed his right fist covered in fire directly on her face. A loud sound was made, and Yubaluna crashed in the school's ground before she disappeared in a blue light. Razor Sama's queen retires. Issei rushed towards the new school building. Just before penetrating inside the building, a sphere of demonic power was launched at him. He looked to the side and saw a girl wearing a purple kimono. It's one Razor's bishop. Behind her another girl, the blonde-haired girl with dark blue eyes who wears a cute pink dress. Issei aimed his hand towards the one wearing a kimono and sent her a small red sphere made entirely of tuki. Mahai smirked at the size of his attack and summoned a fireball. When the 2 attacks collided, Mahai didn't have time to dodge, and Issei's attack both destroyed the fireball and injured severely the girl. Razor Sama's bishop retires. You're his sister, Issei said to the shaking Ravel. Why yes, she responded in a trembling voice. If you want to attack me, feel free to do so. Issei smirked while saying that. Ravel began to shake a little. Issei dismissed his tuki and a light blue-colored aura covered the tip of his index finger. Issei moved towards Ravel quickly before she even reacts. Issei planted his index finger in her forehead. Razor Sama's bishop retires. Time to get rid of this guy. Issei headed towards the student council room, just when he was going to open the door. A massive fireball was sent at him. Issei quickly dodged by escaping through one of the windows. Looks like you dodged my blast. Razor's voice came from above. Issei looked to the sky only to be greeted by the sight of Razor Phoenix proudly levitating in the air thanks to his phoenix wings who were made only of yellow-orange fire. Yeah, it seems. Well, you'll not be able to escape from me though, Issei said with a smirk on his face, making Razor lose his patience. It's surprising that you got rid of my peerage so easily, but my fight with Rias certainly exhausted them. The phoenix tried to convince himself much at Issei's pleasure. He knew that once a phoenix began to hesitate, his immortality began to shatter a little. The next is you. Prepare yourself, Yakitori. Issei covered his body with tuki, enough to make the earth beneath him crack. Razor in the other hand narrowed his eyes when he sensed the pressure given by Issei's aura. You aren't human. Looks like we had someone gifted by amazing observation skills. Bravo, Razor. Razor's eyes began to twitch severely. His body was covered in an intense amount of yellow-orange fire. He was shaking from anger. I will definitely kill you here and now. Prepare yourself, lowlife. Both of them quickly rushed towards one another. They were so quick that only the color of their aura was visible. Thud thud dune ****. An intense fistfight began between the two. Issei's strength was overwhelming and was in a different league to the one of Razor, but the Phoenix regeneration ability was outstanding in its own way. Every time Razor got himself injured severely by Issei's punches, he recovers immediately. The VIP room. The devils present in the room were justing watching the broadcasted one-sided fight with an awe expression. Even Sirzex widened his eyes at the sight of Issei beating easily Razor's peerage without even using his true power, and by that, he probably thought about the boosted gear. He couldn't understand how can he be that strong without even boosting his own power, and what further intrigued the Lucifer is what if Hyodo Issei boosted his current powers, and worse, what if he even achieved his balance breaker? Sirzex Lucifer, the so-called Crimson Satan, is worried not for him, but for the devils in general. The question that bothers him the most is, How could the Yukai faction been able to produce a monster like him? He couldn't even measure his true strength GH, that boy is definitely dangerous. When Graphia reported what Rias told her about, he thought certainly that at the best, he's a kitsune equivalent to a mid-class devil with a Longinus that he could more or less use. Is he even a human? Ruval words echoed through the silent room. No, he is. Kuo Academy replica, sports ground. Looks like you are not that bad, Razor jokingly said, while panting a little. I will make you pay for what you did, Issei declared strongly before he launched himself to the Phoenix, assaulting him with his strong punches. What? You hurt Asia. Issei's howl was accompanied by the strong raising of his tuki, creating a large crater beneath him. Razor flinched a little at this sight but giggled a little. Ah, you mean the nun? Well, she's weak, those good-for-nothing servants like her don't even deserve to live. Shut up, Razor. Don't make your situation worse, Issei warned him, but the proud Phoenix just laughed maniacally and said. Or what? I admit that you're strong, but in the other hand I'm immortal, do you get it? Enough talk, Razor, you seem pretty upset, you're attached to that blonde-haired weakling of Rias. Hey look, when I will marry Rias, I will be sure to make that girl feel really good. Well, her bust is a little small but I'm sure she's going to grow well, and when the time comes I will definitively fuck. Just when Razor was about to finish her sentence, Issei's punch covered in tuki crashed on his face, sending him back to old school building. Traversing all the sports ground, he crashed pathetically on the wall of the old school building. Cough, Razor stood up while coughing a little. He looked towards Issei and noticed that he was already here. Whoosh 9 fox tails and fox ears appeared from Issei's body. His pupils became slit, making his gaze more sharper. In the other hand, Razor narrowed his eyebrows. You're a Yukai, huh? Issei didn't respond but rushed towards Razor, and without any second thought he crashed his left fist on his jaw, making him flew to the sky. The Phoenix repositioned his composure and stabilized himself in the sky, but much at his surprise Issei reappeared behind him and sent a strong punch who landed on his back, making him crash on the ground. Bam Razor couldn't do anything to stop the assault of Issei, who continued to throw punches at the Phoenix, one after another, each punch stronger than the other. The battlefield was quiet and only Razor's screams were heard, but what was odd is Razor, even on his state, didn't retire. The VIP room. Searzek-sama. Stop this game. Razor will not retire, there's certainly something off. It seems that it's true, Searzek-sama. You can stop this game and give the victory to Hyodo Issei. I approve it, Lord Phoenix continued after Ruval. Searzek-sama. Razor-sama can't be retired because he still can fight. His body can permit it thanks to his immortality, but in the same time he can't because of the overwhelming strength GH of Hyodo Issei-sama. I agree that we have to send someone to stop them since Razor-sama is determined to not surrender, Graphia concluded. Searzek put his hand under his chin and sighed heavily before he ordered his queen. Graphia, summon the emergency magical circle, and Ruval, please go and help your brother. Why don't we just announce Hyodo-kun's victory? Asked his father. It's clear that he won't stop until he definitely got rid of Razor, after all. Lord Gremory sighed and turned his attention towards the game. Or the one-sided fight is the more appropriate term to describe it. Kuo Academy replica. The sports ground. Do you have enough, Razor, or should I kill you? I cough. Will. Cough *a lowlife. He was interrupted when a white magic circle appeared just beside him. The silhouette who appeared from the magic circle punched suddenly Issei, sending him backwards. What appeared from the magic circle was Ruval Phoenix, Razor older brother and the next heir of the Phoenix house. Razor, are you alright? Ruval quickly sat in one knee and lifted the upper part of Razor's body. Well. More or cough less? Rest a little, I will face him. Issei looked towards Ruval suspiciously before he said sternly while pointing at Razor. Phoenix, this is my fight. If you dare to attack me I will not hold back. Ruval didn't respond but summoned his phoenix wings, but much at Issei's surprise, his fire wasn't yellow-orange just like the one of Razor, but it was clearly orange. I will show you the true wrath of a phoenix. The young man let out his fire, cover all his body. The heat given by his fire was in a totally different league compared to the one of Razor's fire. Issei narrowed his eyes and put his hands on the ground and he said. No more holding back then. Issei's tuki began to glow more than ever, then it gave off an extreme strong pressure blowing away all the surroundings, and the tuki who covered Issei's body raised dramatically. Ruvel headed towards Issei while his body was covered in an orange flames. Each punch he gave to Issei left a black mark on his skin even with wearing such an amount of tuki. Ruvel's fire pierced through Issei's defense, but the kitsune's punches were definitely more destructive. Each one sent Ruvel flying. Their fight lasted several minutes. Ruvel was panting heavily and Issei was a little burned, but it was nothing really severe. It's time to end this child play. Boosted gear, boost. Seeing the red gauntlet in Issei's left arm, Ruvel widened his eyes and his jaw dropped to the floor. SSS Securite. Issei dismissed all his tuki and instantly, his hands began to glow white, and put them on the ground, before he recited what seems to be a chant. Darkness of ice, water spirits, reshape this guilty reality into something of an unprecedented beauty. A gigantic azure magic circle appeared on the ground, covering all Kuo's Academy replica. Boost. Snow began to fall from the dimension's green sky, making the temperature to drop drastically. The two phoenix began to shiver a little, even Ruvel, who was covered by his orange flames. Freeze those impure souls to a silence equal to death. Boost. Boost. Purify them with ferocious mercy. Boost. 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 The ground of Kuo Academy began to crack, and water began to flow from the cracks. Razor and Ruvel widened their eyes and looked towards Issei. You shall taste the utmost form of my anger for eternity. As Issei recited the last verse of his chant, all the dimension turned into a world of ice, trapping the two phoenixes inside 2 blocks of thick ice. The green sky turned dark blue and everything was turned into ice, trees and building. The ground, everything was covered by several ice sheets. Issei covered himself in tuki and prepared to finish the two phoenixes, but their core suddenly glowed light blue before disappearing. Issei looked behind him and saw Sirzex standing and staring dangerously at him. Hyodo Issei-kun, you may stop this nonsense. The game ended and you're the winner. Partner, we will not be able to face him in our current condition, so do as he says for now. Issei looked towards Sirzex before he calmed down his tuki. Why yeah. Sirzex nodded. A red magic circle appeared near them before they teleported outside the raiding game frozen field, but before they teleported Sirzex murmured something just enough so that can Issei hear it. I will have a talk with you afterwards about the magic circle you summoned and about both divine and draconian runes written on it. Sirzex probably didn't notice it, but Issei felt the pure malice emanating from the Satan's voice. Read, important. So that's all. I will tell you 2 or 3 things about Razor and Ruvel. Razor is both stronger and smarter than he was originally as in canon, because first, Razor is older than Rias, have more experience than Rias, and he's stronger than Rias. Add to that, he's immortal. About Ruvel, he is an ultimate class and a top ranker in raiding games. He's strong but not as a Mao, and his flames are in a different league to the ones of Razor. Just to be clear, Ruvel isn't a Brokon like Sirzex as a Siskon, got it? About Issei. I will tell about his background after Kokebiel's arc, since his mother will. Well, I willn't spoil anyone. Just know that Issei is 1/4 dragon god. He's not a descendant of Ophis, don't worry. There's 2 or 3 dragon gods other than her, but not as strong as her. Lawless power is infinite. About Issei's technique, the frozen whatever it is, I really don't know how to call it, ha ha ha, but he has 2 or 3 techniques like that. Next chapter. Familiars and Holy Swords, Sifax. First, previous ch5 of 9. Next, chapter 6, Familiars and Holy Swords. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I didn't updated this story in a whole month. I had exams and a tight schedule at that, plus I got sick. And I kinda read Karate Shokushi Kohanada Minoru. Yeah, all the 500 chapters in 2 days. But hey, it's really a gem, one of the best martial arts manga I've read. But the ending. I will update more from now on since I finished my exams, yay. So here it is, finally. The 6th chapter of TKDE, 12k words. I will answer to the reviews like I always do. Lightning Blade 49. Of course he will not become a devil. You will know why Sirzex is intimidated by Issei in the next chapters, but you will know why Sirzex intimidates Issei on this chapter. Kiranther Rias will not marry Razor, don't worry. Megaslayer 321a. I already said on the first chapter that English is not my native language and I don't have someone to help me, so sorry. I will do my best next time. Dragon Rider 66. If you know how his future opponents are strong, you wouldn't say that. It's just that young high-class devils are weak, you know. Carrot. Jude Karangan, because his grandpa is a freaking dragon god, of course. Ninja Fang 1331 happy that you enjoyed it. Nightbringer 325 of course he doesn't give a shish. Sasuke 75249 thanks Ivan 00661509 thanks for the support. Screaming with your mouth shut thanks. And yeah, I will try to put some distance between Issei and Asia. Abu 1234 thanks. Queen Ashley Fox he will have only one girl, but there's still the unwanted harem. But don't worry, it will not be a harem-like story, maybe at the end. But not now. Fallen Angel Lover happy that you liked it. LL it was inspired from Seiken Tsukai no World Break actually. Dark Pirate King 69 you will understand why in the next chapters, there's a reason for that don't worry. God of War thanks for the review. Lincoln 201 I'm sorry that it took a month actually. Dragon 8188 nah. Issei won the territories that Razor will inherit from his house, not his money and not his peerage and certainly not his fiancée. Red Satomi Ketchum yeah, I agree. But Issei will be in contact with supernatural beings. Don't worry, he will still side with the Yukai faction. Asan Kanasan Khan 2014 here it is. Sorry that it took so long. Blue Exorcist thanks for the support. Issei talking to Diedrig on his mind. Thought. Diedrig's talking to Issei on his mind. Sacred Gear talking, Diedrig or Albion talking out loud. Supernatural beast talking, like dragons, hydras etc. Location, I do not own High School DxD or any of its elements. Both Sears X Lucifer and Issei appeared on the center of the VIP room through the magic circle on the floor, when the red glowing light fade. Greeting the sight of Issei was Lord Gremory, Lord Phoenix and Graphia behind the two heirs, and what surprised Issei is how calm Razor's and Ruvel's father was. His aura didn't show any sign of hostility. It was odd because Issei nearly killed his two little birds. Lord Phoenix blue eyes noticed the yellow eyes of Issei glaring a little at him. The proud Phoenix let out a small chuckle and stood up from his chair and walked towards the kitsune, who tensed a little because he was surrounded by devils who actually have the right to be mad at him since he clearly wanted to eliminate two pure-blooded devils just in front of them. To be honest, Issei didn't mind all the devils present on the room except Searsex. He knew that he is a super devil, or in other words he could be described as a being who can fight on the same league as his mother, someone who transcends the boundaries, a forbidden existence. Diedrig, if that Phoenix tries something funny, don't even think to use your Juggernaut drive. This place will not be able to withstand its pressure and you may even harm your little nun whose wounds are treated not far away from here. Damn it, you already know that he's not gonna pull out anything, that devil isn't emitting any killing intent. While Issei was drowned on his thoughts, Lord Phoenix arrived in front of him before he bowed a little and offered his hand, seeking a handshake. Issei didn't do anything except accepting his handshake. He was more than surprised by how that devil is reacting. I'm sorry for what my son, Razor, said to you, the elder high-class devil apologized sincerely to the kitsune who was still mute. Huh. That was the only answer who came out from Issei's mouth. My foolish son is pathetic. Threatening a member of the peerage possessed by the girl he will marry and acting so childishly is a disgrace. For that I'm sorry and I'm really thankful that you didn't kill him, Lord Phoenix solemnly said before Lord Gremory walked to the two and said. You've clearly surpassed our expectations, Hyodo Issei-kun. Your fight was captivating to say the least. Haha, it's true. Even my oldest son, Ruvel, didn't stand a chance against your incredible display of power, Hyodo Issei-kun. Issei stiffly nodded his head, not expecting at all that the two heirs could ever react this way. Lord Phoenix, Oto Ue, I have to speak privately to Hyodo Issei-kun present on here. There's 2 or 3 things we need to discuss. The sudden declaration of Sears X Lucifer surprised a little the two. Is it about the territories he should be given to him? Don't worry about that, Sears X-sama. I will personally. Lord Phoenix was interrupted by Sears X. It's not about this issue, Lord Phoenix. Lucifer-sama, can I visit your sisters, Bishop? Before Issei asked, visibly worried about Asia's current state. Sears X gave a small nod and ordered his queen. Graphia, escort Hyodo Issei-kun to the room where Ria's peerage is cured. As both the kitsune and the silver-haired maid exited the room, Sears X sat tiredly on one of the chairs. Sears X, what are you planning to do with the boy? The crimson-haired man curiously asked his son, who only sighed. I have to judge if he's a threat to us, devils, and to know his current statue. The fact that he's dealing openly with us is sufficient to deduce that he's a stray. You are thinking of making an alliance with him, Sears X-sama? The Phoenix asked. Maybe. Well, that aside, how about Razor and Rias? When Searsex brought the wedding of his sister on the table, Lord Gremory sighed and Lord Phoenix narrowed his eyes. It's still planned, but I will wait until Razor is mature enough. This fight showed how much a fool he was. So it's not cancelled? Lord Gremory questioned. I will not let such an occasion pass. I'm sure that it will benefit both the underworld and our respective pillar. I know that we're pushing our greed too much in our descendants, but we're devils, so let's just say that we can't help it, Lord Phoenix concluded. Gremory Medical Facility. Grafia led at Issei inside a hospital, probably an institution owned by the Gremory clan since their pattern is appearing everywhere. The boy followed the silver-haired maid quietly until they stopped in front of a certain room at the end of the corridor. Issei Argento-sama is cured inside this room, but the visits are forbidden for now since she's recovering, but I believe that you can enter the room after an hour or two. You can stay in here. I will come back in 3 hours to retrieve you since Searsex-sama wished to have a talk with you. Yeah, thanks. Issei nodded and sat on the chair just beside him while Grafia teleported herself using her magic circle. As the time passed slowly, Issei walked a little around the floor and he was amazed at how the devil's hospitals looked similar to the ones present on the human world. It was really unexpected for the young fox to see a woman with bat-like wings wearing a cute nurse uniform in hell. The purple color of the underworld sky sure is creepy, thought Issei as he was looking to the sky through a window until he was approached by someone. Issei didn't turn his head since he already recognized her aura. I saw your battle from here, it was broadcasted in my room. The crimson-haired girl said that. It was Rias. So? Issei asked with a grin. You were really pathetic. It's hard to believe that you trained for 10 days but? You're, Rook. Kaneko Tiju, right? What's with her? Why haven't she used her Nekomata powers, or even Senjutsu? She could have done better. Yes, the crimson-haired girl, Rias Gremory winked her eyes at the sudden question of Issei. How do you know? Meh, I'm a Yukai too, so what did you expect it? Plus I've already fought Nekomatas. A sudden silence was brought by Issei's question before Rias decided finally to open her mouth. She hates her powers, or should I say that she fears them? There's reasons behind it. She's thinking that Senjutsu can make someone lose his mind or something like that. How? It's the common view that everyone who's not a Yukai and raised outside our territory has. In fact, Senjutsu can make someone lose his mind. Yes, if the user is a human or someone who's not adapted to use it, like devils or vampires for example. So you mean, it's impossible for a Nekomata to lose their mind or harm themselves using Senjutsu? Another silence imposed himself between the two. Issei was contemplating the purple sky of the underworld while Rias seemed to think about something. If what he said is correct, then it means that Kuroka didn't. So she did deliberately then. So why? Maybe. No. I will ask Oni-sama later. Rias raised her head for a second and saw Issei looking to the underworld sky curiously. It's your first time in here. Indeed, and what are you doing here? I'm waiting Asia to wake up to see if she needs something. You don't have to worry about that. I'm here for the same reason. She's my friend. I will wait to see how she's doing. Issei interrupted her coldly, resulting her to shut it up. Suddenly a nurse approached the two quietly. Hyodo Issei-sama, Rias Oju-sama, Issei Argento-sama is awake. Thanks. Issei thanked her and walked towards Asia's room. Rias followed him. Knock knock. Issei knocked on the door and opened it slowly, only to be greeted by Asia's usual smiling face. Issei-san. The blonde girl exclaimed happily at the sight of her friend. Issei smiled a little and made his way to Asia's bed and sat at the edge of it. Behind him walked Rias. Bucko-san. I'm glad that you're all right. Thank you, Asia. I'm sorry for what happened to you. Razor shouldn't have. So how are you, Asia? You're feeling all right? Issei quickly changed the subject at the mention of that phoenix. I'm fine, Issei-san. Really, I wasn't badly wounded. Don't say that. This phoenix tried to kill you, but you had really a good game. Issei reconforted her. After all, the performance of Asia was quite good. She healed her, king, during all her fight. About that, I'm sorry, Bucko-san. We have. Asia's eyes showed a bit of sadness. She knew that she wasn't useless since she supported her master throughout the game, but they lost, and easily at that. Well, it was expected. Razor Phoenix had a full set only of skillful and experimented pieces. Don't, Asia. It's my responsibility. Rias said while looking down at her feet. Her eyes were a little bit watery. She was certainly thinking of what will happen to her from now on and how her future with Razor will be. She was defeated in a raiding game, so there's now no escape route for her. she will marry Razor. Noticing that the atmosphere was getting moody, Issei stood up from Asia's bed and said, Asia, I'm going since I have a meeting with Lucifer and a talk with Lord Phoenix. You can go first to the human realm. I will see you soon. Issei waved his hand at Asia and quickly exited the room, leaving the two girls behind. Closing the door, the boy turned his head only to see Graphia waiting quietly for him. Lucifer want to talk to me that much, huh? You should not worry yourself. Searzek-sama will not harm you or anything, he only wants to talk. Issei sighed before following Graphia. The VIP room. The Securite and Graphia returned to the VIP room they were previously in, but this time, Lord Phoenix and Gremory weren't here, only Searzek was present, seating in a chair. You can sit, Hyodo Issei-kun. Graphia, hearing her name, Graphia closed the door behind her. Issei narrowed slightly his eyes and rudely addressed the so-called Crimson Satan. So? What do you want with me? Back in the game, you used a magic circle in order to perform your spell. Yes, and what's about it? It has both draconian and divine runes written on it. I'm aware that you're the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation, but it doesn't explain why your magic circle contains divine runes. What the hell? Issei thought, not expecting this question because even him didn't know that it was indeed divine runes, so he decided to ask. How are you so sure that it was divine runes? Searzek glared a little at Issei after he asked. He didn't say a word for 10 seconds before he opened his mouth again. Are you a half-god? I will not answer that kind of questions, Issei said with serious eyes, clearly indicating his refusal to answer. Searzek didn't say nothing for endless seconds, after he opened his mouth again. I have a request. Yes. Can you join my sister's P? The crimson-haired Satan was interrupted suddenly by Issei, who quickly answered his so-called request that he already expected. No, I will not join your little sister's peerage. Is there something she could have done to offend you? Searzek curiously asked, much at Issei's annoyance. Offend me? Your sister tried to kill me, she didn't told you? Huh. Don't give me a huh. Your sister tried to kill me in order to resurrect me against my own will. I'm sure she has her reasons. She never wanted to marry Razor-kun, so I guess she didn't have an other choice than that. You know what? I'm out of here. It's really hard to deal with idiots like you, Issei said and turned around to leave. Searzek narrowed his light blue-colored eyes and said with some anger on his words. I have other questions for you, Hyodo Issei. The kitsune stopped but didn't turn his head and said. What the hell is your problem, devils? Sacrificing someone's life is that easy? You're probably the worst kind I have never heard of. I suggest you to lower a little your tone, Hyodo Issei-kun. The threatening voice of the Mao wasn't enough to calm the young nine-tailed fox. You're trying to convince me that my life isn't worth shit and you want me to shut up? Partner, refrain yourself or nothing good will happen. Diedrich advised his partner and tried to calm him a little, but it was no use. You know who you're talking to, Hyodo Issei-kun? The Satan asked quietly, exposing a little of his menacing aura. Issei didn't even flinch and turned his head. His yellow eyes were so piercing, they gave the impression that they could affect even the soul of the person they're directed at. And you know that there's not any actual peace treaty with our respective factions, right? You want to declare war with us? If so, I'm sure that the Grigori or the Church will be glad to join forces with us in order to crush you. The last sentence of Issei Hyodo seemed to have brought Searzek to reality. If that's all, I'm out of here, Lucifer. Issei exited the room abruptly, and a sudden silence settled itself inside the room. Searzek was looking down while Graphia's expression remained stoic, but then she suddenly spoke. Why didn't you push him a little when you asked him about his magic? Even if I did so, I guess nothing would have come out from his own mouth. I suppose you already know that Hyodo Issei-sama's level in elemental magic isn't that far from Serafal-sama's. Yeah, I even think that he did hold back against Ruval. Maybe his control over ice is even greater than Serafal's. There's certainly something he hides or himself don't know about. What are we going to do now? Nothing, we will wait until something happens. And about Rias Oju-sama. She lost her game, so she will marry Razor. Lord Phoenix will speak to my Oto Ue about that. I mean the relation between her and Hyodo Issei-sama. Maybe letting her live in the same town as him is dangerous? I don't think so. He already knew that she tried to kill him and didn't try to do anything to her. At least she didn't report any misbehavior of him, so he's certainly not the type of guy who could do something stupid enough to launch another war. But you told Lord Phoenix and Lord Gremory that he was labeled as a stray. It's an excuse that I used. There's not a faction who can let a Longinus possessor leave its ranks. The human world, the Gremory group gathered inside their usual clubroom that they didn't enter those last 10 days. Everyone was looking a little saddened. Rias especially looked depressed, like no one, of course they would. Their master now will marry someone she don't like and they can't do anything about it. They delivered a good fight against Razor, but sadly, it wasn't enough. The Phoenix won by a large margin. None of them dared to utter a word, until a red magic circle appeared on the corner of the room, the one they have just used in order to teleport from the underworld. Kiba and Kaneko instantly rushed towards the magic circle while Akeno posted herself just in front of Rias and Asia. When a silhouette appeared on the center, Kiba summoned a sword but stopped his rush when he felt the energy signature of the person. Issei appeared from the magic circle. He opened his eyes after the light faded only to see the Gremory group in a defensive stance. "What the hell are you doing?" the brown-haired boy asked the devils, who just sighed heavily in response. "It's not common for someone to use that magic circle besides us," Akeno Himejima answered. Issei widened his eyes a little and chuckled nervously. "Ah, sorry. Your silver-haired maid used that thing to teleport me to the underworld. It's the only safe path I know who connect the two worlds." Kiba Yuto and Kaneko Tiju sighed simultaneously and returned to sit on the couch. "So Issei-san finished his talk with Mao-sama?" Asia asked while drinking the tea served for her by Akeno. "Yeah, it was nothing." When Issei was about to finish, someone knocked on the door. Issei felt a familiar aura. Akeno moved towards the door and opened it. Two girls stepped inside the room. Of course, Issei knew them. "Ah, good to see you again, Hyodo-kun." One of the girls greeted Issei with a small smile while the other bowed her head elegantly. Likewise Kaichu, Issei grinned while saying that, remembering the punishment he received from her not a long time ago. Rias lifted her head. Suna looked at her depressed-looking friend and concluded the result of her game. "I guess you lost." "Yeah," Rias answered with a small yet really fragile voice. Suna narrowed her eyes and turned towards Issei, who was about to leave the clubroom. "You're leaving, Hyodo-kun?" "Yeah," Issei hesitantly answered. "You were absent this morning, and you don't have any justification." "Wait. This time I have." Issei quickly tried to defend himself. Suna approached him with her narrowed eyes and said, "First things first, let me introduce myself again. I know you're a devil Keicho." He was interrupted by Suna, who continued. "I'm Sona Citri. I use the name of Suna Shitori as an alias. I'm the next heir of the Citri household and the little sister of the current Leviathan." Issei widened his eyes in surprise. He knew that Rias Gremory was the little sister of Lucifer, but he didn't know that Sona too was the sister of Leviathan. "I will wait for you after the afternoon period inside the student council to introduce you my peerage to avoid any problems in the future," Sona declared clearly to Issei, who was still a little troubled how to react. "Why yeah, I'll come. And how about your excuse in not attending school this morning?" The girl beside her, Tsubaki Shinra, the vice president asked. "I had a rating game," Issei answered hesitantly. Sona and Tsubaki opened their eyes widely. Sona turned his gaze towards Rias, who only nodded. "How?" "He fought against Razor's peerage after I was defeated, and managed to win," Rias tiredly said. The shocked expression of Sona Citri and Tsubaki Shinra was just priceless. Well. Tsubaki Shinra turned her attention to Issei, still surprised after the confession of Rias. Even Sona didn't expect that Issei would really win against Razor. Rias didn't told her friend about the encounter between her and her peerage with the lost descendant of the Marchoges house, but still, beating an Ontier peerage with his own hands and without any backup sure is an admirable feat. Maybe he can make a magnificent piece for her peerage. She certainly thought about something like that when her eyes shone for a second, but quickly swept the idea and recomposed herself. Hyodo-kun, since it's too late to join your class, I would ask you to wait here please." Issei sent her a questioning look. Then Sona decided to answer the curiosity of the boy. "I will come back and bring my peerage with me in order to introduce you to them, and I have to discuss something with Rias and maybe with you too." "You want me to join your peerage?" Issei asked quickly, surprising Rias and her peerage, but Sona and Tsubaki seemed to have expected that kind of response. "Well, it can't be helped if you reach that conclusion. Yes, I want you in my peerage." The student council president said that casually. Rias narrowed her eyes. Certainly, because she is worried about for her friend. Dealing with Issei Hyodo can be harmful. Well, at least for her. Sona, thanks for the proposition, but no, Issei answered, normally surprising Rias furthermore. Then he sat on the couch just beside Asia. Is there anything of an inconvenience if you stay under me? Sona asked curiously, but Issei chuckled a little. Really? There's not, it's just that I want my freedom and don't want to become a devil. It's understandable. I will come back shortly with my peerage. After this being said, Sona and Tsubaki left the room, leaving Rias's peerage and Issei Hyodo behind them. When the two persons in charge of the student body exited the room, Issei sighed a little and relaxed himself on the couch and rested his head on the inside arm of it before he said. You should learn how to handle things like kaichu, gremory. Learn what? Rias asked nervously, knowing fully what Issei meant. Did you see how Kaichu made me an offer in joining her peerage? It was way better than how you've done, don't you think? Issei laughed a little, and the rest of her peerage showed a small smile at the sight of their embarrassed master. The blushing Rias looked at her feet in shame. But I'm really thankful that you resigned, at least you care about your piece's life. They're not pieces, Rias exclaimed. A little of anger emerged on her voice, making Issei smile a little. Glad to hear it. Then Akeno Himejima approached Rias from behind and said. Bucko, the matter Kaichu want to discuss with you is about the familiars? Ah, I completely forget that matter. When the full moon will happen? Next week I think, so maybe Asia-chan. Bucko-san, Akeno-san. Don't worry about it, Asia, it's just that we think it's time for you to get your own familiar. Familiar? Asked Asia, who was drinking her tea quietly, and just when Rias was about to answer her, someone knocked on the door, surely Sona, but obviously she wasn't alone. All the members of the student council entered inside the occult research club room, 7 girls including Sona and Tsubaki, and 1 single guy. Everyone please introduce yourself to Hyodo-kun and Argento-san. The group stood in front of both Issei and Asia and each one began to introduce himself individually. A young girl with black hair and blue-green eyes was the first to introduce herself. My name is Momo Hanaki, I'm a second year at Kuo and I'm Sona Citri Sama's bishop. The second to introduce herself was a slim girl with long brown hair with matching eyes and she wears a blue headband. Hello. I'm Raya Kusaka, I'm a second year too, pleased to make your acquaintance Argento-san, Hyodo-kun. The next to follow was reddish-brown-haired girl with brown eyes. Hi. I'm Tomo Meguri, nice to meet you, and I'm Kaichu's knight. Then a tall girl with blue eyes and hair with the basic appearance of a tomboy appeared in front of both Issei and Asia. Hello. I'm Yura Tsubasa and a rook. I'm looking forward to meet both of you. And the last girl composing Sona's peerage was a short, petite girl with brown hair tied in 2 long ponytails and green eyes. Hi. I'm Ruruko Nomura, Kaichu's pawn. Nice to meet you Argento-senpai and Hyodo-senpai. Now that all the girls of Sona's peerage introduced herselves, the single boy of her group approached Issei. He has short blonde hair and gray eyes, the sleeves of his uniform were rolled up, and he wore a look of boredom. I'm Saji Genshiro, Kaichu's pawn. Issei smiled politely and said. I'm Hyodo Issei. Unlike you I'm a 9-tailed fox, looking forward to meet each one of you. When 9 golden-colored tails with a white spikes appeared from Issei's behind and 2 golden fox ears appeared on top of his head as well. Everyone from Sona's peerage widened their eyes except Sona and Tsubaki, who certainly were told beforehand by Rias. You're a kitsune? That's so cute, Ruruko Nomura said that with sparks on her eyes. Your tails look so smooth, Yura Tsubasa muttered that under her breath. I thought that was a legend, Raya Kusaka said that while a small blush was visible on her face. Girls, calm down. Hyodo-kun, I'm sorry for their behavior. It's their first time to see a yukai in flesh, Sona said that after calming her servants. Issei quietly laughed and said with a smile. Haha. Don't worry about it Kaichu, I'm quite accustomed to this. After small laughs shared between Sona's girls and after they emptied their curiosity, Saji was emitting uncasually some malicious aura that didn't flee from Issei, but it was a little too late. Saji turned his eyes to Issei and said. HMPF. Doggy. I think that you estimate yourself too much. Doggy? Issei repeated quietly. Saji wore a mischievous smile and proudly declared. Do you want to fight? Come and taste my fist you little shitty playboy. I picked up 4 pawn piece. Saji tried to land his fist on Issei's face, but the kitsune quickly reacted and dodged the attack. Why are you the only one drawing the attention of the pretty girls like Asia-san? Oryaa, Issei dodged another incoming punch from the very angry Saji. Oi! Oi, calm yourself a little. Hey Keicho. When Issei turned his eyes towards the student council president, he would have sworn that he was staring at death itself. She was wearing a look who terrified even our mighty Kitsune. Hyodo-kun, do as you please, when Sona declared quietly that. Issei widened his eyes a little, not expecting that kind of response, but he suddenly grinned when Saji was about to punch him. Well, to try to punch for a third time. Issei quickly evaded the punch with minimal movements. You could even tell that Issei wasn't even taking Saji as an opponent. The Kitsune decided to use any of his fire or Tuki, but instead the tips of his 5-finger glowed with a light blue color, probably ki. He didn't waste time and implanted his fingers on Saji's abdomen, making him instantly fall. Cough what cough. Saji tried to move, but at his surprise, he could not even move a single nail. Don't try to move, Saji-kun. I used a trick to immobilize you. Sona approached the two and looked down to Saji. Her violet eyes were menacing to say the least. Saji, Hyodo-kun didn't done anything severe to you, it seems. We will have to talk afterwards. Yura, please take him to the student council. As Sona gave the order, the capable rook of hers picked up Saji's from the ground like it was nothing. Issei made a bitter smile at the scene. Feeling some pity for Saji perhaps? Hyodo-kun, I'm sorry for what Saji did. Why yeah. But it's not normal for a human to be reincarnated using 4 pawn pieces. What kind of potential that guy holds. I think that he has a sacred gear, but he's too weak to wake him, it seems. Well Sona, you came here to discuss about the familiars, I guess. Yes. As you probably know, we can only obtain familiars for our new servants on the night of a full moon, so next week one of us will go to the familiar forest while the other will wait for an entire mouth. Actually, I have Asia that certainly needs a familiar since she's my newest piece. Maybe you could just let us go for this time. It's not too late for you. I knew that you'll answer this, since the ball tournament net is for tomorrow, so how about we settle it there? I will not lose, Sona, we will see. For now I'll leave Rias. And don't worry about Razor. I'm sure that it'll be solved in due course. With those last words, Sona and Here Peerage exited the room. The room was silent until Asia raised her hand and questioned her, King. Bucko-san. What's a familiar? Rias, visibly really tired, put her hand on her forehead and answered. Asia, we will talk about it tomorrow. Let's rest a little for now, we deserve it. Are you really alright, Bucko? If you want I can. Kiba shared his concerns but was interrupted but Rias. Don't worry about it, Yuto. I would lie if I said I'm okay, but I would lie too if I said I didn't expected this outcome. Kiba frowned a little while Akeno showed a worried expression. All her peerage plus Issei exited the room except for one. Kaneko is still on the couch. Kaneko? Bucko, back on the hospital you said that you wanted to discuss with me something. Ah yes. I completely forgot about that, so? It's about your sister, Kuroka. Kaneko suddenly shivered when she heard the name. Showing some signs of fear like sweating and trembling a little, Rias sighed and said. Don't worry Kaneko, it's just that I heard something really troubling to say the least, and I thought that maybe since you're the first concerned you should listen to it first before I take any actions regarding that. Kaneko looked at her master with her hazel eyes and nodded, making the crimson-haired princess smile a little. I had a small conversation with Issei-kun back on the medical institute about senjutsu. Bucko, I can't use this power, there's no way. Let me finish Kaneko. Like I said, I had a small conversation about that with Issei-kun, who's a fairly good user of it, and he said something that really intrigues me. He said that senjutsu cannot turn a Nekomata crazy like it was stated in the report who's given to me by Oni-sama about Kuroka. So I thought that maybe. I'm not prepared for this, Bucko. When Rias noticed the accumulated tears on the edge of the petite girl eyes, she decided to stop her for now. It's fine Kaneko. I just wanted to share it with you, and it's totally normal to feel a little taken back by that, so don't worry and go rest, you earned it. The white-haired girl wiped a little her tears and stood up, but before leaving she heard her master. And Kaneko, thanks for the game, you did well. With those last words, Kaneko exited the room while Rias summoned a red magic circle and teleported home. The next day after morning class, Asia walked towards the occult research club room since she was called by Rias her king. But what was strange is that why I should skip lunch and come with you. The boy who was accompanied Asia was Issei, who was sighing and complaining like a little child. Arriving at the old school building, they entered inside the clubroom only to find all the members of Rias's peerage and Rias herself, seating behind her desk, but beside her was Graphia, the silver-haired maid and Lucifer's queen. Well, it wasn't a surprise for Issei. He felt her presence since she teleported to human realm. Her oppressive presence is hard to miss. Ah, Asia and Issei-kun. Good morning, Bucko-san. Asia returned the greeting of Rias with a smile. Issei behind her pointed to the direction of the silver-haired queen. What the hell she's doing here? It's a pleasure to see you again, Hyodo Issei-sama, Asia Argento-sama. She came to deliver a message for you. You're called by the Phoenix household in order to settle the deeds of property and all the wretched paper concerning all the territories you've won on the game. Huh? For today? No, Hyodo Issei-sama. I came back only to deliver the message and take your answer. You'll choose the appointment. It's really too sudden, but let's say, at the end of the week I guess, since it's the last day of school and I don't want to lose my weekend. I will address your answer to Lord Phoenix. Thank you for your time, Hyodo Issei-sama, and farewell. Saying those last words, Graphia teleported herself using her usual red magic circle. Since my business here is done, I'll leave too. I'm so hungry. Issei left the room while complaining, leaving Asia behind with her fellow devil comrades. Then Rias turned her attention to Asia. I called you today, Asia, to inform you about our battle against Sona's peerage. The winner will go to the familiar forest first. Familiars are considered as a basic requirement for devils. They could assist their masters in various tasks, be used for information gathering and relaying messages, as well as perform any other odd jobs that their masters could think of. We use it often to hand out our leaflets to the humans, Akeno explained to the confused Asia. We will show you ours, Asia. When Rias said that, on Akeno, Yuto, Kaneko and Rias' hands a small red magic circle was summoned in. For Rias a bat the same color as her crimson hair, for Akeno a small beast looking very much like a small cute oni. Beside her Kaneko summoned something who looks pretty much like a cat, a white cat with hazel eyes just like her master, and finally Kiba's familiar as a small eagle with a bronzed feathering and blue eyes. Wah! Kaneko-chan's cat is so cute, it's Shido. Kaneko introduced him and her cat began to caress the cheek of Asia. Well, those are our familiars, and to obtain yours we must go to the familiar forest, situated in the underworld around the Phoenix's territory on the night of a full moon. So we will fight against Kaichu-san because of me? I can wait for another mouth actually, there's no need. We are certainly fighting to get you a familiar, but Ufufu, our bucko can't accept to lose against Kaichu. When Akeno playfully said that she received a strong glare from Rias. Era, scary Oni-sama. Akeno continued to make attempts in teasing her master, who only sighed in annoyance. So that's how it is. Tomorrow we're going to face Tsubaki and Sona in a tennis match. Prepare yourself, Akeno. Ufufu. We're going to crush them, certainly. That's why Asia, from today as well you'll train with us. The tournament will last until the end of the week. Tomorrow we will have tennis. The day after we will have a dodgeball game against Sona's peerage. The one who will win the 2 games, or at least one if the other end up in a tie, will go to the familiar forest first. Hi. I'll do my best. The next day it was during lunchtime and Issei just exited his classroom after he devoured his bento. The boy couldn't help but hear all the cheerings coming from the group of students who gathered around the tennis court. The boy approached the crowd and immediately recognized 2 girls from his class. Hi Murayama-san, Kate-san, Hyodo-kun. What's going in here? The crowd is too compact. I cannot see what's actually happening in the tennis court. It's a game between Rias Oni-sama and Akeno Oni-sama vs Kaichu and Fuku Kaichu. It's very rare to see the most popular 4 girls of the high school playing a match together. By the way, what are you doing here, Hyodo-kun? Well, I left Asia with Kiryu-san in the classroom, and since I didn't have anything to do I walked here to see what caused the formation of such a crowd. Yes, Issei met a girl who introduced herself as Aika Kiryu. She was one of the first friends Asia made after she began to study in here. The poor boy didn't expected that this girl would be so perverted, but he certainly knew that she was someone that you could count even if she's a little perverted. Oh, if it's not Hyodo-kun and the Kendo girls. Issei turned to see from where the familiar voice came and was greeted much at his surprise by Kiba. Hey Nai. I mean Kiba-kun. What's up? The boy nervously asked, and almost said something really unnecessary. When Kiba was about to answer him, Issei and the 2 girls turned their heads to see a petite girl coming from behind Kiba dragging 2 unconscious boys. The kitsune tried to identify who the 2 were. Their faces were bruised, they were totally unrecognizable, but Issei couldn't help but think that was them. Yes. Kaneko-san. I suppose it's Motohama-kun and Matsuda-kun. Issei asked tiredly. Yes, those two perverts were taking pics of Bucko, Akano Fukubchao, Kaichu and Fuku Kaichu. Disgusting. To be expected from them, I'd say, Kiba said that while smiling nervously, a little worried about the state the two humans were. That's a good thing you did there, Kaneko-chan. Those two pervs deserved worse. Kotase and Murayama didn't feel any pity seeing those two in such condition. Then Issei felt something coming from the direction where the match between the four devils is held, when he turned his eyes to see what attracted his attention. Take this. Shitori-style spin ball. You're too naive. Gremory encounter. We shall win this game. Era, so fired up Tsubaki. It was something really odd. Those hits were clearly not human. When Issei turned his head to the crowd to see how they will react at this display of power. Oh, a magical ball. Akano Oni-sama. Rias Oni-sama. Do your best. Kaichu were cheering for you. Miss Tsubaki, do your best. They were cheering enthusiastically, the two sides, much at Issei's exasperation. Kiba-kun, Kaneko-san, do you know that Gremory and Himejima are actually using their powers? Well, Kaichu and Fuku Kaichu too. Issei silently asked the two devils. Kaneko nodded while Kiba made a bitter smile and replied quietly. Bucko and Kaichu are both rivals and friends, so it was expected that both of them would never hold back. Those devils are dumb. A monotone yet strong voice echoed through Issei's mind. It was Diedrich, who's actually surprised by how the devils act. Can't disagree. Diedrich, the kitsune answered while giggling a little. Even the heavenly dragon was a little irritated seeing how reckless the direct relatives of two Satans are acting in front of mere humans. 15-30, the referee suddenly declared, to be expected from my rival, you're not disappointing me, Sona. Don't dare to hold back against me, Rias. Both the princesses' eyes were burning in determination. After a long match, that of course Issei didn't attend because he still has afternoon class and wasn't interested in the outcome, finished in a tie as both teams won the game. Well, it was what of the many guys reported after the match ended. They both won because both their rackets broke. Vatican City, Italy, in a church, endowed with a worm-eaten floor. Three silhouettes dressed in white robes were squatted on one knee in front of an old man who has a white beard and a lot of wrinkles on his face, and his eyes were shining in a strange determination reflecting almost hate. His impressive physical build was denying his age, while he was staring intently at the stained glass just behind him representing the Virgin Mary as Queen of Heaven, surrounded by biblical kings and prophets. He said with a strong voice who echoed through the empty church. You three were chosen to retrieve the fragments of Excalibur that the Angels of Stars, Kokebiel, stole. The Star of God has done something unforgivable. He certainly want to start another great war between the three factions. I have fought him in my younger days. He is strong. You three were chosen by me. You are wielder of holy swords, but even so I think that you'll lose in a direct confrontation. So, what will we do, Eminent Strata? One of the three silhouettes asked the old men with a strong and serious yet young voice. It's a major problem. The church, no, even the heaven cannot send me in a mission on a territory of the sister of Satan himself. It would be enough to start a war, so that's why you three were chosen by me. I know how much you're strong, but even so I wanted to say something before you leave to those eastern countries. You have to retrieve the lost Excalibur fragments, but you have to return alive. It's not an order from the heaven, not from the church, and not from me as cardinal priest. It's an order from me as Vasco Strata. You have to return alive because you three are our future, the future of the church's warrior. And I will send you the little one afterwards. She's in a mission right now, but I'm sure her sacred gear will be very useful. As the old men said those last words, the three silhouettes left the church, leaving the old man who was still staring at the glass alone. You warmonger, you have never changed after all these years. If those youngsters are not able to stop you, I will do it myself, and this time, I will definitely erase you. Kuo Academy. The gymnasium. It was the day after the tennis match between Rias and Sona. Today both peerages gathered inside the gym to play a dodgeball game in order to decide finally who'll get the chance to get a familiar first. You didn't have to reduce your numbers in order to fight against us, Rias said to Sona. Both were wearing their PE uniform. I prefer to play in an honest way, plus it's going to be way more entertaining like that. Winning easily doesn't suit my style, Sona replied with a small confident grin on her face. You seem to be confident. Yeah, that's just like Rias said. Sona didn't bring all her peerage with her, and now the student council team are equal in numbers with the Okut Research Club team. For Sona's team there's Sona of course, Tsubaki, Saji, Yura and Momo. And for Rias's team there's Rias, Akano, Kaneko, Kiba and Asia. The terraces of the gymnasium were full of students that especially came to watch the match between those two teams. Well, yesterday both Rias's and Sona's team won every match that opposed them to the other clubs, making today's match look almost like a final for the ball tournament. Bucko-san, Issei-san was called by Lord Phoenix-san, right? He will spend all the day on the underworld? Yes, the territories of Razor are really vast and taking a look at it will take a day at least. The Phoenix household is one of the richest pillars of the underworld after all. Yes, this morning Graphia came to the Occult Research Club room in order to bring Issei to the underworld to make an expertise and settle the wretched paper concerning the territories of Razor. Underworld. Phoenix territory. After teleporting several times with a magic circle, both Graphia and Issei arrived in front of a castle. Don't tell me this is. Issei hesitantly said, fearing the truth, but Graphia remained unfazed and said in a calm voice. Yes, this the main residence of the Phoenix family. The castle's gate suddenly opens while making a heavy sound. After both Graphia and Issei went inside and past the garden of the castle, they arrived at the residential area where the servants and direct descendants of the Phoenix household live. Then someone appeared from nowhere. It was a tall woman with a voluptuous figure. Her blonde hair is up and adorned with expensive-looking accessories. Accompanied by pure green eyes, she gave off a noble aura. In Great Red's name, look at those breasts. A familiar voice echoed through Issei's mind. Yeah, Diedrich-san and his fetishes. Even Issei couldn't deny that the size of her bust is actually enormous. Lady Phoenix, it's a pleasure to see you again. Graphia greeted the women properly while Issei was looking suspiciously at her. Likewise Graphia-sama, so he is the one that defeated Razor, and Ruval? Yes, it's indeed him. He is Hyodo Issei-sama. Hello there, I'm Liza Phoenix. Razor's and Ruval's mother and the wife of the current head of the Phoenix household. Nice to meet you. Can I call you Issei-kun? Why yeah. Nice to meet you too, Lady Phoenix. Era. Be at ease, Issei-kun. Don't think that I hold a grudge against you because you have beaten some common sense in my Razor. I'm actually thankful for it. He had actually too much of pride and confidence on his powers as a phoenix. Really? Yes, and I'm actually very impressed by your performance. Ruval is my strongest son and yet you have succeeded in beating him. Suddenly a small figure appeared behind her. It was a beautiful young girl with long blonde hair tied into twintails and was dressed in a light purple dress. The girl seemed familiar to Issei. I recognize you. You're the sister of that Yukito, I mean of Razor. Era. You remember her. Ravel, introduce yourself. Her mother smiled awkwardly and pushed the young girl to introduce herself. She was blushing a little. My name is Ravel Phoenix. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Lord Hyodo, and thank you for last time. Last time? In your battle against my brother, you didn't hurt me. I'm thankful for it. Don't mention it, and please don't refer to me as Lord. I'm not someone with such position. No, it's important. Ufufu, I'm sorry to cut short to your discussion, both of you, but Issei-kun have some business to settle first with your father. But Ravel, can you show Issei-kun the territories he won afterwards, okay? Ravel didn't utter a word while her blush still remained. Issei looked towards the direction of Lady Phoenix. Follow me, Issei-kun, and thank you Graphia-sama for bringing him here. The silver-haired maid nodded and teleported herself. Issei followed Lady Phoenix until they arrived in front of a gorgeous-looking door. The Phoenix lady knocked on the door and entered inside the room without hesitation. Issei followed just behind. Inside the room was a gigantic library. On the center was an impressive-looking desk. On that office, a familiar man with blonde hair was preparing a ton of paper. It was Lord Phoenix. Ah, Hyodo Issei-kun. It's nice to see you again, my boy. The old devil greeted Issei with a warm smile that Issei find quite strange in fact. It's a pleasure to meet again, Lord Phoenix. It sure is. Well, I hope you're prepared. Prepared? We have a ton of paper that needs your signing, ha ha ha. The Phoenix proud laugh echoed through the medieval-looking library. 3 hours later, after thousands signatures in a nearly broken hand, Issei finished his business. Saying he was tired is clearly an understatement. Hyodo Issei-kun. Now you have acquired quite a lot of territories, but you don't have time to celebrate because you must visit them now. Don't worry, you'll just have to take a small look for now, and I have already prepared the train. A train? Yes, I suppose that you'll need a guide. Lady Phoenix said that your daughter, Lady Ravel, will show me those grounds. Ah. Then that's perfect, Lord Phoenix said that with a satisfied smile. The human world. Kuo Town, Occult Research Club room. It was really though to win against Sona, but Buko-san you using that kind of method. I agree with Asia-senpai, it's too perverted, era, but we won. Akeno is right, we won and that's the most important. But Buko. Doing that. Saji-kun almost died from his nosebleed. Yuto, it's alright. Now we will got the familiar forest and get Asia a familiar. We will teleport there through magic circle, Buko-san? Yes. I guess the familiar master is already waiting for us. Akeno, did you finish the preparations? I just finished, very well then, let's get going. The magic circle glowed red and all the pieces of the peerage gathered on the center before disappearing in a blinding light. When everyone opened their eyes, what greeted them was a forest. Well, no one was really surprised, it wasn't called the familiar forest for nothing. It's scary, like Asia fearfully stated. This forest is certainly creepy. There were a lot of gigantic trees growing. The forest sure is dense and not so much sunlight shines through the ground. The purple sky of the underworld is still visible though. Don't worry Asia. This forest contain only familiars. And there's not a lot of that can oppose a threat to us, Rias said in order to reassure her precious bishop, and tell. Well, as long as you don't approach the famous Chaos Karma Dragon. You'll probably not get yourself killed. An unfamiliar voice came from nowhere then. The group of young devils turned their heads to the direction of the voice and what was standing there was a young man wearing rough clothings. He has black hair and brown eyes. Hello. I'm Satuji and I will be your guide. Sorry for the wait Satuji-san. I'm Rias Gremory and this is my peerage. We came today in order to get a familiar to this girl. Rias greeted the young man and pointed her finger towards Asia's direction. Hello. I'm Asia Argento. The former nun introduced herself shyly making the familiar M. No, the guide drool. Era. It's a pleasure to meet such a cutie. So you're the familiar master? Rias tried to change the direction of the conversation and switch to another topic. Haha, not quite. I'm an aspirant to be a familiar master but don't worry. I lived on this forest long enough to be able to guide you. So what the blonde beauty want as a familiar? A strong one. I want a cute one, Asia answered hesitantly. The guide put his hand on his chin and began to mumble. I think there's some cute familiars not far away from here. Okay. Follow me, he said the last part energetically. Underworld. Phoenix territory. Issei was now inside a train, and unlike the ones in the human realm, that train was gigantic. The inside can't be described by mere words, it was actually in another level of luxury and beside him was seating the petite girl that will serve him as a guide. Lord Hyodo, stop it with Lord Hyodo, calling me Issei is fine. Then Lord Issei, you want to play like that? Okay. I will call you Ravel Ajo-sama or should I call you Lady Ravel? Issei grinned while saying that. But Ravel in the other hand was blushing. It was hard to tell if it was caused by anger or embarrassment. Either way that reaction is quite cute. No. Ravel is fine. Then call me Issei and I'll call you Ravel, it's simple. I can't. Please can I call you just Issei-sama? I think that you got a problem with honorifics. Sigh I guess it's okay. Yay. Ravel answered happily and in the same manner a girl of her age would have done, leaving even her princess attitude. Issei put his hand on his forehead but can't help smiling. He had never thought on his entire life getting along nicely with a devil that he fought. Even getting himself in such a situation was inconceivable 2 months ago. Maybe it was the Red Dragon Emperor trait. Attracting the occult. Maybe his quest to find peace is actually a lost hope. After visiting a lot of territories, and a lot of people too. Because those territories. Well, not all but a small part is inhabited by devils from low-class and middle-class families. It wasn't a problem since Issei agreed to let them live like they used to. He wasn't going to use those territories anyway. It was just a compensation for the time he lost in fighting that bird brain and his peerage to revenge Asia and to stray him away from her, and indirectly from Rias's side on the same occasion. And yes. Issei couldn't help but be amazed at how much Ravel was good in managing all what concerns business and diplomacy. She gave Issei a complete sightseeing of all his territories in such a short time. Issei-sama, do you have a familiar? Huh? You know, those beings used to assist their masters in. I know what a familiar is, but I don't have one. It's a problem, because it's a basic requirement for us, devils. But I'm not a devil, I know. I already saw the recording of the match. Even your AK Kitsune we will need to get you one. Huh. Why? As I said, it's a basic requirement for devils, and since you'll be confronted to our business sooner or later, I think it's better to have one. But we will need to get to that forest and all. It's too much of work. Let's do it next time. Don't worry about that. To be honest, the familiar forest is located not far away from here. But we will need a guide, and it's alright. I already came here with my siblings and their servants to get familiars so I can guide us. Then I suppose that we can try. Ravel nodded confidently and called what looked like to be a butler. Please, can you tell the driver to lead us to the familiar forest? Consider it done, Oju-sama. The butler quickly walked to the driver's locomotive situated in front. Ah, by the way, Ravel, how are your two brothers doing? Ruvel Nisama is doing just fine, but Razor Nisama is. Underworld. Familiar forest, Satuji-san. Those undines were everything but cute. Yeah, I agree that it wasn't an adapted familiar for you. I would have never thought that the difference could be that big. In the human tales it was supposed to be cute. Yuto-kun, are you disappointed? Not really. Bucko. I smell a phoenix. When Kaneko suddenly said that, a petite girl around her height appeared from behind a tree. They immediately recognized her. It was the youngest and the only female descendant of the Phoenix house, Ravel Phoenix. Ah, Ria-sama and her peerage. How do you do? What are you doing here, Ravel? Beside greeting the girl who is actually going to be her sister-in-law, Rias was surprised to see her here. I came here with Issei-sama in order to get him a familiar, but he somehow got lost. Issei-sama. Well, never mind. Where were you when you two split? 10 minutes away since the south entrance of the forest. Bucko-san. Let's search for him. I think that he can handle himself, Asia, don't worry. Issei-san is really bad when it comes to find his way back. How do you know about that? Ria-sama. If you want to assist me in searching for Issei-sama, then please do, otherwise I don't have much time to waste in here. Humph. We will help, somewhere on the familiar forest. Diedrich. How did I do? Do what? To get lost? You're an idiot. Is it sufficient as an answer? Shitty old dragon. I am going to let you manage then. I'm going to sleep. Wait. Damn, useless old geezer. Well, what the hell am I supposed to do now? Issei walked for 1 hour, and encountered pretty odd monster from wild undines until creepy 9-headed hydras. Those hydras looked disgusting, brr. Even remembering it makes me shiver. Maybe I should take shelter in that cavern for the time being. The young kitsune walked towards the cave, but judging by its looks one would say that its primary one because of all of the rocks surrounding the area of the mountain are of volcanic origin by first sight. Then as Issei approached the cavern he felt an extremely strong aura. Interesting. A dragon maybe? Hey Diedrich, still asleep I guess, great. Sigh. Issei couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. He knew that a heavenly the spirit of a heavenly dragon didn't need to sleep, and the legendary red dragon was doing it just to piss of his current wielder. I guess I have two options, run or make that thing my familiar. I will make it my familiar. Kukuku, having a high-class dragon as a familiar would be pretty cool, I could use it to fly. When Issei decided to take a look inside the cavern, he heard a snore. Is there someone in there? After seconds he heard a groan. Issei didn't back away, instead he pushed a little further. I know someone is there. I want to taalk. The groan he heard this time was stronger, and the aura he felt began to raise to the point where even him felt that something was off. It's not a high-class dragon. That thing is at the level of a dragon king. Hey Ddraig, wake up. Breasts. Kukuku. Albion, you suck. White fag. Grr. What the hell do you feel that aura? Number. It's can't be. What? Your dead partner. It was an honor that I had someone like you as a wielder. Who the hell is this dragon? ROOOOOOOOAAAAAARRRRRRRR. A strong roar was heard from the cavern, pushing Issei to backing a little way, and then an enormous azure blue-colored western dragon with yellow eyes appeared from the cave. Diedrich. I can't believe you came here. Hi, Tiamat, it's been a long, hasn't it? Tiamat? Those are your first words after all this time? Yes. Damn you, Diedrich. Today I will finish what the God of the Bible began. Oi, don't get too carried away. Why are you always so angry at me? How dare. I will erase your spirit, damn Welsh dragon. Wait, Tiamat-sama, I came here to get a familiar, not to fight. Me a familiar? A weakling brat like you? And on top of that the host of Diedrich? Hey Tiamat, if it's me the problem then I'm sorry. Even if I don't clearly remember why I have to apologize. You don't even remember that. Diedrich. R-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-A-R. Diedrich. Yes. I hate you, don't say that. You can defeat her if you use the scale mail. I can't use it here, it would damage this area and we're currently in the underworld. Meh. It's your problem now. I have never understood how to handle female dragons. I will try to, bomb asterisk. A huge fist slammed Issei's body on the ground. Strong. Issei quickly reacted and retreated back to be out of the direct reach of the menacing dragon. Of course, she's the strongest dragon king, you don't have the choice against her. Don't hold back. Hey. I already know that if I don't go all out against her there's no way I will survive, but since I can't use my balance breaker. Here then. A huge amount of red tuki began to cover Issei's body, who already transformed on his Yukai form. An amount so enormous that even the ground showed cracks under the pressure Issei's aura gave and a large crater was formed beneath him. Tiamat narrowed her eyes and adopted a defensive stance. Booster gear. Boost. Following Issei's voice, a red gauntlet covered his left arm. Tiamat in the other hand responded by raising her aura. Issei quickly rushed towards her head-on and successfully landed a punch on her face, but was quickly sent flying backwards thanks to a strong and sharp kick of Tiamat. Issei vomited a little of blood and grinned when he saw Tiamat bleeding a little as well. That's quite the punch you have here, damn you, host of Diedrich. The azure blue dragon's aura began to grow bigger and bigger. Issei widened his eyes at the pressure he could feel emanating from Tiamat. I told ya partner, it's all or nothing. Why yeah. Boost. 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 Issei's red tuki grew thicker thanks to Diedrich's power. The kitsune covered his fists with tuki and launched himself towards Tiamat for a second time and began an extremely intense close-range fight with her. After several minutes Issei's was bleeding a lot, unlike Tiamat, who seemed to hold on, but fatigue begins to set in. Boost. 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 The dragon tried to crash her fist on Issei, but the latter swiftly dodged and landed his uppercut on the dragon's jaw. Gua. Tiamat let a cry of pain before she suddenly flew to the sky and opened her large mouth and took a deep breath. I will end this fight here, but I didn't expected that your current host would be that strong, Diedrich. Partner, she will put probably all her power on this breath. You should probably retreat. Huh? If I dodge that she will wipe all the forest. Well, she's serious. Diedrich said that after he felt the crushing aura coming from her. Why yeah, she's not joking. Boost. 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 The voice of Diedrich echoed endlessly from the boost gear. Issei's tuki grew bigger, but the kitsune began to gather all the tuki he's covered with on his left-right fist. Bring it on, Dragon King. When Issei said that with confident eyes, popping veins appeared on the blue western dragon's forehead, who gathered practically all her aura on her mouth from where a gigantic blue blast was launched towards Issei. Take this, host of Diedrich. Roar. The blast was so big that it took all the field of Issei's vision. The kitsune closed his eyes, dismissing the boosted gear and his tuki. His hands began to glow in a white color. He directed his two hands towards the incoming blue-colored blast. Partner, if you use that move, you'll not be able to continue if she's not taken down. I know. But I don't have any other move to counter that thing. My fire will incinerate and purify you from your sins. All things must return to ash, to skull and bone. You can't escape, you can't flee. Endless despair as far as the eye can see. Face your judgment and for all eternity remain alone. A small crimson-colored ember appeared on Issei's hands before it was launched against the gigantic blue blast thrown by Tiamat. The small ember turned into a crimson-colored blaze. Asterisk ba asterisk. When the two attacks collided, deafening sound was heard and it shook all the forest. When the dust slowly dispersed, the scenery was charred. The trees turned to ash literally. Staying out of this, we could see inside a large crater Issei with a burned uniform and skin. minor wounds all over his body and maybe 2 or 3 broken ribs. Guh. I didn't expect it to be this strong. Look at your state. I told you to use your balance breaker. If you remembered why she hates you so much, I wouldn't be on this situation. You know. Can you walk? When Diedrich asked that, Issei stood up slowly and felt that all his body was aching. More or less, let's see where's Tiamat. Issei walked slowly and left the crater. He turned his head to analyze his surroundings and widened his eyes when he saw all the damage both attacks caused. Peeved. Ha 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 ha. And you didn't use the scale mail in fear to damage the forest. Good job, partner. Ha ha ha. Shut up, Diedrich. The injured kitsune located Tiamat and walked towards her. The huge dragon state was pretty much the same as his, but he could see that her burns were severe. Looks like you won. She underestimated me. I'm sure that she held back in her final attack. Maybe. What do we do now? Slay. Me. A sudden weak voice was heard by Issei. He turned his eyes to the azure blue dragon lying on the ground. She had her eyes half open. Huh. You. Juan. You can kill me. If you don't. Issei closed his eyes and directed his hands, who glowed in a light blue color, towards Tiamat. Expecting to be killed, the blue female dragon closed her eyes and accepted her fate, but she widened her eyes when she felt a warm sensation. When she opened her, she saw her body covered by a light blue thin aura. What are you doing? I'm using a medical jutsu. I'm healing you. When Issei said that weakly, her burns began to disappear, making the dragon widen her eyes because of the efficiency that healing power displayed. Why? I'm sorry for what? This red dragon residing in my body did to you. I know that he is an idiot. But please forgive him. Issei, while panting heavily, his stamina reserves were already empty. After saying that, the Securite fainted. Diedrich, your current host is really strange. I agree. So, I'm forgiven. Diedrich said that with a hopeful voice, but Tiamat growled out and stood up. Her body began to glow, and when the light faded, a woman with a sensual figure stood there. She has long azure blue hair that extends all the way down to her knees with matching eyes. Her outfit consisted in an elegant yet provocative blue dress. She sat down and patted Issei's head on her lap and poked his cheek using her slender finger. Issei responded with a cute purr, making her blush a little. What the? Issei-sama. Issei-san. Tiamat turned her head back and saw a group of devils arriving. It was Rias's group, and Ravel, accompanied of course by Satuji. Tiamat, they are acquaintances of my host. The blue-haired woman lowered her guard. Asia quickly crouched and began healing Issei's body after she summoned her twilight healing. The group looked around them and deduced that an intense fight occurred here not long ago. It was quite easy to conclude that, judging by the damage caused. Who are you and what happened here? Ravel was the first to ask Tiamat. She was still giving Issei a lap pillow in front of them. I'm Tiamat. This boy's familiar, Tiamat? The group said simultaneously. Satuji began to shiver. TTTT Tiamat. As TT the DD Dragon King? It's me, and about what happened here. Is that? We kinda fought. She said that while blushing a little. Satuji couldn't take it anymore and fainted while the other devils widened their eyes. Expect Asia, who was still healing Issei. Issei-sama fought a Dragon King? Ravel asked, visibly very surprised. It was a normal reaction. After all, a Dragon King is said to stand at a Mao class, and Tiamat were the strongest of them. Ah, Issei is his name. Hey Blondie, you should stop healing him, he just ran out of stamina. Asia looked towards Tiamat and nodded before she stood up. Then Rias asked. Issei-kun lost against you? Tiamat narrowed her eyes at the question and replied. Instead of asking pointless questions, how about you lead me to this boy's house? He needs rest, and we still didn't perform the ritual. Rias-sama, I shall escort Issei-sama and Tiamat-sama towards the Phoenix Mansion for now. Then we will stick around here a little more to get a familiar for Asia. Ravel nodded and left, following her Tiamat, who picked up Issei in a piggyback ride. Kukuku. A female giving partner a piggyback, peeved, pathetic, Diedrich said to himself while laughing heartily. Now, I will ask a question for you readers, answer in a review or a PM. Do you want Tiamat in the unwanted harem of Issei or not? She will fall in love with Issei or not? Because I can let her be something like an Oni-chan figure to Issei. Your choice. Please review. Next chapter. 2 stars among a single sky. Syphax. First, previous ch 6 of 9 next chapter 6, Familiars and Holy Swords. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I didn't updated this story in a whole month. I had exams and a tight schedule at that, plus I got sick. And I kinda read Karate Shokushi Kohanada Minoru. Yeah, all the 500 chapters in 2 days. But hey, it's really a gem, one of the best martial arts manga I've read. But the ending. I will update more from now on since I finished my exams, yay. So here it is, finally. The 6th chapter of TKDE, 12k words. I will answer to the reviews like I always do. Lightning Blade 49. Of course he will not become a devil. You will know why Searsex is intimidated by Issei in the next chapters, but you will know why Searsex intimidates Issei on this chapter. Kiranther Rias will not marry Razor, don't worry. Megaslayer 321a. I already said on the first chapter that English is not my native language and I don't have someone to help me, so sorry. I will do my best next time. Dragon Rider 66. If you know how his future opponents are strong you wouldn't say that. It's just that young high-class devils are weak, you know. Jude Karangan because his grandpa is a freaking dragon god, of course. Ninja Fang 1331. Happy that you enjoyed it. Nightbringer 325. Of course he doesn't give a shish. Sasuke 75249. Thanks Ivan 00661509. Thanks for the support. Screaming with your mouth shut. Thanks. And yeah, I will try to put some distance between Issei and Asia. Abu 1234. Thanks. Queen Ashley Fox. He will have only one girl, but there's still the unwanted harem. But don't worry, it will not be a harem-like story, maybe at the end. But not now. Fallen Angel Lover. Happy that you liked it. LL. It was inspired from Seiken Tsukai no World Break actually. Dark Pirate King 69. You will understand why in the next chapters, there's a reason for that, don't worry. God of War. Thanks for the review. Lincoln 201. I'm sorry that it took a month actually. Dragon 8188. Nah. Issei won the territories that Razor will inherit from his house, not his money and not his peerage and certainly not his fiancée. Red Satomi Ketchum. Yeah, I agree. But Issei will be in contact with supernatural beings. Don't worry, he will still side with the Yukai faction. Asan Kanasan Khan 2014. Here it is. Sorry that it took so long. Blue Exorist. Thanks for the support. Issei talking to Diedrig on his mind. Thought. Diedrig's talking to Issei on his mind. Sacred Gear talking, Diedrig or Albion talking out loud. Supernatural beast talking, like dragons, hydras etc. Location, I do not own High School DxD or any of its elements. Both Searsex Lucifer and Issei appeared on the center of the VIP room through the magic circle on the floor, when the red glowing light fade. Greeting the sight of Issei was Lord Gremory, Lord Phoenix and Graphia behind the two heirs, and what surprised Issei is how calm Razor's and Ruvel's father was. His aura didn't show any sign of hostility. It was odd because Issei nearly killed his two little birds. Lord Phoenix blue eyes noticed the yellow eyes of Issei glaring a little at him. The proud Phoenix let out a small chuckle and stood up from his chair and walked towards the kitsune, who tensed a little because he was surrounded by devils who actually have the right to be mad at him since he clearly wanted to eliminate two pure-blooded devils just in front of them. To be honest, Issei didn't mind all the devils present on the room except Searsex. He knew that he is a super devil, or in other words he could be described as a being who can fight on the same league as his mother, someone who transcends the boundaries, a forbidden existence. Diedrig, if that Phoenix tries something funny, don't even think to use your juggernaut drive. This place will not be able to withstand its pressure and you may even harm your little nun whose wounds are treated not far away from here. Damn it, you already know that he's not gonna pull out anything. That devil isn't emitting any killing intent. While Issei was drowned on his thoughts, Lord Phoenix arrived in front of him before he bowed a little and offered his hand, seeking a handshake. Issei didn't do anything except accepting his handshake. He was more than surprised by how that devil is reacting. I'm sorry for what my son, Razor, said to you. The elder high-class devil apologized sincerely to the kitsune who was still mute. Huh. That was the only answer who came out from Issei's mouth. My foolish son is pathetic. Threatening a member of the peerage possessed by the girl he will marry and acting so childishly is a disgrace. For that I'm sorry and I'm really thankful that you didn't kill him, Lord Phoenix solemnly said before Lord Gremory walked to the two and said. You've clearly surpassed our expectations, Hyodo Issei-kun. Your fight was captivating to say the least. Haha, it's true. Even my oldest son, Ruvel, didn't stand a chance against your incredible display of power, Hyodo Issei-kun. Issei stiffly nodded his head, not expecting at all that the two heirs could ever react this way. Lord Phoenix, Oto Yui, I have to speak privately to Hyodo Issei-kun present on here. There's 2 or 3 things we need to discuss. The sudden declaration of Seer's ex Lucifer surprised a little the two. Is it about the territories he should be given to him? Don't worry about that, Seer's ex-sama. I will personally. Lord Phoenix was interrupted by Seer's ex. It's not about this issue, Lord Phoenix. Lucifer-sama, can I visit your sisters, Bishop, before? Issei asked, visibly worried about Asia's current state. Seer's ex gave a small nod and ordered his queen. Graphia, escort Hyodo Issei-kun to the room where Ria's peerage is cured. As both the kitsune and the silver-haired maid exited the room, Seer's ex sat tiredly on one of the chairs. Seer's ex, what are you planning to do with the boy? The crimson-haired man curiously asked his son, who only sighed. I have to judge if he's a threat to us, devils, and to know his current statue. The fact that he's dealing openly with us is sufficient to deduce that he's a stray. You are thinking of making an alliance with him, Seer's ex-sama? The Phoenix asked. Maybe. Well, that aside, how about Razor and Rias? When Seer's ex brought the wedding of his sister on the table, Lord Gremory sighed and Lord Phoenix narrowed his eyes. It's still planned, but I will wait until Razor is mature enough. This fight showed how much a fool he was. So it's not cancelled? Lord Gremory questioned. I will not let such an occasion pass. I'm sure that it will benefit both the underworld and our respective pillar. I know that we're pushing our greed too much in our descendants, but we're devils, so let's just say that we can't help it, Lord Phoenix concluded. Gremory Medical Facility. Graphia led Issei inside a hospital, probably an institution owned by the Gremory clan since their pattern is appearing everywhere. The boy followed the silver-haired maid quietly until they stopped in front of a certain room at the end of the corridor. Asia Argento-sama is cured inside this room, but the visits are forbidden for now since she's recovering, but I believe that you can enter the room after an hour or two. You can stay in here. I will come back in 3 hours to retrieve you since Seer's ex-sama wished to have a talk with you. Yeah, thanks. Issei nodded and sat on the chair just beside him while Graphia teleported herself using her magic circle. As the time passed slowly, Issei walked a little around the floor and he was amazed at how the devil's hospitals looked similar to the ones present on the human world. It was really unexpected for the young fox to see a woman with bat-like wings wearing a cute nurse uniform in hell. The purple color of the underworld sky sure is creepy, thought Issei as he was looking to the sky through a window until he was approached by someone. Issei didn't turn his head since he already recognized her aura. I saw your battle from here, it was broadcasted in my room. The crimson-haired girl said that. It was Rias. So? Issei asked with a grin. You were really pathetic. It's hard to believe that you trained for 10 days but? You're, Rook. Kaneko Taju, right? What's with her? Why haven't she used her Nekomata powers, or even Senjutsu? She could have done better. Yes, the crimson-haired girl, Rias Gremory winked her eyes at the sudden question of Issei. How do you know? Meh, I'm a Yukai too, so what did you expect it? Plus I've already fought Nekomatas. A sudden silence was brought by Issei's question before Rias decided finally to open her mouth. She hates her powers, or should I say that she fears them? There's reasons behind it. She's thinking that Senjutsu can make someone lose his mind or something like that. How? It's the common view that everyone who's not a Yukai and raised outside our territory has. In fact, Senjutsu can make someone lose his mind. Yes, if the user is a human or someone who's not adapted to use it, like devils or vampires for example. So you mean, it's impossible for a Nekomata to lose their mind or harm themselves using Senjutsu? Another silence imposed himself between the two. Issei was contemplating the purple sky of the underworld while Rias seemed to think about something. If what he said is correct, then it means that Kuroka didn't. So she did deliberately then. So why? Maybe. No. I will ask Oni-sama later. Rias raised her head for a second and saw Issei looking to the underworld sky curiously. It's your first time in here. Indeed, and what are you doing here? I'm waiting Asia to wake up to see if she needs something. You don't have to worry about that. I'm here for the same reason. She's my friend. I will wait to see how she's doing. Issei interrupted her coldly, resulting her to shut it up. Suddenly a nurse approached the two quietly. Hyodo Issei-sama, Rias Oju-sama, Asia Argento-sama is awake. Thanks. Issei thanked her and walked towards Asia's room. Rias followed him. Knock knock. Issei knocked on the door and opened it slowly only to be greeted by Asia's usual smiling face. Issei-san. The blonde girl exclaimed happily at the sight of her friend. Issei smiled a little and made his way to Asia's bed and sat at the edge of it. Behind him walked Rias. Bucko-san. I'm glad that you're alright. Thank you, Asia. I'm sorry for what happened to you. Razor shouldn't have. So how are you, Asia? You're feeling alright? Issei quickly changed the subject at the mention of that phoenix. I'm fine, Issei-san. Really, I wasn't badly wounded. Don't say that. This phoenix tried to kill you, but you had really a good game. Issei reconforted her. After all, the performance of Asia was quite good. She healed her, king, during all her fight. About that, I'm sorry, Bucko-san. We have. Asia's eyes showed a bit of sadness. She knew that she wasn't useless since she supported her master throughout the game, but they lost, and easily at that. Well, it was expected. Razor Phoenix had a full set only of skillful and experimented pieces. Don't, Asia. It's my responsibility. Ria said while looking down at her feet. Her eyes were a little bit watery. She was certainly thinking of what will happen to her from now on and how her future with Razor will be. She was defeated in a raiding game, so there's now no escape route for her. She will marry Razor. Noticing that the atmosphere was getting moody, Issei stood up from Asia's bed and said, Asia, I'm going since I have a meeting with Lucifer and a talk with Lord Phoenix. You can go first to the human realm. I will see you soon. Issei waved his hand at Asia and quickly exited the room, leaving the two girls behind. Closing the door, the boy turned his head only to see Graphia waiting quietly for him. Lucifer want to talk to me that much, huh? You should not worry yourself. Sirzek-sama will not harm you or anything, he only wants to talk. Issei sighed before following Graphia. The VIP room. The Securite and Graphia returned to the VIP room they were previously in, but this time, Lord Phoenix and Gremory weren't here. Only Sirzek was present, seating in a chair. You can sit, Hyodo Issei-kun. Graphia, hearing her name, Graphia closed the door behind her. Issei narrowed slightly his eyes and rudely addressed the so-called Crimson Satan. So? What do you want with me? Back in the game, you used a magic circle in order to perform your spell. Yes, and what's about it? It has both draconian and divine runes written on it. I'm aware that you're the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation, but it doesn't explain why your magic circle contains divine runes. What the hell? Issei thought, not expecting this question because even him didn't know that it was indeed divine runes, so he decided to ask. How are you so sure that it was divine runes? Sirzek glared a little at Issei after he asked. He didn't say a word for 10 seconds before he opened his mouth again. Are you a half-god? I will not answer that kind of questions, Issei said with serious eyes, clearly indicating his refusal to answer. Sirzek didn't say nothing for endless seconds, after he opened his mouth again. I have a request. Yes. Can you join my sister's P? The crimson-haired Satan was interrupted suddenly by Issei, who quickly answered his so-called request that he already expected. No, I will not join your little sister's peerage. Is there something she could have done to offend you? Sirzek curiously asked, much at Issei's annoyance. Offend me? Your sister tried to kill me, she didn't told you? Huh. Don't give me a huh. Your sister tried to kill me in order to resurrect me against my own will. I'm sure she has her reasons. She never wanted to marry Razor-kun, so I guess she didn't have another choice than that. You know what? I'm out of here. It's really hard to deal with idiots like you, Issei said and turned around to leave. Sirzek narrowed his light blue-colored eyes and said with some anger on his words. I have other questions for you, Hyodo Issei. The kitsune stopped but didn't turn his head and said. What the hell is your problem, devils? Sacrificing someone's life is that easy? You're probably the worst kind I have never heard of. I suggest you to lower a little your tone, Hyodo Issei-kun. The threatening voice of the Mao wasn't enough to calm the young nine-tailed fox. You're trying to convince me that my life isn't worth shit and you want me to shut up? Partner, refrain yourself or nothing good will happen. Diedrich advised his partner and tried to calm him a little, but it was no use. You know who you're talking to, Hyodo Issei-kun? The Satan asked quietly, exposing a little of his menacing aura. Issei didn't even flinch and turned his head. His yellow eyes were so piercing, they gave the impression that they could affect even the soul of the person they're directed at. And you know that there's not any actual peace treaty with our respective factions, right? You want to declare war with us? If so, I'm sure that the Grigori or the church will be glad to join forces with us in order to crush you. The last sentence of Issei Hyodo seemed to have brought Sirzek to reality. If that's all, I'm out of here, Lucifer. Issei exited the room abruptly, and a sudden silence settled itself inside the room. Sirzex was looking down while Graphia's expression remained stoic, but then she suddenly spoke. Why didn't you push him a little when you asked him about his magic? Even if I did so, I guess nothing would have come out from his own mouth. I suppose you already know that Hyodo Issei-sama's level in elemental magic isn't that far from Serafal-sama's. Yeah. I even think that he did hold back against Ruval. Maybe his control over ice is even greater than Serafal's. There's certainly something he hides or himself don't know about. What are we going to do now? Nothing, we will wait until something happens. And about Rias Oju-sama. She lost her game, so she will marry Razor. Lord Phoenix will speak to my Oto Ue about that. I mean the relation between her and Hyodo Issei-sama. Maybe letting her live in the same town as him is dangerous? I don't think so. He already knew that she tried to kill him and didn't try to do anything to her. At least she didn't report any misbehavior of him, so he's certainly not the type of guy who could do something stupid enough to launch another war. But you told Lord Phoenix and Lord Gremory that he was labeled as a stray. It's an excuse that I used. There's not a faction who can let a Longinus possessor leave its ranks. The human world, the Gremory group gathered inside their usual clubroom that they didn't enter those last 10 days. Everyone was looking a little saddened. Rias especially looked depressed, like no one, of course they would. Their master now will marry someone she don't like and they can't do anything about it. They delivered a good fight against Razor, but sadly, it wasn't enough. The Phoenix won by a large margin. None of them dared to utter a word, until a red magic circle appeared on the corner of the room, the one they have just used in order to teleport from the underworld. Kiba and Kaneko instantly rushed towards the magic circle while Akeno posted herself just in front of Rias and Asia. When a silhouette appeared on the center, Kiba summoned a sword but stopped his rush when he felt the energy signature of the person. Issei appeared from the magic circle. He opened his eyes after the light faded only to see the Gremory group in a defensive stance. What the hell are you doing? The brown-haired boy asked the devils, who just sighed heavily in response. It's not common for someone to use that magic circle besides us, Akeno Himejima answered. Issei widened his eyes a little and chuckled nervously. Ah, sorry. Your silver-haired maid used that thing to teleport me to the underworld. It's the only safe path I know who connect the two worlds. Kiba Yuto and Kaneko Tiju sighed simultaneously and returned to sit on the couch. So Issei-san finished his talk with Mao-sama? Asia asked while drinking the tea served for her by Akeno. Yeah, it was nothing. When Issei was about to finish, someone knocked on the door. Issei felt a familiar aura. Akeno moved towards the door and opened it. Two girls stepped inside the room. Of course, Issei knew them. Ah, good to see you again, Hyodo-kun. One of the girls greeted Issei with a small smile while the other bowed her head elegantly. Likewise Kaichu, Issei grinned while saying that, remembering the punishment he received from her not a long time ago. Rias lifted her head. Suna looked at her depressed-looking friend and concluded the result of her game. I guess you lost, yeah. Rias answered with a small yet really fragile voice. Suna narrowed her eyes and turned towards Issei, who was about to leave the clubroom. You're leaving, Hyodo-kun? Yeah. Issei hesitantly answered. You were absent this morning, and you don't have any justification. Wait. This time I have. Issei quickly tried to defend himself. Suna approached him with her narrowed eyes and said. First things first, let me introduce myself again. I know you're a devil, Keicho. He was interrupted by Suna, who continued. I'm Sona Citri. I use the name of Suna Shitori as an alias. I'm the next heir of the Citri household and the little sister of the current Leviathan. Issei widened his eyes in surprise. He knew that Rias Gremory was the little sister of Lucifer, but he didn't know that Sona too was the sister of Leviathan. I will wait for you after the afternoon period inside the student council to introduce you my peerage to avoid any problems in the future, Sona declared clearly to Issei, who was still a little troubled how to react. Why yeah, I'll come. And how about your excuse in not attending school this morning? The girl beside her, Tsubaki Shinra, the vice president asked. Had a rating game. Issei answered hesitantly. Sona and Tsubaki opened their eyes widely. Sona turned his gaze towards Rias, who only nodded. How? He fought against Razor's peerage after I was defeated, and managed to win, Rias tiredly said. The shocked expression of Sona Citri and Tsubaki Shinra was just priceless. Well. Tsubaki Shinra turned her attention to Issei, still surprised after the confession of Rias. Even Sona didn't expect that Issei would really win against Razor. Rias didn't told her friend about the encounter between her and her peerage with the lost descendant of the Marchoges house, but still, beating an on-tier peerage with his own hands and without any backup sure is an admirable feat. Maybe he can make a magnificent piece for her peerage. She certainly thought about something like that when her eyes shone for a second but quickly swept the idea and recomposed herself. Hyodo-kun, since it's too late to join your class, I would ask you to wait here please. Issei sent her a questioning look. Then Sona decided to answer the curiosity of the boy. I will come back and bring my peerage with me in order to introduce you to them, and I have to discuss something with Rias and maybe with you too. Do you want me to join your peerage? Issei asked quickly, surprising Rias and her peerage, but Sona and Tsubaki seemed to have expected that kind of response. Well, it can't be helped if you reach that conclusion. Yes, I want you in my peerage. The student council president said that casually. Rias narrowed her eyes. Certainly because she is worried about for her friend. Dealing with Issei Hyodo can be harmful. Well, at least for her. Sona, thanks for the proposition but no, Issei answered normally, surprising Rias furthermore. Then he sat on the couch just beside Asia. Is there anything of an inconvenience if you stay under me? Sona asked curiously, but Issei chuckled a little. Really? There's not, it's just that I want my freedom and don't want to become a devil. It's understandable. I will come back shortly with my peerage. After this being said, Sona and Tsubaki left the room, leaving Rias's peerage and Issei Hyodo behind them. When the two persons in charge of the student body exited the room, Issei sighed a little and relaxed himself on the couch and rested his head on the inside arm of it before he said. You should learn how to handle things like kaichu, gremory. Learn what? Rias asked nervously, knowing fully what Issei meant. Did you see how Kaichu made me an offer in joining her peerage? It was way better than how you've done, don't you think? Issei laughed a little, and the rest of her peerage showed a small smile at the sight of their embarrassed master. The blushing Rias looked at her feet in shame. But I'm really thankful that you resigned, at least you care about your piece's life. They're not pieces, Rias exclaimed. A little of anger emerged on her voice, making Issei smile a little. Glad to hear it. Then Akeno Himejima approached Rias from behind and said. Bucko, the matter Kaichu want to discuss with you is about the familiars? Ah, I completely forget that matter. When the full moon will happen? Next week I think, so maybe Asia-chan. Bucko-san, Akeno-san. Don't worry about it, Asia, it's just that we think it's time for you to get your own familiar. Familiar? Asked Asia, who was drinking her tea quietly, and just when Rias was about to answer her, someone knocked on the door, surely Sona, but obviously she wasn't alone. All the members of the student council entered inside the occult research club room, 7 girls including Sona and Tsubaki, and 1 single guy. Everyone please introduce yourself to Hyodo-kun and Argento-san. The group stood in front of both Issei and Asia and each one began to introduce himself individually. A young girl with black hair and blue-green eyes was the first to introduce herself. My name is Momo Hanaki, I'm a second year at Kuo and I'm Sona Citri-sama's bishop. The second to introduce herself was a slim girl with long brown hair with matching eyes and she wears a blue headband. Hello. I'm Rei Kusaka, I'm a second year too, pleased to make your acquaintance Argento-san, Hyodo-kun. The next to follow was reddish-brown-haired girl with brown eyes. Hi. I'm Tomo Meguri, nice to meet you, and I'm Kaichu's knight. Then a tall girl with blue eyes and hair with the basic appearance of a tomboy appeared in front of both Issei and Asia. Hello. I'm Yura Tsubasa and Rook. I'm looking forward to meet both of you. And the last girl composing Sona's peerage was a short, petite girl with brown hair tied in 2 long ponytails and green eyes. Hi. I'm Ruruko Nomura, Kaichu's pawn. Nice to meet you Argento-senpai and Hyodo-senpai. Now that all the girls of Sona's peerage introduced herselves, the single boy of her group approached Issei. He has short blonde hair and gray eyes, the sleeves of his uniform were rolled up, and he wore a look of boredom. I'm Saji Genshiro, Kaichu's pawn. Issei smiled politely and said. I'm Hyodo Issei, unlike you I'm a 9-tailed fox, looking forward to meet each one of you. When 9 golden-colored tails with a white spikes appeared from Issei's behind and 2 golden fox ears appeared on top of his head as well. Everyone from Sona's peerage widened their eyes except Sona and Tsubaki, who certainly were told beforehand by Rias. You're a kitsune? That's so cute. Ruruko Nomura said that with sparks on her eyes. Your tails look so smooth, Yura Tsubasa muttered that under her breath. I thought that was a legend. Rei Kusaka said that while a small blush was visible on her face. Girls, calm down. Hyodo-kun, I'm sorry for their behavior. It's their first time to see a yukai in flesh. Sona said that after calming her servants. Issei quietly laughed and said with a smile. Haha. Don't worry about it, Kaichu, I'm quite accustomed to this. After small laughs shared between Sona's girls and after they emptied their curiosity, Saji was emitting uncasually some malicious aura that didn't flee from Issei, but it was a little too late. Saji turned his eyes to Issei and said. HMPF. Doggy, I think that you estimate yourself too much. Doggy? Issei repeated quietly. Saji wore a mischievous smile and proudly declared. You want to fight? Come and taste my fist, you little shitty playboy. I picked up 4 pawn piece. Saji tried to land his fist on Issei's face, but the kitsune quickly reacted and dodged the attack. Why are you the only one drawing the attention of the pretty girls like Asia-san? Oryaaa. Issei dodged another incoming punch from the very angry Saji. Oi, calm yourself a little. Hey Keicho. When Issei turned his eyes towards the student council president, he would have sworn that he was staring at death itself. She was wearing a look who terrified even our mighty kitsune. Hyodo-kun, do as you please, when Sona declared quietly that. Issei widened his eyes a little, not expecting that kind of response, but he suddenly grinned when Saji was about to punch him. Well, to try to punch for a third time. Issei quickly evaded the punch with minimal movements. You could even tell that Issei wasn't even taking Saji as an opponent. The kitsune decided to use any of his fire or tuki, but instead the tips of his 5-finger glowed with a light blue color, probably ki. He didn't waste time and implanted his fingers on Saji's abdomen, making him instantly fall. Cough what cough. Saji tried to move, but at his surprise, he could not even move a single nail. Don't try to move, Saji-kun. I used a trick to immobilize you. Sona approached the two and looked down to Saji. Her violet eyes were menacing to say the least. Saji, Hyodo-kun didn't done anything severe to you, it seems. We will have to talk afterwards. Yura, please take him to the student council. As Sona gave the order, the capable rook of hers picked up Saji's from the ground like it was nothing. Issei made a bitter smile at the scene. Feeling some pity for Saji perhaps? Hyodo-kun, I'm sorry for what Saji did. Why yeah. But it's not normal for a human to be reincarnated using 4 pawn pieces. What kind of potential that guy holds. I think that he has a sacred gear, but he's too weak to wake him, it seems. Well, Sona, you came here to discuss about the familiars, I guess. Yes. As you probably know, we can only obtain familiars for our new servants on the night of a full moon, so next week one of us will go to the familiar forest while the other will wait for an entire mouth. Actually, I have Asia that certainly needs a familiar since she's my newest piece. Maybe you could just let us go for this time. It's not too late for you. I knew that you'll answer this, since the ball tournament net is for tomorrow, so how about we settle it there? I will not lose, Sona, we will see. For now I'll leave Rias. And don't worry about Razor. I'm sure that it'll be solved in due course. With those last words, Sona and Here Peerage exited the room. The room was silent until Asia raised her hand and questioned her, King. Bucko-san. What's a familiar? Rias, visibly really tired, put her hand on her forehead and answered. Asia, we will talk about it tomorrow. Let's rest a little for now, we deserve it. Are you really alright, Bucko? If you want I can. Kiba shared his concerns but was interrupted but Rias. Don't worry about it, Yuto. I would lie if I said I'm okay, but I would lie too if I said I didn't expected this outcome. Kiba frowned a little while Akano showed a worried expression. All her peerage plus Issei exited the room except for one. Kaneko is still on the couch. Kaneko? Bucko, back on the hospital, you said that you wanted to discuss with me something. Ah yes. I completely forgot about that, so? It's about your sister, Kuroka. Kaneko suddenly shivered when she heard the name. Showing some signs of fear like sweating and trembling a little, Rias sighed and said. Don't worry, Kaneko. It's just that I heard something really troubling to say the least, and I thought that maybe since you're the first concerned you should listen to it first before I take any actions regarding that. Kaneko looked at her master with her hazel eyes and nodded, making the crimson-haired princess smile a little. I had a small conversation with Issei-kun back on the medical institute about senjutsu. Bucko, I can't use this power, there's no way. Let me finish, Kaneko. Like I said, I had a small conversation about that with Issei-kun, who's a fairly good user of it, and he said something that really intrigues me. He said that senjutsu cannot turn a nekomata crazy like it was stated in the report who's given to me by Oni-sama about Kuroka. So I thought that maybe. I'm not prepared for this, bucko. When Rias noticed the accumulated tears on the edge of the petite girl eyes, she decided to stop her for now. It's fine, Kaneko. I just wanted to share it with you, and it's totally normal to feel a little taken back by that, so don't worry and go rest, you earned it. The white-haired girl wiped a little her tears and stood up, but before leaving she heard her master. And Kaneko, thanks for the game, you did well. With those last words, Kaneko exited the room while Rias summoned a red magic circle and teleported home. The next day after morning class, Asia walked towards the occult research club room since she was called by Rias her king. But what was strange is that why I should skip lunch and come with you. The boy who was accompanied Asia was Issei, who was sighing and complaining like a little child. Arriving at the old school building, they entered inside the clubroom only to find all the members of Rias's peerage and Rias herself, seating behind her desk, but beside her was Graphia, the silver-haired maid and Lucifer's queen. Well, it wasn't a surprise for Issei. He felt her presence since she teleported to human realm. Her oppressive presence is hard to miss. Asia and Issei-kun. Good morning, bucko-san. Asia returned the greeting of Rias with a smile. Issei behind her pointed to the direction of the silver-haired queen. What the hell she's doing here? It's a pleasure to see you again, Hyodo Issei-sama, Asia Argento-sama. She came to deliver a message for you. You're called by the Phoenix household in order to settle the deeds of property and all the wretched paper concerning all the territories you've won on the game. For today? No, Hyodo Issei-sama. I came back only to deliver the message and take your answer. You'll choose the appointment. It's really too sudden, but let's say, at the end of the week, I guess, since it's the last day of school and I don't want to lose my weekend. I will address your answer to Lord Phoenix. Thank you for your time, Hyodo Issei-sama, and farewell. Saying those last words, Graphia teleported herself using her usual red magic circle. Since my business here is done, I'll leave too. I'm so hungry. Issei left the room while complaining, leaving Asia behind with her fellow devil comrades. Then Rias turned her attention to Asia. I called you today, Asia, to inform you about our battle against Sona's peerage. The winner will go to the familiar forest first. Familiars are considered as a basic requirement for devils. They could assist their masters in various tasks, be used for information gathering and relaying messages, as well as perform any other odd jobs that their masters could think of. We use it often to hand out our leaflets to the humans, Akeno explained to the confused Asia. We will show you ours, Asia. When Rias said that, on Akeno, Yuto, Kaneko and Rias' hands a small red magic circle was summoned in. For Rias a bat the same color as her crimson hair, for Akeno a small beast looking very much like a small cute oni. Beside her Kaneko summoned something who looks pretty much like a cat, a white cat with hazel eyes just like her master, and finally Kiba's familiar as a small eagle with a bronzed feathering and blue eyes. Wah! Kaneko-chan's cat is so cute, it's Shido. Kaneko introduced him and her cat began to caress the cheek of Asia. Well, those are our familiars, and to obtain yours we must go to the familiar forest, situated in the underworld around the Phoenix's territory on the night of a full moon. So we will fight against Kaichu-san because of me? I can wait for another mouth actually, there's no need. We are certainly fighting to get you a familiar, but Ufufu, our bucko can't accept to lose against Kaichu. When Akeno playfully said that she received a strong glare from Rias. Era, scary Oni-sama. Akeno continued to make attempts in teasing her master, who only sighed in annoyance. So that's how it is. Tomorrow we're going to face Tsubaki and Sona in a tennis match. Prepare yourself, Akeno. Ufufu. We're going to crush them, certainly. That's why Asia, from today as well you'll train with us. The tournament will last until the end of the week. Tomorrow we will have tennis. The day after we will have a dodgeball game against Sona's peerage. The one who will win the 2 games, or at least one if the other end up in a tie, will go to the familiar forest first. I'll do my best. The next day it was during lunchtime and Issei just exited his classroom after he devoured his bento. The boy couldn't help but hear all the cheerings coming from the group of students who gathered around the tennis court. The boy approached the crowd and immediately recognized 2 girls from his class. Hi Murayama-san, Kate-san, Hyodo-kun. What's going in here? The crowd is too compact. I cannot see what's actually happening in the tennis court. It's a game between Rias Oni-sama and Akeno Oni-sama vs Kaichu and Fuku Kaichu. It's very rare to see the most popular 4 girls of the high school playing a match together. Ah, by the way, what are you doing here, Hyodo-kun? Well, I left Asia with Kiryu-san in the classroom, and since I didn't have anything to do, I walked here to see what caused the formation of such a crowd. Yes, Issei met a girl who introduced herself as Aika Kiryu. She was one of the first friends Asia made after she began to study in here. The poor boy didn't expected that this girl would be so perverted, but he certainly knew that she was someone that you could count even if she's a little perverted. Oh, if it's not Hyodo-kun and the Kendo girls. Issei turned to see from where the familiar voice came and was greeted much at his surprise by Kiba. Hey Nai. I mean Kiba-kun. What's up? The boy nervously asked, and almost said something really unnecessary. When Kiba was about to answer him, Issei and the 2 girls turned their heads to see a petite girl coming from behind Kiba dragging 2 unconscious boys. The kitsune tried to identify who the 2 were. Their faces were bruised, they were totally unrecognizable, but Issei couldn't help but think that was them. Yes. Kaneko-san. I suppose it's Motohama-kun and Matsuda-kun? Issei asked tiredly. Yes, those 2 perverts were taking pics of Bucko, Akeno Fukubchao, Kaichu and Fuku Kaichu. Disgusting. To be expected from them, I'd say, Kiba said that while smiling nervously, a little worried about the state the 2 humans were. That's a good thing you did there, Kaneko-chan, those 2 pervs deserved worse. Kotase and Murayama didn't feel any pity seeing those 2 in such condition. Then Issei felt something coming from the direction where the match between the 4 devils is held, when he turned his eyes to see what attracted his attention. Take this. Shitori-style spinball. You're too naive. Gremory encounter. We shall win this game. Era, so fired up Tsubaki. It was something really odd. Those hits were clearly not human. When Issei turned his head to the crowd to see how they will react at this display of power. Oh, a magical ball. Akeno Oni-sama. Rias Oni-sama. Do your best. Kaichu were cheering for you. Miss Tsubaki, do your best. They were cheering enthusiastically, the 2 sides, much at Issei's exasperation. Kiba-kun, Kaneko-san, do you know that Gremory and Himejima are actually using their powers? Well, Kaichu and Fuku Kaichu too. Issei silently asked the 2 devils. Kaneko nodded while Kiba made a bitter smile and replied quietly. Bucko and Kaichu are both rivals and friends, so it was expected that both of them would never hold back. Those devils are dumb. A monotone yet strong voice echoed through Issei's mind. It was Diedrich, who's actually surprised by how the devils act. Can't disagree. Diedrich, the kitsune answered while giggling a little. Even the heavenly dragon was a little irritated seeing how reckless the direct relatives of 2 Satans are acting in front of mere humans. 15-30, the referee suddenly declared, to be expected from my rival, you're not disappointing me, Sona. Don't dare to hold back against me, Rias. Both the princesses' eyes were burning in determination. After a long match, that of course Issei didn't attend because he still has afternoon class and wasn't interested in the outcome, finished in a tie as both teams won the game. Well, it was what of the many guys reported after the match ended. They both won because both their rackets broke. Vatican City, Italy, in a church, endowed with a worm-eaten floor. 3 silhouettes dressed in white robes were squatted on one knee in front of an old man who has a white beard and a lot of wrinkles on his face, and his eyes were shining in a strange determination reflecting almost hate. His impressive physical build was denying his age, while he was staring intently at the stained glass just behind him representing the Virgin Mary as Queen of Heaven, surrounded by biblical kings and prophets. He said with a strong voice who echoed through the empty church. You 3 were chosen to retrieve the fragments of Excalibur that the Angels of Stars, Kokebiel, stole. The Star of God has done something unforgivable. He certainly want to start another great war between the 3 factions. I have fought him in my younger days. He is strong. You 3 were chosen by me. You are wielder of holy swords, but even so I think that you'll lose in a direct confrontation. So, what will we do, Eminence Strata? One of the 3 silhouettes asked the old men with a strong and serious yet young voice. It's a major problem. The church, no, even the heaven cannot send me in a mission on a territory of the sister of Satan himself. It would be enough to start a war, so that's why you 3 were chosen by me. I know how much you're strong, but even so I wanted to say something before you leave to those eastern countries. You have to retrieve the lost Excalibur fragments, but you have to return alive. It's not an order from the heaven, not from the church and not from me as cardinal priest. It's an order from me as Vascrostrata. You have to return alive because you three are our future, the future of the church's warrior. And I will send you the little one afterwards. She's in a mission right now, but I'm sure her sacred gear will be very useful." As the old men said those last words, the three silhouettes left the church, leaving the old man who was still staring at the glass alone. "You warmonger, you have never changed after all these years. If those youngsters are not able to stop you, I will do it myself, and this time, I will definitely erase you." Kuo Academy. The gymnasium. It was the day after the tennis match between Rias and Sona. Today both peerages gathered inside the gym to play a dodgeball game in order to decide finally who'll get the chance to get a familiar first. "You didn't have to reduce your numbers in order to fight against us," Rias said to Sona. Both were wearing their PE uniform. "I prefer to play in an honest way, plus it's going to be way more entertaining like that. Winning easily doesn't suit my style," Sona replied with a small confident grin on her face. "You seem to be confident." "Yeah. That's just like Rias said. Sona didn't bring all her peerage with her, and now the student council team are equal in numbers with the Okit Research Club team. For Sona's team there's Sona of course, Tsubaki, Saji, Yura and Momo. And for Rias's team there's Rias, Akano, Kaneko, Kiba and Asia. The terraces of the gymnasium were full of students that especially came to watch the match between those two teams. Well, yesterday both Rias's and Sona's team won every match that opposed them to the other clubs, making today's match look almost like a final for the ball tournament. Buko-san. Issei-san was called by Lord Phoenix-san, right? He will spend all the day on the underworld? Yes. The territories of Razor are really vast, and taking a look at it will take a day at least. The Phoenix household is one of the richest pillars of the underworld after all. Yes. This morning Graphia came to the Occult Research Club room in order to bring Issei to the underworld to make an expertise and settle the wretched paper concerning the territories of Razor. Underworld. Phoenix territory. After teleporting several times with a magic circle, both Graphia and Issei arrived in front of a castle. "Don't tell me this is..." Issei hesitantly said, fearing the truth, but Graphia remained unfazed and said in a calm voice, "Yes, this the main residence of the Phoenix family." The castle's gate suddenly opens while making a heavy sound. After both Graphia and Issei went inside and past the garden of the castle, they arrived at the residential area where the servants and direct descendants of the Phoenix household live. Then someone appeared from nowhere. It was a tall woman with a voluptuous figure. Her blonde hair is up and adorned with expensive-looking accessories. Accompanied by pure green eyes, she gave off a noble aura. "In Great Red's name, look at those breasts." A familiar voice echoed through Issei's mind. Yeah, Diedrich-san and his fetishes. Even Issei couldn't deny that the size of her bust is actually enormous. "Lady Phoenix, it's a pleasure to see you again." Graphia greeted the women properly while Issei was looking suspiciously at her. "Likewise Graphia-sama, so he is the one that defeated Razor, and Ruval?" "Yes, it's indeed him. He is Hyodo Issei-sama. Hello there, I'm Liza Phoenix. Razor's and Ruval's mother and the wife of the current head of the Phoenix household. Nice to meet you. Can I call you Issei-kun?" "Why yeah. Nice to meet you too, Lady Phoenix, Era. Be at ease, Issei-kun. Don't think that I hold a grudge against you because you have beaten some common sense in my Razor. I'm actually thankful for it." He had actually too much of pride and confidence on his powers as a Phoenix. "Really?" "Yes, and I'm actually very impressed by your performance. Ruval is my strongest son and yet you have succeeded in beating him." Suddenly a small figure appeared behind her. It was a beautiful young girl with long blonde hair tied into twintails and was dressed in a light purple dress. The girl seemed familiar to Issei. "I recognize you. You're the sister of that Yukito, I mean of Razor." "Era. You remember her?" "Ravel, introduce yourself." Her mother smiled awkwardly and pushed the young girl to introduce herself. She was blushing a little. "My name is Ravel Phoenix. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Lord Hyodo, and thank you for last time." "Last time? In your battle against my brother, you didn't hurt me. I'm thankful for it." Don't mention it, and please don't refer to me as Lord. I'm not someone with such position." "No, it's important." "Ufufu, I'm sorry to cut short to your discussion, both of you, but Issei-kun have some business to settle first with your father. But Ravel, can you show Issei-kun the territories he won afterwards, okay?" Ravel didn't utter a word while her blush still remained. Issei looked towards the direction of Lady Phoenix. "Follow me, Issei-kun, and thank you Graphia-sama for bringing him here." The silver-haired maid nodded and teleported herself. Issei followed Lady Phoenix until they arrived in front of a gorgeous-looking door. The Phoenix lady knocked on the door and entered inside the room without hesitation. Issei followed just behind. Inside the room was a gigantic library. On the center was an impressive-looking desk. On that office, a familiar man with blonde hair was preparing a ton of paper. It was Lord Phoenix. "Ah, Hyodo Issei-kun. It's nice to see you again, my boy." The old devil greeted Issei with a warm smile that Issei found quite strange in fact. "It's a pleasure to meet again, Lord Phoenix. It sure is. Well, I hope you're prepared." "Prepared? We have a ton of paper that needs your signing, ha ha ha." The Phoenix proud laugh echoed through the medieval-looking library. 3 hours later, after thousands signatures in a nearly broken hand, Issei finished his business. Saying he was tired is clearly an understatement. "Hyodo Issei-kun. Now you have acquired quite a lot of territories, but you don't have time to celebrate because you must visit them now. Don't worry, you'll just have to take a small look for now, and I have already prepared the train." "A train?" "Yes. I suppose that you'll need a guide. Lady Phoenix said that your daughter, Lady Ravel, will show me those grounds." "Ah. Then that's perfect." Lord Phoenix said that with a satisfied smile. The human world. Kuo Town, Occult Research Club room. It was really though to win against Sona, but Bucko Sanyu using that kind of method. "I agree with Asia Senpei, it's too perverted, era, but we won." Akeno is right, we won and that's the most important. But Bucko. Doing that. Saji-kun almost died from his nosebleed. "Yuto, it's alright. Now we will got the familiar forest and get Asia a familiar. We will teleport there through magic circle, Bucko-san?" "Yes. I guess the familiar master is already waiting for us." "Akeno, did you finish the preparations?" "I just finished." "Very well then, let's get going." The magic circle glowed red and all the pieces of the peerage gathered on the center before disappearing in a blinding light. When everyone opened their eyes, what greeted them was a forest. Well, no one was really surprised. It wasn't called the familiar forest for nothing. It's scary, like Asia fearfully stated. This forest is certainly creepy. There were a lot of gigantic trees growing. The forest sure is dense and not so much sunlight shines through the ground. The purple sky of the underworld is still visible though. "Don't worry, Asia. This forest contain only familiars. And there's not a lot of that can oppose a threat to us," Rias said in order to reassure her precious bishop, Intel. "Well, as long as you don't approach the famous Chaos Karma Dragon. You'll probably not get yourself killed." An unfamiliar voice came from nowhere then. The group of young devils turned their heads to the direction of the voice, and what was standing there was a young man wearing rough clothing. He has black hair and brown eyes. "Hello. I'm Satuji and I will be your guide." "Sorry for the wait, Satuji-san. I'm Rias Gremory and this is my peerage. We came today in order to get a familiar to this girl." Rias greeted the young man and pointed her finger towards Asia's direction. Hello. I'm Asia Argento." The former nun introduced herself shyly, making the familiar M. "No," the guide drooled. "Era. It's a pleasure to meet such a cutie. So you're the familiar master?" Rias tried to change the direction of the conversation and switch to another topic. Haha, not quite. I'm an aspirant to be a familiar master, but don't worry. I lived on this forest long enough to be able to guide you. So what the blonde beauty want is a familiar? A strong one. I want a cute one," Asia answered hesitantly. The guide put his hand on his chin and began to mumble. "I think there's some cute familiars not far away from here. Okay. Follow me," he said the last part energetically. Underworld. Phoenix territory. Issei was now inside a train, and unlike the ones in the human realm, that train was gigantic. The inside can't be described by mere words. It was actually in another level of luxury, and beside him was seating the petite girl that will serve him as a guide. "Lord Hyodo, stop it with Lord Hyodo, calling me Issei is fine." "Then Lord Issei, you want to play like that? Okay. I will call you Ravel Ajosama, or should I call you Lady Ravel?" Issei grinned while saying that. But Ravel in the other hand was blushing. It was hard to tell if it was caused by anger or embarrassment. Either way, that reaction is quite cute. "No. Ravel is fine. Then call me Issei and I'll call you Ravel, it's simple." "I can't. Please, can I call you just Issei-sama? I think that you got a problem with honorifics." "Sigh, I guess it's okay." "Yay." Ravel answered happily, and in the same manner a girl of her age would have done, leaving even her princess attitude. Issei put his hand on his forehead but can't help smiling. He had never thought on his entire life getting along nicely with a devil that he fought. Even getting himself in such a situation was inconceivable 2 months ago. Maybe it was the Red Dragon Emperor trait. Attracting the occult. Maybe his quest to find peace is actually a lost hope. After visiting a lot of territories, and a lot of people too. Because those territories, well, not all but a small part is inhabited by devils from low-class and middle-class families. It wasn't a problem since Issei agreed to let them live like they used to. He wasn't going to use those territories anyway. It was just a compensation for the time he lost in fighting that bird brain and his peerage to revenge Asia and to stray him away from her, and indirectly from Rias's side on the same occasion. And yes, Issei couldn't help but be amazed at how much Ravel was good in managing all what concerns business and diplomacy. She gave Issei a complete sightseeing of all his territories in such a short time. Issei-sama, do you have a familiar? Huh? You know, those beings used to assist their masters in. I know what a familiar is, but I don't have one. It's a problem, because it's a basic requirement for us, devils. But I'm not a devil, I know. I already saw the recording of the match. Even your AK Kitsune, we will need to get you one. Huh? Why? As I said, it's a basic requirement for devils, and since you'll be confronted to our business sooner or later, I think it's better to have one. But we will need to get to that forest and all. It's too much of work. Let's do it next time. Don't worry about that. To be honest, the familiar forest is located not far away from here. But we will need a guide, and it's alright. I already came here with my siblings and their servants to get familiars so I can guide us. Then I suppose that we can try. Ravel nodded confidently and called what looked like to be a butler. Please, can you tell the driver to lead us to the familiar forest? Consider it done, Oju-sama. The butler quickly walked to the driver's locomotive situated in front. Ah, by the way, Ravel, how are your 2 brothers doing? Ruvel Nisama is doing just fine, but Razor Nisama is. Underworld. Familiar forest, Satuji-san, those undines were everything but cute. Yeah, I agree that it wasn't an adapted familiar for you. I would have never thought that the difference could be that big. In the human tales it was supposed to be cute. Yuto-kun, are you disappointed? Not really. Bucko. I smell a phoenix. When Kaneko suddenly said that, a petite girl around her height appeared from behind a tree. They immediately recognized her. It was the youngest and the only female descendant of the Phoenix house, Ravel Phoenix. Ah, Rias-sama and her peerage. How do you do? What are you doing here, Ravel? Beside greeting the girl who is actually going to be her sister-in-law, Rias was surprised to see her here. I came here with Issei-sama in order to get him a familiar, but he somehow got lost. Issei-sama. Well, never mind. Where were you when you 2 split? 10 minutes away since the south entrance of the forest. Bucko-san. Let's search for him. I think that he can handle himself, Asia, don't worry. Issei-san is really bad when it comes to find his way back. How do you know about that? Rias-sama, if you want to assist me in searching for Issei-sama, then please do, otherwise I don't have much time to waste in here. Humph. We will help, somewhere on the familiar forest. Diedrich. How did I do? Do what? To get lost? You're an idiot, is it sufficient as an answer? Shitty old dragon. I am going to let you manage then, I'm going to sleep. Wait. Damn, useless old geezer. Well, what the hell am I supposed to do now? Issei walked for 1 hour, and encountered pretty odd monster from wild undines until creepy 9-headed hydras. Those hydras looked disgusting brr. Even remembering it makes me shiver. Maybe I should take shelter in that cavern for the time being. The young kitsune walked towards the cave, but judging by its looks one would say that its primary one because of all of the rocks surrounding the area of the mountain are of volcanic origin by first sight. Then as Issei approached the cavern he felt an extremely strong aura. Interesting. A dragon maybe? Hey Diedrich, still asleep I guess, great. Sigh. Issei couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. He knew that a heavenly the spirit of a heavenly dragon didn't need to sleep, and the legendary red dragon was doing it just to piss of his current wielder. I guess I have 2 options, run or make that thing my familiar. I will make it my familiar. Kukuku, having a high-class dragon as a familiar would be pretty cool, I could use it to fly. When Issei decided to take a look inside the cavern, he heard a snore. Is there someone in there? After seconds he heard a groan. Issei didn't back away, instead he pushed a little further. I know someone is there. I want to talk. The groan he heard this time was stronger and the aura he felt began to raise to the point where even him felt that something was off. It's not a high-class dragon. That thing is at the level of a dragon king. Hey DDRAIG, wake up. Breasts. Cuckoo. Albion, you suck. White fag. Grr. What the hell do you feel that aura? Number. It's can't be. What? Your dead partner. It was an honor that I had someone like you as a wielder. Who the hell is this dragon? ROOOOOOOAAAAAARRRRRRRR. A strong roar was heard from the cavern, pushing Issei to backing a little way, and then an enormous azure blue-colored western dragon with yellow eyes appeared from the cave. Diedrich. I can't believe you came here. Hi, Tiamat, it's been a long, hasn't it? Tiamat? Those are your first words after all this time? Yes. Damn you, Diedrich. Today I will finish what the God of the Bible began. Oi, don't get too carried away. Why are you always so angry at me? How dare. I will erase your spirit, damn Welsh dragon. Wait, Tiamat-sama, I came here to get a familiar, not to fight. Me a familiar? A weakling brat like you? And on top of that the host of Diedrich? Hey Tiamat, if it's me the problem then I'm sorry. Even if I don't clearly remember why I have to apologize. You don't even remember that. Diedrich. ROOOOOOAR. Diedrich. Yes. I hate you, don't say that. You can defeat her if you use the scale mail. I can't use it here, it would damage this area and we're currently in the underworld. Meh. It's your problem now. I have never understood how to handle female dragons. I will try to, bomb asterisk. A huge fist slammed Issei's body on the ground. Strong. Issei quickly reacted and retreated back to be out of the direct reach of the menacing dragon. Of course, she's the strongest dragon king, you don't have the choice against her. Don't hold back. Hey. I already know that if I don't go all out against her there's no way I will survive, but since I can't use my balance breaker. Here then. A huge amount of red tuki began to cover Issei's body, who already transformed on his Yukai form. An amount so enormous that even the ground showed cracks under the pressure Issei's aura gave and a large crater was formed beneath him. Tiamat narrowed her eyes and adopted a defensive stance. Booster gear. Boost. Following Issei's voice, a red gauntlet covered his left arm. Tiamat, in the other hand, responded by raising her aura. Issei quickly rushed towards her head-on and successfully landed a punch on her face, but was quickly sent flying backwards thanks to a strong and sharp kick of Tiamat. Issei vomited a little of blood and grinned when he saw Tiamat bleeding a little as well. That's quite the punch you have here, damn you, host of Diedrich. The azure blue dragon's aura began to grow bigger and bigger. Issei widened his eyes at the pressure he could feel emanating from Tiamat. I told ya partner, it's all or nothing. Why yeah. Boost. 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 Issei's red tuki grew thicker thanks to Diedrich's power. The kitsune covered his fists with tuki and launched himself towards Tiamat for a second time and began an extremely intense close-range fight with her. After several minutes Issei's was bleeding a lot, unlike Tiamat, who seemed to hold on, but fatigue begins to set in. Boost. 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 The dragon tried to crash her fist on Issei, but the latter swiftly dodged and landed his uppercut on the dragon's jaw. Gua. Tiamat let a cry of pain before she suddenly flew to the sky and opened her large mouth and took a deep breath. I will end this fight here, but I didn't expected that your current host would be that strong, Diedrich. Partner, she will put probably all her power on this breath. You should probably retreat. Huh? If I dodge that she will wipe all the forest. Well, she's serious. Diedrich said that after he felt the crushing aura coming from her. Why yeah, she's not joking. Boost. 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 The voice of Diedrich echoed endlessly from the boost gear. Issei's tuki grew bigger, but the kitsune began to gather all the tuki he's covered with on his left-right fist. Bring it on, Dragon King. When Issei said that with confident eyes, popping veins appeared on the blue western dragon's forehead, who gathered practically all her aura on her mouth from where a gigantic blue blast was launched towards Issei. Take this, host of Diedrig. Roar! The blast was so big that it took all the field of Issei's vision. The kitsune closed his eyes, dismissing the boosted gear in his tuki. His hands began to glow in a white color. He directed his two hands towards the incoming blue-colored blast. Partner, if you use that move, you'll not be able to continue if she's not taken down. I know. But I don't have any other move to counter that thing. My fire will incinerate and purify you from your sins. All things must return to ash, to skull and bone. You can't escape, you can't flee. Endless despair as far as the eye can see. Face your judgment and for all eternity remain alone. A small crimson-colored ember appeared on Issei's hands before it was launched against the gigantic blue blast thrown by Tiamat. The small ember turned into a crimson-colored blaze. Asterisk ba asterisk. When the two attacks collided, deafening sound was heard and it shook all the forest. When the dust slowly dispersed, the scenery was charred. The trees turned to ash literally. Staying out of this, we could see inside a large crater Issei with a burned uniform and skin, minor wounds all over his body and maybe 2 or 3 broken ribs. Guh. I didn't expect it to be this strong. Look at your state. I told you to use your balance breaker. If you remembered why she hates you so much, I wouldn't be on this situation. You know. Can you walk? When Diedrig asked that, Issei stood up slowly and felt that all his body was aching. More or less, let's see where's Tiamat. Issei walked slowly and left the crater. He turned his head to analyze his surroundings and widened his eyes when he saw all the damage both attacks caused. Peeved. Ha 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 ha. And you didn't use the scale mail in fear to damage the forest. Good job, partner. Ha ha ha. Shut up, Diedrig. The injured kitsune located Tiamat and walked towards her. The huge dragon state was pretty much the same as his, but he could see that her burns were severe. Looks like you won. She underestimated me. I'm sure that she held back in her final attack. Maybe. What do we do now? Slay. Me. A sudden weak voice was heard by Issei. He turned his eyes to the azure blue dragon lying on the ground. She had her eyes half open. Huh. You. Juan. You can kill me. If you don't. Issei closed his eyes and directed his hands, who glowed in a light blue color, towards Tiamat. Expecting to be killed, the blue female dragon closed her eyes and accepted her fate, but she widened her eyes when she felt a warm sensation. When she opened her, she saw her body covered by a light blue thin aura. What are you doing? I'm using a medical jutsu. I'm healing you. When Issei said that weakly, her burns began to disappear, making the dragon widen her eyes because of the efficiency that healing power displayed. Why? I'm sorry for what? This red dragon residing in my body did to you. I know that he is an idiot. But please forgive him. Issei, while panting heavily, his stamina reserves were already empty. After saying that, the Securitate fainted. Diedrig, your current host is really strange. I agree. So, I'm forgiven. Diedrig said that with a hopeful voice, but Tiamat growled out and stood up. Her body began to glow, and when the light faded, a woman with a sensual figure stood there. She has long azure blue hair that extends all the way down to her knees with matching eyes. Her outfit consisted in an elegant yet provocative blue dress. She sat down and patted Issei's head on her lap and poked his cheek using her slender finger. Issei responded with a cute purr, making her blush a little. What the? Issei-sama. Issei-san. Tiamat turned her head back and saw a group of devils arriving. It was Rias's group, and Ravel, accompanied of course by Satuji. Tiamat, they are acquaintances of my host. The blue-haired woman lowered her guard. Asia quickly crouched and began healing Issei's body after she summoned her twilight healing. The group looked around them and deduced that an intense fight occurred here not long ago. It was quite easy to conclude that, judging by the damage caused. Who are you and what happened here? Ravel was the first to ask Tiamat. She was still giving Issei a lap pillow in front of them. I'm Tiamat. This boy's familiar, Tiamat? The group said simultaneously. Satuji began to shiver. TTTT Tiamat. As TT the DD Dragon King? It's me, and about what happened here. Is that? We kinda fought. She said that while blushing a little. Satuji couldn't take it anymore and fainted while the other devils widened their eyes. Expect Asia, who was still healing Issei. Issei-sama fought a Dragon King. Ravel asked, visibly very surprised. It was a normal reaction. After all, a Dragon King is said to stand at a Mao class, and Tiamat were the strongest of them. Ah, Issei is his name. Hey Blondie, you should stop healing him, he just ran out of stamina. Asia looked towards Tiamat and nodded before she stood up, then Rias asked. Issei-kun lost against you? Tiamat narrowed her eyes at the question and replied. Instead of asking pointless questions, how about you lead me to this boy's house? He needs rest, and we still didn't perform the ritual. Rias-sama, I shall escort Issei-sama and Tiamat-sama towards the Phoenix Mansion for now. Then we will stick around here a little more to get a familiar for Asia. Ravel nodded and left, following her Tiamat, who picked up Issei in a piggyback ride. Cuckoo. A female giving partner a piggyback, peeved, pathetic, Diedrich said to himself while laughing heartily. Now, I will ask a question for you readers, answer in a review or a PM. Do you want Tiamat in the unwanted harem of Issei or not? She will fall in love with Issei or not? Because I can let her be something like an Oni-chan figure to Issei. Your choice. Please review. Next chapter. 2 stars among a single sky. Sifax. First, previous ch6 of 9. Next, chapter 7. 2 stars among a single sky. Another month to update. Seriously? Well, I'm sorry, it's just that I don't have enough time, but don't worry. I will get 2 mouths of vacation pretty soon, so I must study for now. First, I really want to thank you about the reviews concerning the statue of Tiamat on this story, thanks guys. I will answer the reviews, but there's not a lot since they were mostly answers about the question I asked. Sasuke 75,249 with who get with. Too early for that. 3. Lightning Blade 49, she saw Issei unconscious, and since she doesn't know much about the Dragon Society, I guess it's alright for her to make a mistake here. P. Velociraptor about the lemons, I will ask everyone's opinion in the next chapter. Mystic Spider, I don't have space to write Kyubi no Kitsune. That's why, and since I don't want to just write Kyubi, I wrote Kitsune. I don't want that a viewer think that's some Naruto crossover lol. That's all. Good reading. Issei talking to Diedrich on his mind. Thought. Diedrich's talking to Issei on his mind. Sacred Gear talking, Diedrich or Albion talking out loud. Supernatural beast talking, like dragon, hydra, etc. Location, I do not own High School DxD or any of its elements. Ravel and Tiamat carrying Issei arrived at the Phoenix's main residence thanks to the train they used before to visit the territories belonging to the Kitsune. The young Phoenix led Tiamat and the unconscious Securite into a vacant room in order to let Issei rest a little so that he could refill his stamina reserves. Tiamat-sama, please can you lie him on the bed? Ravel hesitantly pleaded the so-called strongest Dragon King, who nodded in acceptance and done what she was asked. Then Tiamat suddenly lies down on the bed just beside the sleeping Issei and closed her eyes, completely ignoring the presence of Ravel, who just stood there with wide open eyes. Tiamat-sama, what are you doing? The petite blonde-haired girl asked a little too loudly in a shocked manner, even if that question was pointless since it was obvious that the Dragon King wanted to take a nap. Maybe the blush on Ravel's face can be considered as a proof that the Phoenix was thinking about something else. Well, Tiamat opened her eyes, revealing their ice blue color. She answered the curiosity of Ravel. I'm trying to sleep, Phoenix. I'm exhausted. After hearing the response of Tiamat, who actually responded with a monotonous voice and used the kitsune as hugging pillow, a vein popped out on Ravel's forehead due to anger and certainly because of jealousy. BB, but there's plenty of rooms. You don't have to sleep with. Ravel tried to dissuade the blue-haired women but was suddenly interrupted by the later small yet strong growling. Sighing in abandon, the small Phoenix left the room silently with the feeling that she has lost against the legendary dragon. Then Tiamat turned her attention towards Issei, or precisely what was inside him. Sudden, she moved on top of Issei and rested her forehead against his and closed her eyes. After opening her eyes, what greeted the sight of Tiamat was an immense red western dragon with pure green eyes. He was even bigger than the female Dragon King. Tiamat was on her dragon form, and both of them were surrounded by a pool of flames who strangely didn't seem to hurt any of them. A smile made his way on the red dragon face while looking Tiamat right on the eyes before he opened his large mouth. It's been a while since we talked face to face, huh? Diedrich, I want to ask some questions. You became rather talkative. What do you want to ask? First things first, I didn't and certainly will never forgive what you have done. At least tell me what I did. Okay, forget it. Wait. Before asking me any question related to my partner, How about you tell me why do you want to become his familiar? Look. If you're too embarrassed to tell me that you're in your mating season, it's alright. Mating season. Idiot. I only wanted to become his familiar because I wanted to take a closer look to the human realm. You could have done with anyone seeking you as a familiar. Why did you especially chose my host? He won against me. In a direct fight. I feel something. I really don't know how to explain it. Don't you dare think of anything lecherous, you pathetic red dragon. I understand. Me too, I felt the same way after he awake the boosted gear. Can you tell me a little more about your current host? He didn't even use that forbidden move of the sacred gear. The balance breaker, was it? Well. You were the one who attacked us first and the boy never wanted to fight against you. He knew that he could have died. To be honest, my current partner is an idiot, a strong idiot. What do you mean? He didn't use his full power to not destroy that familiar forest, since he was in the underworld, so he kinda tried to keep it down. If I didn't held back and if he used his full power, who would have won? Him, of course. Actually, well, even his existence is a joke. There are things that I cannot tell you, but even from my point of view, that boy is dangerous. Dangerous? Let's not talk about it. If you have further questions, just ask him in person. WHWH. Tiamat suddenly opened her eyes only to find Issei, who wake up. The blue-haired beauty was on top of him and the kitsune, confused and mostly embarrassed, suddenly shouted. Who are you? And what were you doing? I'm Tiamat and don't think of anything awkward. I was only talking with Diedrich. The Dragon King quickly answered to dodge a situation who may embarrass her more. Oh, okay. Where are we? The kitsune nodded before he asked where he was. He couldn't recognize the room nor the place he was in. The Phoenix household. Me and a female descendant of the Phoenix house carried you here since you fainted after you used that technique of yours to heal me. Thanks, I guess. And what are you doing here? Why, you said that you wanted a familiar. Tiamat hesitantly said, but Issei sighed and said. Why, you don't have to force yourself. It's okay if you are not fine with. Without even being able to finish his sentences, he was cut short by Tiamat's shout. I'm a Dragon King. I do whatever I want to do. Okay. Then Tiamat-sama, what should I do to make you my familiar? Issei asked with a troubled voice, since he never made any contract like this one. First, drop the sama. You're my master and it's not the other way around. Oh, okay, and since you're a Yukai, I guess you have to concentrate some of your energy on the palm of your hand, then. Kuo Academy. A cult research club. All the members of Rias Gremory's peerage gathered inside their clubroom. Except this time another being was present inside the room, seating on Asia's lap. It was a blue-scaled baby dragon with red eyes sleeping peacefully. Era. Asia-chan sure is impressive. It's the first time that a spirit dragon pledged to a devil. It's not that exceptional if you ask me. Asia is a former nun after all, so it's normal that she has a pure heart. By the way, I'm really sorry Kiba-san about. Asia turned her attention to Kiba and apologized while bowing her head, but Kiba just kept his Bishonen smile even if his body was burnt a little. Don't worry, Asia-san. It's my fault that I tried to approach him. Looks like that dragon don't like the males of other races, Akeno deduced while looking towards the small beast. Maybe he will have a better relation with Issei-san than Kiba-san. As a fellow dragons they should have a mutual understanding, Asia hopefully said. Speaking of Issei-kun, he still didn't come back from the underworld? Exactly when Akeno asked that while putting her hand on her cheek, a red magical circle appeared on the floor of the clubroom and two silhouettes stepped from it. It was Grafia accompanied by Issei, who was looking a little pale. Hello. Ria-Sajo-sama and Ria-Sajo-sama's peerage. Issei-san. Good to see you again, Asia. Issei greeted the former nun with a weak voice. Are you alright? Rias's bishop asked worriedly, but Issei patted her head and smiled. Why, yeah, I'm alright. It's just that I didn't totally recovered. Oh, is that blue dragon your familiar? Yes. He is a spirit dragon. He is Rase-kun. Rase. The kitsune wore a questioning look. Rase sure was an odd name. Yeah, because he uses lightning, Reijeki, and I also used Issei-san's name as well. It's a cute name. Whatever, nice to meet you, Rase. At the instant Issei tried to approach Asia's familiar, the latter's body began to glow in a blue color then. *BBB's Issei received an electric shock and received some damage, just a small bruise on his right hand, It was nothing serious, but the Red Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and let some of his red aura flare a little to intimidate the spirit dragon. But Asia hugged the blue-scaled dragon tightly and firmly declared, "Don't bully Issei-kun. Huh. He attacked me first. Just let me teach him something useful." The difference between Issei was interrupted by a teary-eyed Asia. "No. Please, Issei-san. Issei-kun isn't bad. Issei-kun, Asia-san is right. I received an electric shock when I tried to touch him too. He apparently hates males of other races." Kiba tried to calm a little Issei while putting a refreshing smile. The kitsune sighed in defeat and said, "Well, I guess it can't be helped. I will go home and take a nap. See ya. I will be home later. I still have my devil job to fulfill." The former nun notified Issei and received a nod from him. "Yeah, good luck." Issei then left the clubroom. Graphia was still standing on the magic circle. Rias turned towards the silver-haired maid and asked, "Is there something wrong, Graphia? I came to deliver a message from your father about your engagement with Razor-sama." At the mention of the two words, engagement, and Razor, Rias's face turned dark and nodded without uttering a single word. "Razor-sama is... Well, he fell into a depression for some reason, so the engagement party will be reported and may even be cancelled." When Graphia said that, everyone on the clubroom let out a relieved sigh. Even Rias's light blue eyes were soaking wet, and at the surprise of Rias's peerage, Graphia let out a small smile, breaking her usual stoic expression. "That's all, Rias-sama. I will return to my master's side." After Graphia said that, the magical circle glowed red before the Lucifer's queen teleported. Issei's apartment. Ah, home sweet home. Issei let himself fall face first on his bed the minute he entered his place and let out his 9 tails and fox ears. It was a habit since he felt that he could sleep better while he is on his natural state, or in other words while he's on his yukai form. Seconds later only a small snore could be heard throughout his apartment. The boy sure was worn out. His day could be resumed to filling out paperwork, visiting territories and fighting a freaking dragon king. The strongest of them no less. Good thing for him that today was the end of the week. The night of Kuo was peaceful. Since Asia still had her devil job to fulfill, Issei was alone on his apartment, sleeping soundly on his bed until a light blue magical circle appeared just beside him, revealing Tiamat wearing her usual blue dress. A familiar contract sure is convenient. No need to open the dragon gate to teleport her. After she mumbled this on a very small voice, she began to strip, revealing her gorgeous body and flawless curves. Her creamy white skin looked so smooth and soft. The busty woman took place just beside Issei on his bed and used Issei's body as a hugging pillow that she kept squeezing lovingly before she closed her eyes and fell asleep. It was really well hidden, but a small smile appeared unconsciously on Issei's face. On the morning of the following day, Issei was sleeping peacefully on his bed while being used as a hug pillow by a beautiful naked blue-haired woman who used Issei's 9 tails as a warm cover. Knock knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the kitsune's bedroom door. "Issei-san. Are you awake?" Asia's worried voice was heard from the other side of the door. She was certainly worried about Issei's state since yesterday after his battle against a legendary dragon. "NNN, 5 more minutes, Asia." The kitsune opened his eyes slowly while yawning. He tried to wake up, but he found himself unable to move. It was a sense of discomfort, but he couldn't deny that whatever was pinning him down on the bed was actually really soft and smooth, without mentioning the uniquely elastic texture and the nice fragrance that he could smell. While he removed his tails and turned onto his human form, he suddenly heard a feminine voice. "Cold." The boy turned his head to his left only to be greeted by the sight of a beautiful yet familiar woman. While he was trying to process what happened last night, his eyes looked down and noticed that the woman was Tiamat. "Shut up." The blue-haired beauty muttered in her sleep before she tightened her grip on Issei while he tried to escape. Why are you naked? And why are you here?" Issei couldn't help but feel nervous. Tiamat yawned and opened her eyes tiredly before she decided to answer the kitsune, who was blushing heavily. "I came here last night because I didn't have where to sleep. Our fight destroyed my cavern. Now bring out your fluffy tails. It's cold." Wait. What are you talking about? And why are you naked?" Issei asked as he felt that his face was heating more. His red-colored blush was turning into a crimson one, easily rivaling the color of the current Lucifer's hair. Tiamat put up a tired expression and let out a heavy sigh before she answered the embarrassed boy in a casual manner. "Isn't it common to sleep naked? Dragons don't really care about such details. PPP, please wear some clothes when you're here. Here, take it. It's a yukata. The boy handed to the naked female a yukata of his that was just wondering there. The latter put the traditional Japanese cloth perfectly. It was difficult to explain, but the summer solid dark kimono suited her really well. The sight of a woman with such a voluptuous body wearing a man's yukata was truly stimulating, but the atmosphere was suddenly broken by a sound coming out from Tiamat's stomach. Growl. The Chaos Karma Dragon. Face gained a shade of red and glared at Issei, who was giggling a little but quickly recomposed himself, fearing to undergo the wrath of Tiamat on this Saturday morning. Well. I guess you are hungry. Let's take a breakfast, but before that. Asia. An instant after Issei cried the bishop's name, Asia broke into the room. Issei-san? What is it? Tiamat-san is HH here. The former nun widened her eyes at the sight of the legendary dragon on her friend's bed, but when she turned her attention to Issei, the boy was scratching a little his cheek and said, Tiamat, this is Asia Argento, a peerage member of the current Lucifer's little sister and a friend of mine. The Securite introduced correctly Asia. He felt that was the first thing he should do. He didn't know how the current relation of Tiamat as a dragon king with the devils is. Well, it was that and Asia's hidden ability. But much at his surprise, Tiamat was looking closely at Asia, who found herself really embarrassed to be eyed with such intensity by a legendary dragon. Is she a dragon tamer? The blue-haired woman asked the kitsune with a serious expression, but he knew that she would eventually reach to this conclusion because even me, as the Red Dragon Emperor, he felt that bizarre attraction towards her the first day that he met with her. Issei left the bed and walked towards the two. Nah, she's not. I also felt that attraction towards her, but even her don't realize that ability that she holds. Asia wore a questioning look while hearing the discussion between Issei and his familiar. Don't worry Asia, it's nothing. We will discuss about it when the time comes, so now please get along with Tiamat. Oh of course. But. Asia's face turned red and pointed towards Tiamat direction. What? The dragon asked the former nun, whose face were turning even redder. See, can you properly tie the koshihomo? It's a simple sash, of the yukata. We can see your. Issei looked at Tiamat and where the koshihomo would normally be tied, but he suddenly felt blood running out from his nose. Drip drip drip. Issei-san, you have a nosebleed. Are you alright? Without answering the worried Asia, Issei ran into the bathroom and quickly washed out the blood dripping from his nose, but suddenly his left hand glowed in a green color. It has been a long since you reacted like that. Morning Diedrich. So how was it? Sleeping with Tiamat. You should have wake up me exactly when she teleported here. Meh. Well. I talked to her last night. She came to speak a little with me inside the sacred gear by sending out her conscious here. You talked about what? While talking with his dragon, Issei was simultaneously taking a shower after he got undressed himself and stopped his nosebleed. Listen well. You shouldn't mention this in presence of Asia or anyone who may report it to Gremory. I'm listening. Did you know what Tiamat was doing before you made her your familiar? Well? Wasn't she free? I mean, she's a dragon king, she can do whatever she wants. She was the administrator, the hidden referee, behind each rating game. She was working under Ajuka Beelzebub. Beelzebub? The Mao? Ajuka Astaroth? That's what she told me. And yesterday she apparently told him that she definitely quit her involving on the rating games. Don't tell me. Don't worry, she said that he took it pretty calmly and he certainly is aware of your existence by now, but I'm telling you this just to know that you can't escape from the supernatural world, partner. Who holds power, attracts power. That's how it works, and furthermore, we dragons, attracts pretty much everything. So take care of Tiamat for now. I think that she'll not return to the underworld anytime soon. Ajuka Beelzebub. The devil who can fight in equal terms against Sears's Lucifer. Cuckoo. Maybe you'll finally take some time to train seriously. It has been a while. It was said that Beelzebub is something like the ultimate technique type devil. It will certainly not be a waste to spar with him as long as you don't die. Well, he's still weak compared to your FA. Yeah. That damn geezer is way stronger than a super devil. That's for sure. Knock knock. Yeah? Issei-san, the breakfast is ready. Hi. After he finished his shower, Issei put up a yellow shirt with black pants before he walked to the kitchen, but he was suddenly greeted by a starving Tiamat that was eating everything put on front of her. Munch munch munch. Tiamat-san, eat slowly. I made a lot, Asia calmly said, visibly troubled by the situation. Looks like you were really starving. Issei said that, curious about the abnormal appetite of the Dragon King. Gulp asterisk. I didn't have anything to put under my teeth since yesterday, Tiamat casually answered before she resumed her eating. I have a question, Tiamat. You told Diedrich that you chose me as your master. Because you wanted to take a look at the human realm, right? Tiamat nodded her head while eating the deliciously made traditional breakfast of Asia. It was a Kano Himejima that taught her some Japanese recipes since Asia's clients sometimes summon her for cooking. Then, what a Dragon King has to gain from observing the humans? Truth be told, roaming freely in the underworld became boring. I didn't know what to do, and unlike the other active Dragon Kings, I didn't have something to do. So you came here just because of boredom? So you intend to rest here? Yeah, and Diedrich told me that you'll not be bothered since you have a fetish for Tiamat couldn't finish before Issei put his hand on Tiamat's mouth, but even so Asia heard it and asked Issei. Issei-san. What is a fetish? The innocent way of asking Asia displayed while titling cutely her head made Issei blush heavily at the question and said with a troubled voice. It's nothing, Asia, and Tiamat, please forget what that bastard told you. Never, and since I know your weakness it's making me want to bully you a little. Tiamat said that with a victorious grin, embracing Issei more. Damn you, Diedrich, you're the worst. The boy mentally cursed the legendary heavenly dragon. Cuckoo. On the other hand, the old red dragon let a small chuckle. Issei-san, since Tiamat-san will live here from now on, maybe we should purchase a bigger apartment? There's only 2 rooms here. Why yeah. That's a good idea. Nah, I'll sleep with you. There's no need. Coo. Then me too. I don't want to be left out. Why you can't, Asia? Asia. Are you jealous? Maybe you got some affinity with dragons, but that doesn't mean that you have more appeal than me. A affinity with dragons? Yes, I wanted to tell you about this, Asia. You have a very good affinity with dragons, something really rare nowadays. What does this mean? Having affinity with dragons. That means that you attract dragons and you gave them a sense of security or peace. It depends on how the dragon in question react, but you can globally say that it's an ability that makes you get along with them. Like your familiar, for example, that small blue bast, Rase-kun. That means with Issei-san too, because you have Diedrich-san in you. Yeah, it was probably bound that you met up with me as soon as you entered Japan. I don't know about that, but that means that you can make contracts with middle-class or high-class dragons in the future so they can protect you if you're in danger. It's really an awesome ability, Asia. Thank you. Yes, Issei, you told me that wearing clothes is an important detail for humans, so should I buy some today? At sudden question of Tiamat, Issei was taken a little back but quickly answered, after all he didn't have anything to do today and since it was the weekend. Yeah, Asia, you'll came with us. I don't really know much about female clothings. Hi. I'll gladly help Tiamat-san, Asia replied with a big smile. At the entry of Kuo Town, 3 persons, 2 females and 1 male were walking inside a dense forest. The one surrounding Kuo Town, the 2 girls were wearing a white-hooded cloak with gold and blue accents, their faces were covered by the cloak, and the male who was walking just behind them was a boy who stood at around 6 feet. He has medium-length wavy blonde, blue-green colored eyes, his body was a little muscular but nothing outstanding. He is wearing a white shirt, black pants and a golden crucifix around his neck. Zenobia, Irina, you're walking too fast. Arno-sama, we don't have much time and the mission is important, so please be serious. The woman who said that turned and glared at the so-called Arno. She had dark yellow eyes, chin-lent blue hair with a green fringe at the front. She was the one who got an enormous thing wrapped in a white cloth on her back. I said to drop the sama when we're not in front of the church's council. But Arno-kun, Zenobia is right, we shouldn't take it that easy when Excalibur's fragments were stolen. The other person said that, when she turned her head back you could see her long chestnut hair and violet eyes. Irina, do you really think that we would run into Kokabiel or his subordinates right after we enter Kuo? Arno said that while sighing, but he was quickly put in place by Zenovia's words. No, but that's not a reason to be so relaxed. You didn't even bring an Excalibur fragment with you. Haha. But I came with my super personal weapon. Arno's intent to relax the atmosphere wasn't effective. Arno-sama, it's not the time to make jokes, but we're going to fight against Kokabiel, the Star of God, a Kadri-class fallen angel and all his subordinates, and you're here, joking around. Sorry, the boy apologized, but the blue-haired girl quickly turned her head and continued to walk. Humph. Zenobia. You're a little harsh towards Arnaud-kun. Irina tried to defend Arnaud, but the chestnut-haired girl knew that the boy was a little too relaxed. Irina, he's from the Pendragon family who decided to fight with us and side with the Biblic faction, so he has to be serious about it. Girls. What? Vasco-sensei said something like there's devils in Kuo, right? Yeah. The respectives little sisters of Lucifer and Leviathan, along their peerages. He said nothing about their location. Kuo Academy, if I remember. Why? Do you know where it is? I don't remember that. Whatever, all of them are attending the academy implanted here. Let's search for it. If we will wander in town, then it's better to not wear those cloaks. We don't have any clothes underneath except our battlecloth. Oh, okay. Then let's get going. Kuo Town, department store. Issei, Asia and Tiamat were walking towards their destination. It looked like Asia was leading them while she was holding on Tiamat's hand. As they were walking inside the department store, Issei could feel the many cold glares directed for him by the male customers. And even with his sensitive hearing, he could hear more or less their whispering. They were saying something on the line of, "Damn you bastard," or that, "Die handsome." It gave off a feeling of a déjà vu. Issei-san, there it is. Asia pointed towards a nearby store. This store was the one. You and your friends come in after school for shopping? Issei asked while looking towards it. It looked like it was indeed a shop for girls, judging by all the pinky stuff outside. Yes. I came here last time with Kiryu-san. The former nun said with a small smile that Issei returned. He was honestly happy that this girl was making friends. Well, I will wait outside. I don't like shopping anyway. Take your time, you two. The kitsune lazily said that to the two. Tiamat looked towards Asia, who quickly dragged her inside. Come in. Tiamat-san. Okay, stop pulling. As both the girls entered the store, Issei walked around the department store until he found a bench. He sat while sighing in tiredness, and looked to the blue sky through the open atrium. The Tiamat sure is getting along nicely with Asia. Well, it's let's see. 2 hours that they know each other and they're already holding hands. It's a good start for a solid Yuri relationship, don't ya think? Spare me from this shit, you overgrown lizard. Era, are you afraid that Asia will stole those huge knockers of Tiamat from your reach? Shut up, please. Issei tiredly pleaded his dragon to stop his boring taunting, who was actually playing with his nerves. How could that his mind would be so twisted? Even the kitsune began to think if Albion, the legendary, vanishing dragon, and the eternal rival of Diedrich, is as dumb as Diedrich is. Nah, it was frankly impossible to fall that low. 2 hours passed, while Issei was still seating on the bench. Inside the store, Tiamat-san, you still need a bigger size? Yeah, please. This one is too tight. Asia had a pale face while giving Tiamat another pair of bra. The female dragon has a bust 2 times bigger than the ones of Asia, and it was pretty discouraging the former nun. Well, a certain someone told Asia that flat-chested girls are less appealing than the ones with a bigger bust, and if she would compete with Tiamat, then there's now in hell she could win. Tiamat and Asia brought a lot of things, from pajama until evening dresses. Good thing Issei was pretty rich thanks to the mission given by him back in Kyoto in the Phoenix territories that constantly keep producing money thanks to all the economical dynamic of the underworld in the agriculture industry. Yes. It's finally in. Tiamat shouted happily. It was the first bra that correctly fits her. It was a DD cup size. Outside the store, damn. It's too hot. Issei stood up from the bench and walked towards a nearby vending machine to buy a drink, but bam, a sound of something breaking made his way to his ears. When he looked towards the vending machine, he noticed the presence of a blonde-haired teen. From the looks of it, he was a year or 2 years younger than him. However, the teen was hitting the machine. Oi! Give my drink! The blonde-haired teen was yelling that while shedding tears. Issei decided to step in and walk towards him, then just gave a small tap on the showcase before a duckling came out. Here, you should be more delicate with these things. The kitsune gave the drink to the blonde-haired guy. Looking up close, he was a little taller than Issei and his physique was quite feminine. He wore a golden cross around his neck. He looked quite the popular guy and he remembered him a lot of Kiba Yuto. But the Securite can shake off the feeling that there was something wrong with this guy. Aw, thank you, hee. I'm sorry for the trouble. It's just that I'm not too accustomed to these kind of things. It's alright, by the way. I'm sorry for asking, but wouldn't you mind to tell me the way to Kuo-aka? Arnaud-kun, Irina, Zenobia, you. Issei and Zenobia simultaneously said while pointing at each other. Did you know each other? What the hell are you doing here, Excalibur wielder? Issei quickly recomposed himself and shouted towards the blue-haired girl. I'm returning you the question, Red Dragon Emperor. Issei-san. Suddenly Asia arrived at Issei's side while Tiamat was just behind her. Issei. I sensed those guys from the church. What's going in here? They know that they are in a devil territory? Tiamat calmly asked. Ah yes. Blondie-chan. Do you know where your master is? Arno said that to Asia while putting a smile. The troubled bishop couldn't utter a word in front of those exorcists. At least, you can begin telling us who the hell are you? And secondly, what are you doing here? Tiamat stepped between them and asked Arno while glaring at him with her ice blue-colored eyes. Quite an aggressive Oni-chan we've got here. The blonde-haired boy said that jokingly, but Tiamat kept glaring at him. Arno-kun, Zenobia. Vasco-sensei told us to keep it down while we're here, Irina reminded the two who sighed in abandonment. Right, Zenobia replied. Turning her head towards Arno, the boy asked Issei and the rest. Yeah. But how about escorting us to the devils? You just have to listen to our little talk and you'll understand the reason of our presence here, okay? Is your situation bad enough to infiltrate the territory of the siblings of both Lucifer and Leviathan? Red Dragon Emperor, the crisis we're facing now. If handled badly, it can cause a second war between the three major factions. Asia, Issei and Tiamat widened their eyes in shock. Kuo Town, Kuo Academy, Occult Research Club Room. An intense atmosphere could be felt on the Occult Research Club Room. You may ask why. The reason is simple. 4 Excalibur fragments possessed by the church were stolen. As you probably already know, Excalibur in itself doesn't exist, or should I say it doesn't exist anymore. The legendary holy sword, Excalibur, existed only as a whole, but in the Great War the sword was destroyed and broken into pieces. That's thanks to the alchemy. The fragments of Excalibur were transformed and shaped into 7 holy swords, and each sword has a proper ability. For example, mine is Excalibur Destruction. It's one of the 7 holy swords. Mine is Excalibur Mimic. It can change form to my will. It's really easy to carry around. So, what do those stolen fragments has to do with this town? The Catholic Church was in possession of 2 Excaliburs including mine. The Protestant Church also had 2. Also in the Eastern Orthodox Church there were 2 as well. The last one went missing in the previous war between God, devils, and fallen angels. 1 Excalibur was stolen from each church. The ones that stole them escaped to Japan, and brought them to this town. Sigh. My territory sure is full of accidents. Can you tell me who's the culprit behind it? I'm sure it's not our side since we do not have interest in those artifacts. We suspect the Grigori. More precisely Kokabiel, one of the leaders of the fallen angels. After Zenobia solemnly said that, everyone on the room froze, Issei included. The statement delivered by the blue-haired girl means that somewhere on this small human town, a cadre-class fallen angel, Kokabiel, the Star of God, as he was called back on heaven, was hiding and was trying to begin a second great war between the 3 factions. Not only the supernatural world would shake but the human world as well if such a thing was bound to happen. Irina continued, our side sent several exorcists to this town secretly to try get in contact with swords and to gather information, but they were all killed. We were sent here to stop him, but there's still doubts about the reinforcements he got, but we're still willing to continue and go against him head on if it's necessary. It may be reckless, but for our Lord and for the Church's followers, we will do everything to recuperate those holy swords. That's why we came here to meet up with you, Gremory. We've only one request. Which is, do not involve yourself on this incident. Can I ask why? Not that I'm interested on holy swords or anything, and making an alliance with Kokabiel is certainly out of the question. We have the right to doubt you because you're a devil. It's logical that we do not trust you. That's why we think that there's a chance that you may join Kokabiel's side in order to eliminate us. How dare. There's no way I would join forces with a crow. I promise it on my brother's title. Well, that's good to hear. That was all we wanted to discuss with you. It may be pointless to ask, but since you got already 2 holy swords and Kokabiel stole 3, and since one was lost during the Great War, where's the last fragment? Arno. Kun is the wielder. Ah. Ha 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 ha. Sadly I'm not. I don't have any Excalibur since I really suck on using it. You came without a weapon? I didn't say that. It's under the care of the church. If me, Irina and Arnaud-sama were to fail, then they're planning to protect the last part of Excalibur at all costs. So you're going to face a Cadre-class fallen angel whose name was recorded on the Bible and all his reinforcements with just 3 of you. Your teachings are extreme as always. I won't allow you to insult our beliefs, sister of Lucifer. Yes, and we came here to at least keep the Excaliburs away from the fallen angels. Even if it comes to destroy those fragments, we will do it. I suppose it's time to leave. Ah, wait, Zenobia, I wanted to know something. How do you know each other? I mean with Issei-kun. We encountered each other near Kyoto. I was sent to check up in some stray devils that were killing the inhabitants of a small town. I wasn't an official and a complete exorcist back then. It was something like a test for me, right? Sakiryute. Yeah, that's it. You just forgot to mention that you confused me as a stray and you tried to get rid of me too, Issei replied while putting his hand on his forehead. It's not that I really mind, but you, Zenobia turned her eyes towards Asia. Why yes, aren't you the holy priestess, Asia Argento? Why yes, it's me. So you became a devil? How much low will you fall? You are the so-called witch. You were exiled by the church because of your power that can heal devils and fallen angels, right? Do you still believe in God? Why yes. Zenobia, Irina. You should stop, she's not in the church's side, there's no reason to speak or judge her. Is that so? Then let me kill you here. I can cut you in the name of our Lord. Even if you have sinned, God will forgive you. Zenobia said that with a serious face. Issei suddenly appeared in front of her, between her and Asia precisely. Everyone was surprised at how fast Issei reacted. Well, everyone expect Tiamat. You should really stop. If you touch her, you will die. Issei's declaration couldn't sound more serious than it already is. Zenobia suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. I don't really have any animosity towards the church or the heaven, but you should at least know how your actions can affect your faction. Do you want to kill Asia? A servant of Lucifer, Imouto? She betrayed our side. Her power is a curse. God loved her. If nothing happens, it just means that her beliefs were weak. Zenobia tried to argue against Issei, but she suddenly felt her foot leave the ground. Issei was lifting her up with a single hand from her throat. Zenobia, surprised, tried to escape from his grip, but it was no use. Zenobia! Irina shouted, but Arnaud suddenly rushed towards Issei and kicked the kitsune on his abdomen. It made a loud sound, but Issei didn't move, nor did he show any sign of pain. He just left. Zenobia fell from his grip. Cough. Sakiryute cough. Did you want to declare war against the church? Cough. Take it as you like, I don't mind. Issei's calm voice was full of seriousness. He was ready to take on the church, no, the heavens, if his friends were harmed. That's a good time. I will be your opponent. Suddenly Kiba appeared from nowhere and stepped between the two. Issei could feel the hate of Kiba. His aura was tainted from it after all. And who might you be? Zenobia asked curiously. Your senior. But apparently I was a failure, Kiba answered with a malicious voice. Behind the old school building, Akano Himejima put a barrier around the area where the 3 exorcists, Rias's peerage and Issei along Tiamat regrouped. It's battle that will oppose Irina against Yuto, and Issei-kun against Zenobia. This match will only be considered as an amicable spar, so please don't go all out. Sakiryute, no matter how much you've become stronger, you'll not be able to withstand the power of my Excalibur destruction. Meh, whatever you say. The blue-haired girl took her huge sword with her 2 hands and dashed towards Issei, who summoned his Tuki and covered his body with it. Just like last time, Zenobia concentrated her aura in the sword, who covered itself with a thin pale yellow aura. Bomb *. A loud sound was made after the sword wielded by Zenobia made contact with Issei, who didn't make any movement to evade the attack. When the dust vanished, what greeted the sight of everyone was Issei with the same bored look he wore since the beginning of the battle, and he stopped the Excalibur with just his forearm. I will tell you something useful. No power type can reach me unless you're a god, the Sakiryute said that seriously, but Zenobia eye twitched in annoyance. Don't be full of yourself. Zenobia pushed forward while holding tightly her sword. The pale aura of the sword began to raise in intensity and the ground beneath Issei began to show some cracks, but the boy's forearm who pushed against the sword didn't seem to be injured heavily. There's just a thin cut from where blood was dripping. Pant. Why it wouldn't pant cut? Because you're not strong enough. Now it's my turn, right? Try to take my punch. The boy concentrated his red tuki on his left hand. Sensing the danger, Zenobia quickly backed away, but she wasn't quick enough and was caught in Issei's range. The kitsune didn't hesitate and tried to punch the girl. Zenobia put the sword between them and his fist landed on the sword's instead her stomach. The strength of his punch was enough to make Zenobia crash into a nearby tree. Crack! A loud noise accompanied the punch. When Zenobia looked her swords, she saw a small crack on it. Just know that I held back. You want to continue? I admit my defeat. Zenobia looked towards the sword then Issei before she resigned. After all, she didn't want to lose her weapon before even fighting against Kokabeel. On the other hand, another battle was occurring on the same area, Irina against Yuto Kiba. When Issei observed their duel, he could see how Kiba Yuto was wielding pathetically his sword. He could be compared to a mad dog. There's no way that he would fight recklessly like that if he was on his usual state. Summoning heavy demonic swords and dashing towards Irina with furious eyes and a malicious aura, but was quickly dodged and sent back by Irina, who was using her Excalibur mimic pretty well. It was a one-sided fight, but Kiba didn't give up and continued to rush towards Irina head-on while wielding his sword, who was already full of cracks. Yuto. Stop this nonsense at once. There's no need to continue, stop. Ria's screams didn't make their way towards Kiba's ears, who completely ignored the crimson-haired girl. Instead he rushed towards Irina at full speed. Devil-kun, you should listen to your master. There's no way I will give up. In destroying that. Kiba suddenly lifted up his huge demonic sword and slashed it towards Irina after jumping on the air, but the exorcist quickly changed the form of Excalibur mimic, who turned from a katana to a western-looking sword. Then catching a cracking sound was heard throughout the area. The sword of Kiba broke into pieces only by a single slash of Irina's Excalibur. It's the end then. Irina won against Kiba and Zenobia lost. Hehe. Hey, Issei-kun. Arnaud looked towards Issei with eyes full of fighting spirit. What? Do you want to spar with me? Why? The unexpected question didn't surprise Issei, who already knew that Arnaud was certainly the strongest out of the three. In the road to Kuo Academy he told him that he's from the Pendragon family. You defeated Zenobia pretty easily. I just wanted to have an amicable match against Ia. I guess I have nothing to lost. Let's do it. Issei nodded. Even himself was curious at how much Arnaud was strong. Zenobia, can you lend me your sword for a minute? The blonde-haired boy said that to Zenobia. The girl didn't hesitate and gave him her sword. You'll fight me with that thing? Issei asked, because Arnaud's body was quite feminine and wasn't visibly suited to fight with such heavy swords like Excalibur Destruction. Hehe, yeah. But please take care of me, it's the first time I wield the Excalibur. Issei widened his eyes at the sudden confession of the exorcist. Then let's begin, shall we? Following the sentence of the blonde-haired boy, a grin made his way on his face before he disappeared from sight, surprising everyone, even Issei, who quickly summoned his tuki. Arnaud appeared from behind Issei, who couldn't completely dodge the sudden movement of the exorcist and took the slash of Excalibur Destruction head-on, only by defending against with his two hands, but was sent back. Arnaud didn't waste time and rushed towards Issei head-on, surprising the boy a second time. Was it recklessness or was he just confident on his abilities? Issei didn't bother to think about it and rushed towards him too, and a sudden clash between the two fighters began. Each punch of Issei was blocked by the Excalibur and each slash of the holy sword was reflected by Issei's tuki. Who? Are you? Asked curiously Issei. How could a boy who just said that he was bad on using that sword was fighting equally against him? Who was that guy? Well, since you didn't use your boosted gear, I suppose that you deserve to know it. Do you know who was the strongest knight of the Round Table? The King Arthur. Ha ha ha, in fact it's not him the strongest one. Well, Arthur has a nephew that could wield his legendary caliburn pretty skillfully and has talent that even surpassed his. His nephew? Gawain? Gawain the Green Knight. Yeah, the only. He was the best friend of Lancelot du Lac and the only one who could rival him along the King Arthur himself. I'm his descendant. Why did you say that you were a Pendragon? Because it's true, they adopted me since I was little. My house perished after the civil war that happened in Orkney. Why are you telling me all this? I want to make an alliance with you. I already know that we can't take on Kokabeel and his reinforcements alone. Do you have a chance to win against him alone? Maybe, but I want to secure our win. You don't have to answer now. Okay. The two of them backed away, and Arnaud lifted his left hand and declared. I resign. Thanks for the spar, Issei-kun, it was nothing. Zenobia, Irina. Present your excuses to Asia Argento. You were really harsh towards her, you know? Arnaud-sama, I don't regret what I said and I'm already prepared to take responsibility for it. You're not afraid of Issei-kun. You lost against him, and to be honest, if he used his boosted gear. No, even without the help of his sacred gear he could have already killed you and he will still be on his right, after all you threatened his friend. Zenovia's eyes twitched in annoyance and walked towards Asia, who hid a little behind Tiamat. The blue-haired girl bowed and apologized. I'm sorry for what I said, plain and simple words. The voice of Zenovia showed how much those words were false or at least didn't meant them. Arnaud-kun, I think that we should get going. Yeah, let's go. And thanks Gremory-san and her peerage, we will be on this town until we complete our mission or we die, ha ha ha. Rias couldn't help but sigh at the attitude of that guy, saying something like that and laugh about it. Was he joking or was he really prepared to die? There's no point to think about that for now. After the barrier was dismissed and the exorcists left, Kiba walked away from the group but suddenly stopped after he heard the voice of his master. Hold on, Yuto. I ran out. I survived. I was able to live thanks to the sacrifice of my comrades. That's why destroying those cursed holy swords is the only option for me. I will do it while putting all the regrets of my comrades and I on my demonic swords. Yuto. Wait. I will not forgive you if you ran from the Gremory group. I will troubled if you turned into a stray. Wait. Then be it. I don't mind. Rias's and everyone's eyes on her group were filled with sadness at the sight of Kiba turning his back from them and the fact that they couldn't do anything to stop him. Yuto. Why? Kuo Academy, Occult Research Club room. Rias and her group left by Kiba were wearing an exhausted look on their face, while Issei just stood there with Tiamat, probably thinking about the current situation he was in. So, you'll do something about your night. Hey. Why yes, what? Are you planning to do something about Kiba? I don't know. Bucko. Please allow us to help Kiba-senpai. Kaneko-chan, the current situation is really hard to deal with. We can't act recklessly. Even so. Kiba-san is in a dangerous situation, he isn't himself. We've to help me. I agree with Asia-senpai, Kiba-senpai will not be able to do anything on his current state. Rias. Are you going to do something? We can't dive our head on the angel's problems. Rias said that with a voice filled with sorrow. From anyone's point of view, it was the correct way to proceed. After all, this situation is too complex to be handled by a young devil, because at the first wrong step, a war can be started. Tiamat, please rest here with Asia and everyone. Kokabiel's plan is certainly to get rid of Gremory to protect them. Rias widened her eyes at the unexpected kindness of Issei. Everyone here, I'm not the smarter. But you should bury on your head that we're in a dangerous situation. Kokabiel is in town. The church sent holy swords wielders to a territory belonging to the two sisters of Two Maos. Normally, I wouldn't give shit about this situation, but I can't let Kokabiel start another war. Where are you going? Try to find that knight of yours. On his state he would only cause more problems. Everyone in the club nodded at his words before he left the room. Akano, call Sona and tell her to come here. We will talk about the issue with Sona and decide what to do from now on. After he left the clubroom, as he was going to cross the school gate, someone held him by his sleeve. When he turned his head, he saw the white-haired first-year, Kaneko Taju. Senpai. I want to help you find Kiba-senpai. Huh. You'll not be of any use in that state of yours. Issei said that while looking at her directly, she could tell that he wasn't lying. He really thought that she would be completely useless. I know. Please. Teach me senjutsu. I don't want Kiba-senpai to die, the small white-haired girl pleaded Issei, who just sighed before he replied. It will depend on your race. You're a Nekomata, but from which species? Nekosho, Kaneko said that with sad eyes, making Issei widen his. You're serious? Kaneko nodded. Issei laughed a little and declared strongly. Cuckoo, then it's decided. Come with me. I will train you so we will find that senpai of yours in no time. Kuo abandoned church, so we will sleep here. It's the worst. Arnaud said that while looking at the inside of the abandoned church. It was all thanks to Irina. Why did you bought that fake-looking painting? Zenobia turned her head towards Irina and directly blamed her. This painting has the drawing of someone who looks like a saint. The chestnut-haired girl tried to defend herself, but it was of no use. Ah. Then can you tell me who's represented? Because I certainly don't recognize that person. It's Saint Peter. No, thanks to your stupidity, Irina, we don't have any money left and we're forced to live here until the mission is completed. Irina couldn't say anything, it was true. She really put her group on some tight situation. Zenobia, what is done is done. Let's sleep, tomorrow we will try to find those fallen angel, Arnaud said that, hoping to calm down the blue-haired girl. Can you tell me something, Arnaud-sama? Why did you reveal your identity to the Red Dragon Emperor? That. Well, I want him to help us with this case. Since he isn't a devil, I think the headquarters wouldn't get angry at us. That's not the only reason, right? Ha ha ha. Even if you're so dense you could tell it. You can read me like an open book. Yeah, that guy. After I changed 2 or 3 hits with him. I want to fight him with all I have next time we meet. Why do you want to fight him? Cuckoo. I think that I'm like Arthur. He wants to find opponents that can fight against his Caliburn. Me too. I want to find guys who could put up a fight against my Galadin. Near Kuo Town. Kokebiel's base, Cuckoo. So even the church side made their move, huh? Yeah. Looks like it will be fun, that's for sure. So, the Grigori are making a move? No. But I regrouped around 50 low and middle class fallen and 7 high class fallen angel with 4 wings. Cuckoo. It will be enough for now. It's going exactly as you planned. Kokebiel, a man with pale white skin, pure blue eyes accompanied by beige-colored long hair appeared. On his back 10 pure black wings, exactly like Kokebiel. Of course it is, now. All the pieces are on the board. Let's ignite the Second Great War. Shamsiel, the so-called Shamsiel, wore a malicious grin and declared with a voice full of confidence. Let's show them the power held by the stars of God. So that's all. I hope that this chapter was good enough for you guys. Last time I asked you about Tiamat and I'm really thankful about all the answers that I received. This time I have 2 questions regarding this story. Do you want a female Valley? Of course she will be on the harem. Well, if you choose that, our Hakuryuko should be a female, that is. Do you want the OCs like Arnaud Pendragon or Bono Amarchoges to appear a little on the next chapters, or should I forgot about them? Because I added them just to add some material and raise the consistency of the story, something like that. D. Thanks for your support again, and please review. It's really important for me to have your opinion regarding this story. If you want to suggest things, please PM me. I will gladly answer. Next chapter. Forbidden Move. Syphax, first, previous ch7 of 9 next. Chapter 8. Forbidden Move. Sorry for the wait guys, but this time I really didn't have time to write. But now I finished my exams, I can concentrate in doing so again. And I have another excuse, lel. I did the Ramadan. Not because I'm Muslim, but I wanted to do it just for the sake of doing it, you know. Just to see how hard it was, and yeah, it was hell. That chapter. Just wasn't the original one I wanted to write, but I decided to cut Kokebiel's arc on 2 chapters, this one and the 9th. I really wanted to thank you for both the reviews and the answers I received. In the bottom of the chapter I have another, and it's probably the last question I have. I'll answer the reviews of the last chapter, so here I go. DVS Doming, I'm happy that you're okay with the derivations from the original plot. Grimraven. Vishil appears soon, but they'll make up a little later. Tobias 97, your review just made me almost cry. Sniff asterisk, thank you. Red Satoshi Ketchum, don't worry. All the OCs I made will end up virgin or buried 6 feet underground. Kekekeke. I'll think about the girls you just mentioned. Dark Pirate King 69, they'll not play a major role on the story, so I think it's unnecessary to pick up OCs from other creations. Dragon Rider 66, you like him? Okay, I'll kill him. Nah, just kidding, or not. Yeah, the encounter with the 2 was added at the last minute since I wanted to bring a relation between the church side and Issei, you know. Well, I can't deny the fact that I wrote it in a horrible way. Megaslayer 321A, you're right about Arthur being the counterpart of Arnaud, or the other way around. Well, but about Issei's own team? I really don't know, seems interesting though. Abu 1234, I'll make a really happy Levy Devay ending for this story if I'm still alive until then. OFC, or should I kill everyone and bring X? 3. Lightning Blade 49, I mentioned the difference in power between Tia-chan and Kokebiel-sama in this chapter, but I'll write a top 20 of this story on the next chapter if you want. Blade of Hell 56, they'll not appear that much, so I guess it's Fiend. Albert Breaker, you dirty lolicon. Carrot, carrot, fallen angel lover Grigori will conquer the world, bro. Fluffy sheep lion, I love you too, really bro, it's sincere. Panda GX, we will have her come with both her mom and Issei's mom. A parade of big-breasted girls? Ain't it fabulous? Plus 14k. Issei talking to Diedrig on his mind, thought. Diedrig's talking to Issei on his mind. Sacred gear talking, Diedrig or Albion talking out loud. Supernatural beast talking, like dragon, hydra, etc. Location, I do not own High School DxD or any of its elements. Rias is P.O. V.I. Rias Gremory, was seating on my desk inside the Occult Research Club room waiting for the other high-class devil beside me living on this town, Sona Citri, to come in order to discuss the issue we're actually dealing with. This afternoon something really unexpected happened. 3 exorcists, holy swords wielder at that, came to the clubroom to tell me to not get involved with the mission they were currently in. Of course, I can't, because the issue in question wasn't something that doesn't have anything to do with me. Kokabiel, the star of God, the heaven star, one of the 20 watchers and one of the 8 current leaders of the Grigori, decided to steal the legendary sword, Excalibur, from the church. Well, if it was just that, then I will certainly not decide to step in. After all, it would be just a problem between the heaven and Grigori. As long as the underworld wouldn't be affected, I wouldn't dare to do anything. I may seem a bit selfish, but I think that as long as the humans and devils are alright, then it's sufficient. It's not that I hate angels or fallen angels and such. I just think that if a war was bound to happen, then I don't want my race to get involved. But this time, the culprit on this affair decided to hide in my territory. Kokabiel stole numerous fragments of Excalibur and decided to hide on the territory the current Lucifer's sister is ruling over. It's too much a coincidence. In fact, we were all certain that it isn't. He is certainly planning to do something. Maybe he wants to start another great war between the 3 major factions, who knows? I couldn't just stay here without doing anything. That's why I called my childhood friend and one of my most treasured friends, who's also a devil, and a sister of a Mao just like me, to discuss matter at hand. And yes, you may ask why I didn't call my brother, the current Lucifer, or didn't report anything concerning the situation to him. It's simple. I don't want to give Kokabiel the chance to meet directly with the current ruler of the underworld, who's my brother. He may actually try to do something as twisted as his existence. If Oni-sama knew about Kokabiel's conniving schemes, then he would certainly abandon all his duties and rush here to get rid of the crowbutt. It will cause a war. A Mao fighting a Cadre-class fallen angel is more than enough to annihilate the small piece that was currently have, because Azazel, the current head of the Grigori, wouldn't stay silent, it was sure. So that's the current situation we're in. To resume, we can say that, at the first wrong step we take, a second great war could spark up. Sigh. Add to that the current state of Yuto. That child. He is on his right to be angry after all. His world wasn't always pink-colored. I remember our first encounter. I would never forget that snowy night and that clear moon. A lot of things happened since then, but I guess that the way he is now. It's my fault. I couldn't suppress his feeling of revenge, the grudge he held and still hold against those who did that to him and his comrades. Or maybe it couldn't be simply suppressed. I don't know exactly what it was to see your comrades, your friends, dying in front of you. I wish I would never taste something like that. Ah, Yuto. There's nothing that I want more than to protect you from those demons that hunt you. Since then, I wish your sword can cut through your nightmares and let you forgive yourself. When I was thinking about my precious night, someone opened the door. It was Akano, accompanied by Sona and Tsubaki, Sona's queen, who was following the two from behind. Bucko, I brought them. Akano said that before she urged Sona and Tsubaki to sit on the couch. In front of them was a blue-haired woman, Tiamat, who was eating the snacks put on the table. The Citri next head looked towards Tiamat and widened a little her eyes. I have already told her about that, but I suppose that she sensed her power and just went a little surprised. Thanks, Akano. I thanked her. She put her usual smile and positioned herself just behind after she poured tea to the 2 guests. Sona took a sip, then greeted me. Good to see you again, Rias. I assume that you're Tiamat? She asked while looking towards the Dragon King, who simply answered. How do? Rias told me about you. I'm Sona Citri, a high-class devil and the next head of the Citri household, one of the remaining underworld's pillars. It's nice to meet the strongest Dragon King. Sona politely presented herself. Tiamat nodded her head. Then I decided to bring the original subject back. Sona, about. Yes, so. Where are the members of your peerage? This room is awfully quiet for once. I was a little surprised that it was the first question she asked, but I agree that a near-empty orc isn't that common. Yuto. He strayed. And Kaneko. I don't know, she went outside after Issei-kun exited the clubroom. I answered while looking a little bit down. Sona was drinking her tea while processing what I said, but she suddenly widened her eyes and almost spat what she drank. Your night strayed. Well, her reaction wasn't surprising. I didn't notify her about the current situation of Yuto. I don't think that it concerns her and I'm sure that he will come back. Do you know why? I interrupted her and calmly said, hoping that she would stop asking about that matter. He has his circumstances, and believe me Sona, Yuto will come back. She didn't even hesitate and nodded before asking another question. What about the exorcists? I guess Akeno told you about it already, they just came to warn us. It must a simple-minded manner of thinking, but Tiamat, aren't you stronger than Kokebiel? Of course I am, there's no crow that can put up a fight against me. Then why don't you fight against him? Because, I don't want to and Issei will not accept it. Why he wouldn't? He's not the type of guy to let others do the dirty job. Add to that the fact if I fight against him then there's no way this town will remain unscratched. You mean that when it comes to raw power, you largely surpass him, but if you fight while doing your best not to damage the surroundings, you'll lose. When I asked, Tiamat groaned in annoyance and narrowed her eyes but nodded nothing. Rias. I think that we shouldn't try to move first. Let's wait and see how things are going to evolve, and don't worry about Kiba-kun. Sona said that with a reassuring voice. Akeno followed just behind her and said. Issei-kun has already taken action and has gone to search for him. He said that he may cause an issue if he started something with those holy swords wielder or even with Kokebiel, since he's the one who's possessing the biggest number of Excalibur's fragments. If Hyodo-kun has gone after him then I'm persuaded that he will find him before he do something stupid enough to get himself killed. Aren't you a little overconfident? You seem to believe in Issei-kun a lot, as I asked. Sona gave a bored sigh and declared strongly while looking directly on my eyes. I don't believe him as you just said, but I believe in his strength, making a Dragon King his familiar, beating Razor's Phoenix Peerage on his own, and add to that he defeated Ruval Phoenix, the 9th ranker on rating games. I'm sure that out of all of us here, he will be the most important piece in order to get beat Kokebiel if it's needed. It's not what I meant. But I can't help it, I'm too worried about Yuto. Then don't. Hyodo-kun will find him. I gave Sona a small smile, but even if she tried to ease my stress I can't shake the anxious feeling I have on my chest. And Kiba-kun shouldn't be our priority right now. Kokebiel didn't choose to hide on this territory per luck. If he wants to start another great war then the death of both Kaichu and Ria-sama is necessary for it. The sudden declaration of Tsubaki calmed both of Sona and I. It's true that if his intentions were so twisted, and he was in fact a war freak, then what he is trying to accomplish is surely to start a second between the three major factions. While I was thinking about Kokebiel's real goal, Sona said while looking towards Tiamat. Even with the presence of the Chaos Karma Dragon, Kokebiel wouldn't step back and will try to get our head on a plate. What do you suggest? Hiding? As I asked, Sona took her glasses and suffered them with an end of tissue before she wore them again. No, it will probably not be enough to flee from a cadre-class fallen angel. True, but we can't just sit here watching and without doing anything, Akeno interjected. Well, let's observe how the situation will evolve for the time being. We don't have to try anything right now since nothing happened yet, and Tsubaki followed, then Sona declared. You may be probably right, moving recklessly isn't an option judging by the seriousness of the situation. Yeah. I could only say that, there's not much we could do. Then Sona stood up. Then I will take my leave. Wait. Sona, I think it would be more wise to pass your night with me. I think so too. Kokebiel may try something on you, Sona Citri. For the next nights I will sleep under the same roof as you two in order to intimidate Kokebiel even a little. He may probably know that I can't get rid of him without bringing destruction to this town, but he will certainly back down from attacking you at night if I'm with you too. After all, even him wouldn't be dumb enough to do something flashy enough and take the risk to attract attention, at least. Not now. That's why I'll play the role of the scarecrow for the time being. Tiamat took parole, and both of me and Sona nodded in acceptance, because it was by far the safest option to take. Kuo Town. Forest. Night already fallen a little while ago. Inside the forest surrounding Kuo, where it would be unlucky to encounter someone at this hour, a blue-colored light could be seen on the dark forest. It was Kaneko Taju, Rias Gremory's Rook, who was enveloped on a light blue aura. The flow was calm. The petite girl was seating in a seiza position while closing her eyes. In front of her was Issei. He was showing a slightly anxious expression. Keep it up, you must absorb all the natural ki you can contain. Don't worry, you'll not turn into some dangerous beast. I have already told you, a yukai can't be affected by those kinds of repercussions. The white-haired girl narrowed her eyebrows, but suddenly all the blue ki that was covering her disappeared, leaving her body before she began to heavily pant while sweat was dripping from her head in exhaustion. She opened her eyes only to be greeted by the sight of Issei, who was handing her a water bottle and a towel. I'm doing what I can, it's hard, the petite girl complained while taking the towel and hydrating herself. It's supposed to be hard for a young yukai. Even if it's the first time you use it, your ki circulation is already stabilized, it shouldn't be hard enough to take you 4 hours. How much it took you to become a master in senjutsu? Asked the girl while looking towards Issei with her hazel eyes. The boy chuckled and answered. Who said that I was a master in senjutsu? Issei asked before she sat beside her and leaned against the tree. But your tuki and the way you use it. I'll ask you a simple question, you know what really tuki is? Isn't the base of someone's life force? Yeah, that's it, and senjutsu is? Senjutsu stresses the importance of something called chakra, the aura that is the great original power that flows into one's spirit, in other words one's life force, and turns it into a constant current. So, tuki is a base technique of someone's who can use senjutsu. Yup, and also, there's 2 types of tuki, the one who you can awake from your body and directly use it, the second is exactly like the first but you can mix to it the ki you absorb from the nature that surrounds you, and that's what results in strengthening your original tuki. Issei looked towards the petite girl who seemed a little confused, he sighed softly and concluded. Though the first one is mainly used by those who already have an abnormal amount of ki in their body or their competence in the use of the senjutsu is severely limited, and the second type is used by generally every yukai who can control the flow of ki. Hearing that, Kaneko nodded once and asked, which one senpai is using? The kitsune couldn't help but smile bitterly at that question, but answered without complaint. To be honest, I use the first since I can't absorb any ki, Issei said while dodging the look of Kaneko. The petite girl was wide-eyed and asked after a handful of seconds. You can't absorb ki. The tone of her voice was new to Issei, he never heard the surprised tone her voice could take, he chuckled a bit while looking down. Yeah. I'm really that bad on using senjutsu. That art requires a lot of concentration and skill, but since I'm not very fond of everything that requires techniques, using the first type, using my own life force, is much more easier. But since you're that strong while wielding your tuki then. The Sekiryute knew what she wanted to say and nodded without her finishing her statement, and continued. Yeah. I possess an excessive amount of life force inside my body, but I trained several years before I was able to control it smoothly. But back on your training, we're not trying to initiate you to the use of your own life force but to try and read the flow of ki around this area by releasing a part of your own ki. Kaneko narrowed her eyes before closing them a second time. A thin clear blue aura began to cover all her body, probably her ki that was taking physical form. Issei caught sight of her hands trembling a little. Do you know why I did seek your help? Kaneko didn't say anything and tried to further increase her concentration and the amount of her own ki she can expose. The yellow-eyed boy didn't wait for her answer anyway and continued speaking. Actually, I can use that technique that I'm teaching you, but it will only affect a small area, and for scanning all Kuo it would take me like forever. He grinned while saying that, even if it was embarrassing to say that he couldn't use senjutsu in an adequate manner, it was the right thing to do because while you said you were a nekomata and furthermore, a nekoshu, I couldn't help but ask you to help me with this. Your race is probably the most talented one in reading the flow of a spirit. While praising her a little, Issei narrowed suddenly his eyebrows and told his kohai the bitter reality. Just remember that I'm training you in using this only to save your comrade. Kiba Yuto isn't in a state where he can fight at his normal level. Hell, even if he was, there's no way that could beat up Kokebil nor the 3 exorcists present on this town. You know what will probably happen for him if he isn't found before he commit the wrong thing? There's 2 answers. Kaneko didn't open her eyes and instead, she continued in her training, though Issei was sure that she was listening to him. The first is he will die, the second is, with his own actions, start a second great war between the angels, the fallens, and the devils. While declaring that, he could clearly see the pressure accumulating upon the small girl's shoulders, and the proof of that was the ki that was in the beginning covering her body is now covering only parts of it. meaning that her control decreased with her concentration because of what he said. Without caring about that, the Longinus owner spoke. I don't know much about you, nor those Gremory devils. Actually, I don't really want to deal with all of you. The supernatural world isn't the world I want to live in. But I will not stand there like an idiot, doing nothing, while a damn great war is about to spark up. There's a lot of things that aren't pink-colored in this world. Each existence, me and you, him, her, everyone has a past, a present and hopefully a future. I'm not saying that we have experienced the same thing, but it's essential to continue and live, hoping for a better future, and maybe you'll find your own reason to exist. That's why. You have to go forward and cast your past aside for just a short moment, only to save your friend. What the hell are you trying to do? She doesn't have a sacred gear. There's no point in telling her things that would affect her emotions, you idiot. She will not power up with only words. You still have a long way to go before you understand how other existences who doesn't have heavenly dragon class strength thinks. Look. When he told his dragon that, 2 white cat ears appeared on Kaniko's head, and something lifted up her skirt from behind, it was a white tail. That's the only thing you've to say. Where's my, sorry eyes, you were right, or, I'm a damn old shit that doesn't understand anything not related to breasts or Albion. Cute. I'm going to sleep. Wake me up if something interesting happens. You, Issei senpai. Kaniko interrupted his communication with Diedrich. Issei looked down and saw the white-haired girl with a small smile on her face that was actually really hard to notice. Issei didn't mind and took parole. You have succeeded in materializing your own ki and the little you absorbed. Now try to release a part of it and tell me. Kiba senpai is around the department store, Kaniko said without hesitation before she rushed to the said area. Issei couldn't help but sigh softly and followed right behind her. As the Kitsune and the Nekomata rushed towards the area Kiba Yuto was in. Kuo Town. Conventional store. Kiba's POV, night already fall, and the bright moon was up on the sky illuminating the dark heavens by her warm light. I, Kiba Yuto, was wandering in town. I'm probably in the conventional store judging by the closed stores around here. To be honest, I'm not giving even attention to where I'm going because today, I ran away from my master's side. Yes, today, I turned my back to my master, my king, to the person who saved me and gave me a second chance to live on, Rias Gremory. But, I didn't do it out of selfishness. Maybe I did now that I think about it. It's just that I can't let this chance go to waste. I know that Excalibur is on this town. It's near me. I can feel it. That disgusting holy aura. That piece of steel that stole my life and my comrade's life. I have to destroy it. I lived my miserable life just to accomplish that. I don't mind dying after seeing Excalibur break in pieces, that's why. I suddenly felt a chill ran down my spine and I unconsciously summoned a sword and blocked the thing that was coming at me. Era. Hello pretty boy. Ah. I remember you. You're that Gremory pet. How could I forget that handsome face of yours? How ya doin' since last time I saw ya? You got nice reflexes for a devil, I give you that. Wait. The person with that creepy manner of speaking advanced towards me. He had white hair and red eyes. He wore a priest outfit. Freed. He was the stray exorcist who made an alliance with the 4 fallen angels that got rid of Asia-san. And on his hand. Ara, you have such a nice look. You're glaring at me. Oh my. What intensity. I think that I might fall in love with you. I didn't give any attention to what he was saying, and my body moved on his own. Without thinking, I rushed towards him with my sword. Tchiin. The clashing between our 2 swords continued for several seconds before the 2 of us backed down. No one was severely injured except that my Kuo uniform was no longer fit to be wore. How could he keep up with my speed? But suddenly the former church warrior in front of me narrowed his eyes and said. Ha. Hey, and not now. What's up with ya no, that Gramps? What? Okay, I'm on my way. I looked towards him while putting my guard up, but the fallen priest lifted his head up and looked to the sky as he sighed in boredom. I'm sorry shitty devil, but you sure are lucky. I have to go, good night. The white-haired priest took something that I couldn't recognize, he dropped it and summoned a blinding light. We will meet again Devil-kun, and next time I won't run away until you die, okay? After a few seconds, when I opened my eyes, the fallen exorcist was nowhere to be found. Certainly took his leave when used that flashbang grenade or whatever it was. But I'm sure that the sword he wielded and used against me was an Excalibur. The holy aura emitting from it was too dense. Where did he found it? Kokebiel. Huh. Looks like it will be tougher than expected. I said that while sighing and looking towards the heavens who were illuminated by the many stars. Too much is happening actually. Kokebiel, holy swords, stray priests, exorcists. If things continue to this rhythm, I guess that war will be inevitable. When I turned to leave the place, a familiar voice passed through my ear. Kiba Senpai. When I turned my head, I saw Kaneko-chan who was running towards me. Behind her was Hyodo Issei-kun? Kiba Senpai. When she called me the second time, she was already hugging me. Kaneko-chan. Are you alright? I couldn't help but ask her if she was fine. Hugging me was not only the first time that she's doing it, but it's too. How should I put it? That's not like her. I'm fine. When she answered, I finally noticed. She has cat ears. A tail? What's happening to her? Maybe. Kaneko-chan. That form of yours. Yes, I accepted myself, Kiba Senpai. Only to find you so. Please, Kiba Senpai, don't leave us. Don't leave Bucko's side. Please. I was troubled on how to answer. I knew of her past because of Bucko. How could she cast her past aside just in order to find someone like me? I'm both troubled and shocked at the same time. How much idiotic can I be? How about telling us your story with Excalibur before? Issei Hyodo asked me. What are you planning to do, Hyodo Issei-kun? After I said that, he just massaged the bridge of his nose in annoyance before he answered. Oh please, can you stop with that? I'm not really happy with the current situation, so I might offer you my help to destroy that sword, but before to rush anything, speak. I guess that both of you deserve to know. Sigh. From where should I begin? From the beginning? Weren't you asleep? Of course not. Well, then. I was an orphan. I didn't have parents, so I was raised in the church of my homeland. There was a lot of kids who were raised there because of the same situation. I lived there probably a year or two before we were transferred to another church on the same territory. Those who were responsible for our transfer were a priest and 5 exorcists sent directly from the Vatican headquarters. Well, that's what the nun from the church said before our departure. We didn't know why we were transferred to another church. We were not special. The exorcists kept saying that we were the future of this world. We were blessed by God and it was a must of us to work hard in order to thank Him for what He gave us. At that time, all of us didn't know what the exorcist's words meant. Sacred gear wielders? Everyone? The Securite interjected. I give him a single nod and continued. Yeah. All of us there. We were blessed, no, we were cursed by having that kind of supernatural weapons to our disposition. Whatever, just after we were took to that so-called church. We were already caught by our destined fate. It was everything but a place where people came to pray or where they came to repent of their sins. No, it was what looked like both a training camp and a laboratory. For the next months, it took 3 seasons, if remember some more or less 9 months, we were trained to the art of swordsmanship. We had a lot of instructors. Every one of us was isolated from the group because each one was trained afterwards to something less different than wielding just a sword. There were magicians, spellcasters, and a lot more. Each one of us was training hard on his side, believing that we was doing that for God, that each sweat that dropped from our forehead, each effort, was dedicated for our Creator, that existence who was just beside us and far away from us at the same time, that God. I breathed out in anger, but I continued nonetheless. It was like that for mouths and mouths. Personally, I was the only one still trained at the swordsmanship because my sacred gear was able to create swords. Even with the training imposed for us, and the experiments we were required to had, because we were trained and we undergoing experiments, they kept saying that it was for God. Everything we were doing was for our own beliefs, for our religion, so we continued to live on and kept dreaming for what we will become. We didn't know each other a lot because we were separated many times, but each one of us considered the other as a sibling, a family. We shared our dreams, we talked a little about what we wanted to become, for what we were living for, until that fateful night. For the first time, we were all gathered inside the laboratory. All of us were really surprised, because it's the first time that it happened. We were a little nervous too, but it's all right, we thought. Because we were together and that was the most important to our eyes. As long as we were together, on the same boat, we thought that it's gonna be alright, no matter what. One day we were going somewhere beautiful. I remember the words of that man. They are engraved on my heart since that day. It was the priest that accompanied the 5 exorcists when we were transferred. He was wearing a white priest cloth with a golden rosario on the middle. He looked like someone who belonged to the higher-ups of the church. He had grayish hair and round glasses, We didn't meet him the first time we saw him until he presented himself that day. I'm Valpa Galilei, the one responsible of this place and all the training and experiments you undergone, my children. I'm really thankful for all what each one of you gave as an effort. It was difficult and you all kept going forward. I'm sure that God heard your prayers throughout the hard moments and your nights. Today I gathered all of you inside the laboratory to do a last experiment. After this last examination, you'll be free. I still remember myself crying from happiness. Well, each one of us was. The less emotional of us had at least tears on his eyes. We were all crying from joy and excitement, until I saw that man smiling creepily and nodding to one of the exorcists beside him. They exited the room and left us in. And then a clear green gas were escaping of several gates, small crack on the wall. When a little girl began to vomit blood, we understood that we were done for. All of us ran towards the gates behind us. Those who arrived first and opened the doors were exterminated by the exorcists that were waiting just behind the gate. They were all wielding a silver gun who shoots light bullets, just like the one of Freed, if both of you remember. My comrades. The persons who shared their dreams with me. Those who suffered the same treatments as me, probably even worse. They were falling to their knees one by one, coughing mouthful of blood, but even so. Some of them. Those who were trained to magic began to fire a lot of bullets from different attributes, lighting, ice, fire, wind, earth. They began to fight against the exorcists, but the battle was lost in advance, as they were too weak from the poisonous gas. But even so, they continued to fight until the last breath. All I did was watch in horror the slaughter. I couldn't do anything at that time. I was too scared. I was such a coward. I start to cry a little at the memories that began to remember. Issei Hyodo turned his head away and Kaneko-chan gave me a worried look. Senpai. There was someone of the ones who was fighting the exorcists. He was bleeding heavily. His left arm was perforated by many bullets. One of his eyes was already pierced. He reached me with trembling right arm and gave me a small tap on the back, and said, "Escape from this hell. We will create from where you can sneak. So please, live for us." I was frozen by fear and nodded. The others kept firing more and more of their magic towards the exorcists. One of them was creating spears that he kept throwing at them. Another one rushed towards the enemy at inhuman speed. Everyone was doing their best to let me sneak away from the institute. When a small opening was visible, I didn't hesitate and escaped. Even if I was already contaminated with the poison, I ran with all the stamina I had. I didn't stop until my legs left me, and then I died in that forest before Bucko reincarnated me as her knight. Since that day I lived just for the sake of revenge, avenging my comrades that fallen in the hands of that church, in the hands of that miserable existence that is Valpa Galilei. When I said that while clenching tightly my fist, to the point of where it began to bleed, Kaneko-chan held my fist in her small warm hand and said with a reassuring voice, "Don't worry, senpai, we will help you in getting rid of Excalibur." Kaneko-chan turned her heads towards Issei-kun, who nodded his head and said, "I told Tiamat to keep company to your master and Kaichu. Wanna pass your night with me, Kiba Yuto? I guess it's better than wandering aimlessly on the streets?" I widened my eyes a little at the unexpected kindness of that guy, but just as he said, "I don't have anywhere to go since I became a stray." "I accept your offer, Issei-kun, thanks, alright, then Taju-san you." Before he finished what he was going to say, Kaneko-chan interrupted him and said while looking a little way, "You can call me by given names, senpai." The words that came from her mouth surprised both of Issei-kun and me. The former just nodded his head in acceptance while scratching the back of his head. He said, "Then Kaneko-chan, you should return to your house. We will meet up tomorrow at school. I'll try to get in touch with the exorcists, since they have the same objective as us. I guess that they could provide a huge help in destroying those artifacts. They also want to destroy those swords. I guess it's better that they destroy them than letting them being wielded by the wrong persons. And Kokabiel isn't really by the way. Why are your clothes so torn? I didn't remember you receiving those cuts when you fought that chestnut-haired exorcist." "I just fought with Freed, the white-haired priest that was involved in the murder of Asia-san." "You're serious?" "Yeah, and I thought that he was wielding a fragment of Excalibur, but I wasn't sure because of my current state. Though his speed was already inhuman, I don't think that it's possible for someone like me to match my speed, but it seems that Kokabiel has a lot of backup. Maybe there's other priests and exorcists who were previously affiliated with the church that are under that fallen angel's wing. Probably. Whatever, there's any point discussing that right now. We should go home for the time being." Issei's appartement, arriving at Issei's place accompanied by Kiba Yuto, who followed just behind him. Sorry for intruding. While saying that, the Gremory's knight entered inside and widened his eyes at how was the inside of Issei's apartment, the fancy items here and there, the view from the windows that covers all Kuo town. That's a quite expensive-looking apartment for a student. You think? Judging that you aren't a prince who came from a high-class devil family, and that you aren't related in any way to a royal family, then yeah, it doesn't look like an apartment that you can normally purchase. Issei looked towards Kiba for a second before he began to laugh while taking his shoes off and replied. From a third person's perspective, I guess that's how anyone would feel. I may look like that, but I'm not that poor, you know. Kiba sighed softly and took a seat on the couch, while Issei entered his own room and took his uniform off and wore one of his yukatas. He headed towards Asia's room and opened her room's door slowly and found her already asleep. He smiled and closed carefully the door, without waking her. Looks like Asia is already out. Have you eaten already? Actually, no yet. Want to have dinner with me? Asia surely left something on the fridge. Opening it, eyes found already several plates of delicious-looking food that were just waiting to be warm up. After doing so, both the reincarnated devil and the kitsune started eating on table inside the kitchen. It was calm until Kiba decided to start a conversation. Issei-kun, do you mind if I ask you some questions about your past? I'm not trying to step on your private life, but I thought that since you know more or less my past, I thought that you will not mind me knowing a little bit of yours. While Kiba's voice was a little hesitant, Issei stopped eating and faced the blonde-haired boy that flinched a little at the look Issei gave him, but the latter just breathed out in fatigue and answered. Well, there's not much to know. I had the chance to not be someone who harbor the same past as you. I lived in Kyoto all my life. I studied there. I passed my childhood there. I was something like a joker card to my higher-ups. Something like a super weapon, you know. Since I had Diedrich with me, they thought that I was just a weapon of mass destruction or something like that, I suppose. That's why. You strayed. Yeah, that's the main reason. I always wanted to live my little life in peace. I will not say that I hate fighting, but I hate the excess of it. I mean, it's cool to punch 2 or 3 faces in a while, but being a battle maniac, fighting non-stop, going in missions every week, those kind of things aren't just meant for me. That's understandable. So how's Kyoto? I mean, is it really that beautiful? It's pretty famous here, in Japan. Yeah, it's truly a nice place. I heard from the students at school that we will go there for our school trip as seconds year. I'll show you around if you want when the time comes. Really? Thanks. I just noticed something. It seems like a weight disappeared from your shoulders. Somehow, you don't have that psychopathic look from this afternoon. Really? Yeah. Was it because you shared your story with us? I mean Kaneko-chan and me? I think it's because of Kaneko-chan. She too has to fight her own demons. And seeing her moving forward and accept herself like she did for the sake of an idiot like me, really. I felt grateful and at the same time pathetic. You mind telling me her story? Just the general idea is okay. Well, I don't know every detail either. I just heard from Bucko that she lived with her sister as they were orphan. So the older sister was recruited by a high-class devil. Then the using of senjutsu began to corrupt her mind, becoming a dangerous beast and resulting in Kaneko Onisama killing that said guy, becoming a stray devil. She was listed as a S-class criminal in the underworld. The higher-ups wanted her little sister, Kaneko-chan, to be executed, but fate made that Seirzex-sama, Bucko's Onisama, was able to save her, and gave her to Bucko because he knew that she wouldn't harm her nor do anything that she wouldn't for herself, and that's how Kaneko-chan became Bucko's rook. That's why I didn't held a good image of devils in the first place, but I guess no matter race you turn your head on you'll see nasty people. There's just no way a yokai would become enraged or can be negatively affected by the use of his own ki. That's common sense, darn it. Not every devil is evil. The Gremory household is reputed to treat their servants as family. It's a great pity that not the remaining pillars were all like that. I will not deny it. After both males finished eating, Issei put the dishes in the sink. Kiba walked towards the couch and laid himself in it. Issei-kun, I don't mind passing the night on the couch. Huh? Don't even think of it. You come with me. Why? I'll install a futon inside my room just beside my bed. There's no way I'll let you sleep on the couch, and if Asia happened to wake up at night and see you sleeping like a princess inside the living room. As much as I hate to say it, but I'll have problems with your master if I do, and God knows how much I don't want to deal with her. Oh, okay. Got it. Issei installed the futon just beside his bed, and gave Kiba one of his yukata to use as his pajama for the night. The kitsune let himself fall on his bed, while Kiba laid himself calmly on his bed of fortune. Well, good night, Kiba Yuto. While saying that, Issei was about to close his eyes, but he was disturbed by the light chuckle of the devil sleeping beside his bed. Just calling me Kiba or Yuto is fine. Good night, Issei-kun. Issei sighed, but a small smile managed to cross his face for a fraction of a second. Yeah, Kiba. A handful of minutes had passed. Only the shouts of the owl could be heard from outside. The absolute silence was broken by Rias's night. Issei-kun. You're awake? Murmuring that, he hoped that the kitsune would respond, but unfortunately for him, Issei was already fast asleep. Kiba turned himself and laid on his back. While staring at the ceiling, he said to himself. How managed Issei-kun to become so strong? Even if we have the same age, the difference in power is just too big. Find something to protect. Something worth fighting for. Something that even if you die or you were buried alive you would keep protecting. He heard Issei-kun's voice. Tehi Prince of Kuo lifted his upper body and turned his head to the left to see if the boy was awake, but he could only hear the soft snoring of his. Finding something to protect. That doesn't sound too bad. Kuo Academy. The next day, Eyes and Asia walked normally towards school. Kiba already left Issei's apartment early on the morning to not be seen by Asia after she wakes up, leaving a small message on a piece of paper just beside Issei's bed. I'll wait for you and Kaneko-chan on the park after school. In the road to school, Issei sent 2 or 3 glances towards Asia only to find her daydreaming, not even seeing where she was going. Asia, are you alright? You're spacing out a little since we left home. Issei's voice brought her back to reality as she turned quickly her head towards Issei and said in a reassuring tone. I'm sorry, Issei-san, I'm just worried about Kiba-san. Hearing that, Issei tried to dodge her glare and looked at the opposite direction while saying. I'm sure he is fine, Asia. I don't think he'll do something too careless. He couldn't help but feel sorry that he didn't tell her that he came up to where she was staying yesterday to ease her worries, but it was that or risking to anger the redhead senpai. By the way, Asia, today I may be a little late. I'll try to investigate a little about the issue. You know. Why yes, don't do anything reckless, Issei-san, please. I'll not guarantee that. Okay, don't worry. I promise I will be careful, so please don't cry. Asia nodded while wiping the edge of her rose-colored eyes while Issei was breathing out in relief as he reassured her in time, and was able to avoid a scene early on the morning, and just near school. After a tiring day at school, Issei and Asia separated at the entrance of the academy. The former nun has gone home while Issei walked towards the park where he was supposed to find Kiba waiting. Of course he already notified Kaneko to Zhu during school day about where to find her comrade devil, so she would certainly be with him at this moment. Now, I have to find those exorcists. You've become pretty friendly with those devils, partner. Look who wake up, feeling a little bored, partner. Cuckoo, don't worry about me. With your shitty luck, you'll certainly end up fighting Kokebile. By the way, I have a method to locate those church's agents. Activating the Longinus and boosting like mad to let our presence known by them? How do you know? I know that you're the only guy mad enough to do something reckless like that. You could activate your balance B. Don't even think about it, Diedrich. Say whatever you want, you'll end up fighting that Cadre-class crow with your full power. You seem pretty sure that I have to use all my cards to finish that guy. He's that strong? I think that you are forgetting that I'm one of the 2 great dragons that fought against those 3 factions. Of course I know of what he's capable of. Mao-class power. Yup. Against Tiamat. Without restraints, Tiamat wins, but if you have to care about the surroundings and all, she can't win. As I said, if you hold back you'll die. Plus you're still a virgin, so if I were you I wouldn't take the risk to perish. Can't you take that seriously for once? But I'm serious. If I wasn't I wouldn't have told you to go all out. Whatever. While walking towards the park, Issei overheard the discussion of 2 girls wearing the same Kuo uniform the girls in his school wears, albeit a little different. They certainly are student from the college department Kuo Academy has, since they seem a little older than him. It sure is rare to see Catholic people around here. They somehow odd, don't you think? But the guy with them looked really cute. Kya. I wonder if he's European Catholic people. A foreigner. Just hearing those 2 key words, Issei deduced that those 2 were talking about those holy swords wielders. If they are just around here, you could use senjutsu. The area isn't that large. Iz nodded mentally at Diedrich's proposition. He headed towards an empty alley. His body began to glow in a red relaxed aura. The kitsune placed his palm on the ground before the aura that was previously covering him disappeared in a sudden manner. The Securite kept his eyes close until he sensed a small perceptible signal. I think that I found them, but the signal is a little weak. While saying that, he rushed to the said location, and what greeted his sight was certainly not listed in his expectations. TCH. What with those eastern countries? It sure is full of heretics. Don't say that, Zenobia. I'm sure God will help us as long as we don't give up, amen. I'm so hungry. There were two feminine figures wearing a white cloth who seating on the ground demanding charity to the passers, while a blonde-haired familiar guy was laying himself on the bunch just behind the two girls. It was the three exorcists that Issei met yesterday. Guys. What the hell are you doing? The kitsune approached them and looked at them suspiciously. When Arnaud Pendragon, the guy with who he shared a spar yesterday, saw him, relief could be seen on his eyes at that exact moment. Issei-kun. It's so good to see you. The swordsman didn't give Issei the time to reply as he tackled him in a hug. What's wrong with you? Did something happen? The young kitsune grunted as he tried to release himself from the death grip. Arthur sent a sharp glare to Irina Shithu, the chestnut-haired exorcist, and answered Issei's question while in a desperate tone. Irina brought. No, she just threw our mission's funds from a window. We passed those last 2 days with empty stomachs, not to mention that we slept on the floor in an abandoned church. I didn't know that the life of an exorcist is so tiring. If I knew I could have just rested in the Pendragon's castle, at least I would have had something to eat. While a thick mark appeared on Issei's forehead, he put his hand on the exorcist's mouth, shutting him. Issei sighed in tiredness and said. Long story short, what happened? He turned his head towards the two female church's agents who accompanied the blonde-haired men. Irina looked away while a clear taint of red made its way on her cheeks. On the other hand, the blue-haired holy sword wielder, Zenobia, just closed her eyes and calmly said. Red Dragon Emperor. As Arnaud-sama just said, Irina brought something that she thought was a painting of one of the most well-known saints in the Bible, something worth all our money. A black menacing cloud appeared upon Zenovia's head while she continued on her speech. And since that day, we are forced to demand charity. But since our religion didn't penetrate the soil of this eastern country. Zenovia reopened her yellow eyes and was greeted by the sight of Issei, who was trying to hardly suppress his laughter. So it was like that. After the encounter with the exorcists, Issei brought them to a random family restaurant. The three of them were more than delighted to the point that Issei was somehow embarrassed by the way they were reaction to the sight of just simple food. Thanks Issei-kun. Without you we would be dead. Arnaud thanked continuously Issei while bowing his head uncontrollably. Red Drive, Zenovia couldn't finish her sentence before being interrupted by the Securite. If it's not too much, can't you just call me by my name when we're on places like this? People would find us suspicious if you keep calling me Dragon Emperor or Heavenly Dragon. Alright Issei Hyodo, I wanted to ask, what those two were doing here? Referring to those two were Kaneko Taju and Kiba Yuto. Issei told them to come with him before he brought the exorcists on the restaurant. I have a proposition for you. Arnaud lifted his head up and asked while still eating. So you didn't came alone to help us? That's right, I thought that. If it was all right to destroy those Excaliburs? Irina narrowed a little her eyes and answered the question while being a little uneasy. The Vatican directly sent us here to retrieve the swords, and if destroying them was the only option, then yes, we were told to destroy them. After all, it was better than letting Kokabeel use them. But I have a question Issei-kun. Why would those devils come to our aid? Because one of them is the only survivor from the Holy Sword Project. Kiba answered immediately Arnaud's question. The latter widened his eyes and intently looked the devil's knight. Arnaud-sama, accepting the help of a devil is a little. Yeah Arnaud-kun, it's against our teachings. I will ask the two of you. Do you really think that we can survive if we initiate an assault against a Cadre-class fallen angel? I don't know about you, but I'm sure that we wouldn't make it against someone who potentially have the power of a seraph. That's right, but Irina, I think that it's right if we think about it. Even with Arnaud-sama, it would be really hard to come back alive, let alone retrieve the swords. But I have a question though. I was told back on the church that no one made it alive from that incident. You dare call that an incident? Kiba, calm down. Kiba-kun, I don't know what really happened in that institute, but those research on holy swords wielders showed results, and it was thanks to that both me and Zenovia can wield Excalibur, you know. When Irina said that with her usual cheerful manner of speaking, Kiba's eyes instantly showed the anger he felt just by hearing the mere words of the exorcist. Arnaud, in the other hand, sent a worried look towards Kiba. I began to think that those churches guys are more devil than devils. Or she's just that dumb. Irina, don't say that, but Arnaud-kun. Just don't, Kiba-kun. I'm sorry for what my partner just said. If it's fine with you and if it can lessen your hate towards Excalibur or the church, then please help us. Ah yes, and I believe that one of those who created that project is alienated himself with the Grigori and is beside Kokabeel at the moment. Who? The infamous archbishop who was charged with heresy and was banished from the church after the project. He's titled as the genocide archbishop, Balba Galilei. That. So I can reach that person. Finally. From our side, we were well. Kiba was attacked by the former priest, or exiled exorcist. I suppose that he's well known from the church. He's freed. He's currently working under Kokabeel as well. Freed Zelzon. Yeah, he's well known. He was a genius who became an exorcist very early. He was extremely talented and was famous as being one of the most promising warriors at the church. He killed numerous devils and vampires as well as evil beasts who menaced humans. But at the No, before he was kicked out from the church, he began to kill even his mission's partners, whether because of them being weak or they were slowing him down, and or just for the sake of killing some time. Disgusting. I believe that he was wielding Excalibur when he attacked me, though I'm not sure of it, but I'm certain that it was a holy sword. So he became a holy sword wielder at that. Balba Galilei has certainly something to do with that if he's really under Kokabeel too. After all, is the one who was the responsible of that project, then his knowledge of Excalibur may be that vast that he could have made Freed be able to wield it. Then if that's everything, we accept your help, Issei-kun, as well as Kiba-kun and Midget-chan. Arnaud-kun, Arnaud-sama, don't call me Midget-chan. I don't think that he can hear you though, Issei said while looking at the blonde-haired church's agent whose consciousness already left before he continued. Well then. I guess that's all. We will try to find Kokabeel and of course we will contact you if something happens. Alright, and thanks for the food, it was delicious. Nodding, Issei stood up and exited the restaurant before Kiba and Kaneko followed him out. Thanks Issei-kun, Yuto-senpai, Issei-senpai. Do you mind if we team up the three of us each night for the next days in order to find Kokabeel? I mean that. It would be dangerous if we were going to face fallen angels or stray priests, let alone Kokabeel alone. I'm okay with it. After the trio separated themselves, Issei walked home while Kaneko headed towards one of her contractors, and Kiba surely went to search for Kokabeel, hoping to find Balba Galilei instead. 3 days went like that, without finding any clue about Kokabeel potential hideout or about the location of Excalibur's fragments. For those 3 days, Kaneko, Issei and Kiba went together every day after school and regrouped in the park before they went around Kuo, looking for any pist who may lead the trio towards their main target, the Heaven Star, Kokabeel. Kiba and Kaneko dressed in a white cloth much like the one Zenobia and Irina were wearing, while Issei used one of his senjutsu tricks to change slightly his appearance and wore something like a priest uniform. The idea came from Kaneko, who, much at the surprise of the two boys, who found that surprising that Kaneko was able to think so far ahead. And for the 3 days they went all around Kuo trying to fulfill their objective. The trio of exorcists consisting of Arnaud Pendragon, Irina Shithu and Zenobia didn't found anything too. Issei told Tiamat to still be on alert while she stayed at Rias's place, even if he knew that Kokabeel could be dumb enough to assault the two Eris with the presence of the Chaos Karma Dragon. At their side still it was better than nothing, so he let his own familiar play the role of the Scarecrow. Of course he hid the fact that he found Kiba and was seeing him every day with Kaneko from Rias, even if he hates hiding the truth from her because she was genuinely worried about the whereabouts of her precious knight, but he couldn't afford to let her know, not before Kiba settled his revenge against those who stole the lives of his numerous comrades. Those who sacrificed themselves in order to let Kiba flee from that hellhole deserved to be avenged. Even Issei thought that revenge may not be the best solution to deliver someone's heart from the chains that forcefully shackling it, but at the exact moment, everyone felt that it was a necessary sin to let Kiba get his vendetta against the church. Looks like even today we will not find nothing, said the figure who were wearing the white cloth. It was Kiba, while he was rolling a silver fake rosario, that he was supposedly be wearing as a necklace, around his index finger. Beside him Kaneko, who also wore the same cloth as Kiba, said in a monotonous voice. Even the senjutsu technique that Issei-senpai taught me didn't show any result. I was able to detect Yuto-senpai before because I was already familiar with his aura before. You trained that skill like 4 hours if I remember, you're far from knowing how to use it properly. Kaneko blushed a little from Issei's remark, but it wasn't visible because of the cloth that hid her face pretty well. If I recall what you've already said, you can't even use it to the half of the scale that I can cover with my key manipulation. Oh, can you shoo? Before Issei could finish his sentence, he felt a strong killing intent direct its way towards him and the two devils. Before he could react, a figure jumped out from nowhere and launched itself towards Kiba, who was beside him. The figure unsheathed a sword who gave a dense and strong holy aura. It didn't took less than a second to Issei to deduce that it was one of Excalibur's stolen from the church. Kiba summoned a demonic sword and took the attack head-on. Tchen, Era. What do we've here? Oh, the white-haired devil and oh my. Yellow-eyed freak-san. Add to that Bishonen-kun. How the three of you doin'? Aw yeah, and how Asia-chan is doing? Since she certainly became a devil, tell her that if she wants some purification my door is always open. Spurting nonsense as always, the white-haired priest rushed towards the three with the sword in a blinding speed, but only Kiba responded and launched himself towards the fallen church's agent with an incredible speed as well. Holy eraser! To Kiba's yell, his sword answered by covering itself with a jet-black aura. While the swords came in contact, anyone could see the light golden aura of Freed's sword being consumed by Kiba's own piece of steel. I see, a demonic sword who can absorb the holy aura of my Excalibur-chan. That's rather convenient but nowhere enough. The aura of Excalibur kept growing, breaking Kiba's sword, who managed somehow to jump backwards and summoning another demonic sword. The aura that I absorbed from your sword has already vanished. I will do the same thing over and over again until the holiness of that cursed sword disappears. The Grimoire's knight headed towards Kiba with the same fashion, technique, and sword than before, rushing blindly towards the former priest. Freed's red eyes shined in delight and done the same thing. The two of them began an incredible battle, while each slash of Freed was openly welcomed by Kiba, who answered on the same way. Era, you're staring at my sword with such passionate eyes. Is that hate? Oh my. But don't forget, a single contact with it would evaporize your pitiful existence. Die my sinful devil-kun. Break with a swing of his Excalibur. The demonic sword of Kiba broke instantly, but the blonde-haired boy didn't back away and instead. Sword birth. Unleashing the actual strongest technique of his sacred gear, numerous swords began to appear from the ground and around Freed. The malicious priest remained imperturbable and kept grinning dangerously while slashing the swords who pierced through earth. How pathetic. Too weak. He kept destroying the newborn swords with a single slash each time and at an extremely rapid pace. That's bad. Issei cried, knowing that Kiba wouldn't be able to dodge the final slash of Freed, who just finished defending against the Sacred Gear's move. Kiba didn't have time to dodge the incoming blow of Freed, but Issei arrived just between them and was pierced by Freed's sword right on the shoulder even while wearing his red tuki. Being pierced by Excalibur was inevitable. After all, his tuki wasn't an impenetrable defense. Issei-kun. Kiba cried while Issei's reddish blood was dripping on his face. If he didn't appeared between the two, Kiba would have become a headless devil, while the knight just deduced that the result of his selfishness could have erased his existence before he could even accomplish his revenge. Nervousness began to gain him, but boost. The gauntlet on his left hand roar echoed throughout the area. Issei touched lightly Kiba on his shoulder and said, "That's a gift for you. Get rid of that psychopath." Hearing his companion's request, Kiba seemed to be brought back to reality, and somehow that made his nerves severely calm down. Transfer. A pure green warm aura covered Kiba's body. The swordsman widened his eyes at the feeling he began to feel, the feeling that he could take on the world. That power. Freed grin didn't lessen when he saw Issei being pierced by his hands. Era, aren't you going to die? He took the sword from the kitsune's right shoulder and was going to pierce him on the chest. The pain Issei felt when he took out the sword was overwhelming, but he didn't show any sign of weakness or cried in pain. He just smiled weakly before. Cut. A single slash, an excessively quick one, was sent by Kiba, cutting Freed on the chest. The white-haired priest cried in pain and looked to his chest and found there a single long horizontal cut, and luckily for him it wasn't deep, but the blood dripping out from it was more than he could expected, but he decided to ignore for now. Freed, prepare yourself to die. Kiba said that with strong eyes. An incredible pressure could be felt by Fried, who just laughed nervously while grinning weakly, and sweat dripped a little from his forehead. A little more confident, Devil-kun? Do you think you could beat my Excalibur-chan? Sorry to disappoint. Fried, what the hell are you? Oh, if it's not sword birth and the boosted gear. Looks like that attracting problems is your speciality, Fried. But it's marvelous nonetheless. Aside from the Longinus, who's unique, that devil's sacred gear is extremely rare too, you know? What the fuck, old man, don't you see that I need a hand here? Balba? Kiba's blue eyes became instantly so cold that it could put the coldness of Cocytus to shame. He glared at the old men, completely ignoring Fried. Be Balba G. Galilei? You do know me? Interesting. Yes, it's me indeed. The old man with gray hair wearing a priest-white outfit with a golden cross on the middle said with a calm manner. The blonde-haired boy's hands began to shake as his expression darkened considerably. Hey Fried, it looks like that the boys has been a little powered up by the Security's power. Don't worry, he looks like that it's the first time he received it, so his using of it may be a little weak. Use the element I gave you in more skillful manner. Gather the holy energy the holy element provides you. Then let Excalibur rapidly consume it naturally. With that you'll be able to overcome that devil. Fried listened intently and closed his eyes. The sword's aura began to raise. Kiba launched himself towards Balba. Ignoring Fried, who didn't waste time and rushed towards Kiba. A single swing of his sword broke the sword of the Rias's knight, and his balance broke with the strong wave of holy aura gave out by the sword. Tchiiin, as he was going to finish the boy, a blue-haired silhouette appeared from nowhere and blocked the slash of Fried's sword. The red-eyed priest widened his eyes for a second, then Arnaud and Irina came out. Balba, call him. Who? Balba looked towards the group of the exorcists, who showed up with a suspicious eye before taking a black paper where a reversed red cross was printed on. The boss. Call the boss. Quickly, damn it. To Fried yell. The paper glowed in a bright golden color. Issei stood up after using his medical senjutsu technique. Kiba was still down while he was looking towards Balba. Fried grinned confused Zenobia, who was blocking his Excalibur with her own. Arnaud and Irina looked at towards the evening sky from where extremely black feathers began to fall down. Then a white magic circle appeared on the floor. The white light blinded everyone's sight. When everyone opened their eyes, they were welcomed by a tall man, around 6 feet 5 tall and had an average body build. His beige-colored hair swept back reached until the end of his back. They were tied with a black ribbon. He wore a white 4-button double-breasted tailcoat, matching trousers, and a white vest. He had pure blue eyes, pale white skin. He gave off an extremely elegant and malicious, strong aura, rivaling the one held by an ultimate-class devil, and he wasn't even trying to show off. Balba, Fried. I told you that the use of that seal is only required in important situations. The man said while looking down towards his two allies. SS Shamsil-sama, we're sorry. I know that's one time. Balba tried to explain the situation but was interrupted by Fried outburst. Hey boss. I can't fight those 6 guys while protecting Balba, can you? He was interrupted when he felt the pressure gave off by his boss, as he called it. The tall man looked around him, noticing Irina, Zenobia, Kiba, Kaneko, Arnaud and Issei, who was painting a little because of the use of the medical jutsu, certainly taking out a large part of his stamina. He sighed heavily, and sent a glare to Balba and Fried, who backed away behind him. You two, I'll gain you some time. Go and get to Cocytus, but before that. 10 black wings appeared from his back, disappearing from the sight of everyone. He rushed towards Zenobia and sent her a sharp punch on the gut. The blue-haired girl coughed blood and was sent towards Arnaud and Irina, who struggled catching her up. The tall fallen angel took Excalibur Destruction, Zenovia's sword, from the ground and gave it to Fried. Bring that to him. I believe that Excalibur Destruction will be useful to you regarding your characteristics. Nodding his head, Fried and Balba tried to escape, but Arnaud and Issei followed them from behind. Just when they were about to reach the two, the so-called Shamsil appeared in front of them. You're going nowhere. I'll be your opponent. The 10-winged fallen said that with an amused voice. Arnaud looked towards Issei with his light blue eyes. Issei nodded and backed away. Arnaud did the same before saying, Kiba, Irina and you two, Zenobia. You 3 follow Balba and Fried. Don't let him approach Cocytus. The 3 nodded, even Zenobia, albeit weakly. Midget-chan. Go and tell your master what happened. Quickly. Kaneko repetitively nodded and didn't make any comment in how the exorcist addressed her. The white-haired, Rook. ran quickly heading towards the orc. Shamsiel just laughed happily. Oh my, so you think that I'll let those three going after Balba and Freed? Well, you must be confident. But I don't mind the Nekomata. If Gremory or Citri are updated about the current situation, then it may work for our proper benefit, you know? While speaking, Issei summoned his Longinus a second time. Irina and Kiba readied their stances. Arnaud and Zenobia just watched the fallen intently. So, Excalibur mimic, I believe, Swordbirth, and the Red Dragon Emperor. Fuhahahaha. That's certainly amusing. Who could have known that I'll face the Securite in this abandoned hole? While a smirk made his way on the face, he said, I wonder if you mastered your Longinus. If not, then I'm sorry for the white one, because I'll end you here. The fallen recklessly rushed towards Issei, who widened his eyes at the aura the opponent gave but nodded to himself mentally and yelled. Now, Kiba go, Kiba. Zenobia and Irina quickly escaped, but to Issei's own dismay, Shamsiel kept grinning. Boost. 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 Following the sound emitting from the red gauntlet, the Tuki covering Issei rose in both thickness and aura, surprising a little Shamsiel who didn't show up in sign in giving up. He continued his course towards him and then crashed his fist on the Kitsune's face, who did the same. Both of them jumped backwards. Arnaud was still looking the battle nervously. You're using Ddreg's boost ability each second instead of the 10 seconds usual gap. That means that you have already mastered your Longinus and eventually reached your balance breaker. Interesting. Being a half Kitsune probably helped a lot. And since your ki reserves seems vast, I suppose that you awakened your gauntlet at a young age. Interesting. Have you mastered the Juggernaut drive? Issei widened his eyes to the extreme while listening to the fallen. Arnaud was surprised too, hearing the deductions of the crow. That guy is extremely dangerous. Ddreg. Shamsiel. If my memory serves me right, is one of the leaders of the Grigori. He said be at a near Mao class in term of power. He was the last leader to fall, plus he was the second pretender to the seat of vice-governor. I don't remember his abilities from the Great War. He was an angel at that time, but his knowledge of sacred gears is vast, it seems. No shit. Shamsiel, right? How do you know so much about Issei Kun's boosted gear? Well, Armero's and Azazel's addiction to those God's artifacts has attained me. Well, and you holy sword wielder? Aren't you going to summon your weapon? I'm sensing an extreme and excessive holy aura, or should I say holy energy, emitting from you, and it's different from those fake aura given by the holy element that human has given to the exorcist. Yours seems genuine. I'm expecting something great, you know? If you two don't take me down, if you two don't stop holding back, you'll die before me, and that's, I believe, isn't something both of you seek, right? Because I'm not dumb enough to underestimate you. After saying that, he summoned a double-bladed scythe made of light, but the edge of each of the two blades, the white-yellow color, began to turn into dark purple. Issei-kun, can you turn into your balance breaker form? It seems like the magic you used to heal yourself took a lot of your stamina. It's not the only reason. If I activate the forbidden move of my Longinus, I may destroy the town. I don't really control the firepower of my own attacks when I'm on this form. I see. Then let me fight him alone. I'll leave Kokebiel to you. Don't say that you. When Issei was going to scold the exorcist, Arnaud sent him a piercing glare. Somehow he seemed to be a little different. The Kitsune didn't abandon and looked at him with the same eyes. A comrade who can make defensive barriers is coming to this town. She'll arrive today. If you fight Kokebiel, she will make a strong barrier enough to contain your fight with him. Let me fight that guy alone, and in your current state you'll become an inconvenience. You'll hold me. Before he was able to finish, the fallen began to assault the two. He slashed his scythe towards the two that were able to dodge. Luckily, Shamsiel didn't hesitate and headed to Arnaud, who was unarmed. Issei, who saw the defenseless exorcist, headed the same way. Boost. 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 While boosting his own powers, his speed grew and managed somehow to reach the two. Take this. A red ball of aura formed on Issei's palm and sent it towards Shamsiel. When it arrived near him, the ball turned gigantic and was about to hit the fallen, but used his other hand to create a spear of light he sent flying towards the orb. As the two attacks collided, it blended the three of them, but when it faded, Shamsiel was the first to move. He used his scythe to cut one of Issei's arms, but the Kitsune wasn't reckless enough to try and take the hit even with his Tuki. He tried to put some distance between him and the Grigori's leader. But much at his own disarray, the offensive range of the two-bladed scythe was too grand, and a single cut was made on his right forearm. Seeing the damage he gave to Diedrag's host, Shamsiel gave a creepy smile and distanced himself from the two. So you're the only one who remains, holy sword wielder Kun. Issei coughed a mouthful of blood. Arnaud looked towards him in shock, but when the kitsune held his right arm, the exorcist looked towards the former angel and asked. Poison? Yes. Looks like you found out. Well, it's not really hard to deduce judging by the damage the Securite took. What did you do to him? Do you know why I fell? Lust? Like all the previous leaders? All? Are you telling me that all the leaders fell because of that? Don't be stupid. It's not because the governor fell because of breasts or whatever it was that every subordinate of his is in the same situation. The fallen made a small cut on his hand using the scythe, and the blood dripping from the wound was mixture of blue and purple. You know, I was known in heaven. The Son of God. Due to my name, I was an angel who represented the power held by the sun, the stars. I guarded the Garden of Eden after Adam and Eve were expelled. Well, I fell because of two reasons. The first one is my own greed. The excessive love of a person made me fall. I still remember her. She loved the fourth heaven. She also loved the flowers that I made grew in there. Issei-kun. Are you all right? Cough cough, that thing is cough pain fuga. Shamsiel appeared in front of Issei and kicked him right on the throat, before turning his head towards Arnaud, and he crashed his elbow on the exorcist's chest, making him scream in agony. I don't like when people interrupt my story, so where was I? Ah yes. I grew a lot of flowers in the fourth heaven. She always, every morning, came descended from the sixth to the fourth heaven just to see the sunrise with me. There's not a star who could ever match the brilliance of the sun. Is that what she always said? I loved that woman, more than anything, more than myself, and more than God himself. So Father, no, I shouldn't call him like that anymore. God wasn't satisfied and made me fall. But there's another reason. You see, this blood? I know it may seem pitiful, but that's my story. The reason I fell from the heaven wasn't because of her, no. I fell because of flower. Are you surprised? Yes, it's the right reaction to have, I guess. The angel that I loved wanted to take a look at a flower of the garden, but the one that attracted her attraction had an ominous color. Blue and purple was it. Yeah. Exactly like my blood is now, it had the same color. I knew that the flower wasn't grown by my own hands just by a simple look, and that was unknown to her. That's why I picked up that flower just to be sure, but it was just as expected. It was a snake that took appearance of a flower. To this day I wonder if it was Samael's doing before being banished from there. Is your poison mortal to the dragons especially? No, it doesn't have any dragon slayer attribute. Don't worry about your Securite friend. Though it's not mortal but quite noxious, so he wouldn't be able to move for a little while. The fallen said calmly as he picked up his scythe. Arnaud narrowed his eyes and said, What's your motivation? Why did you stole those swords? I didn't stole nothing, and personally I don't really care about the war. Then why are you doing all this? Are you out of your damn mind? Losing your composure? Well, I'm doing this just to see her again, on the battlefield. For what? It's already too late. But I don't want her to love me. I already rejected the idea of being in a relation with her since my wings lost their beautiful white. You're sick. Foo. You do not have any right in judging me. But you can think whatever you want. After all, you'll die. Right here and right now. My poison may not be mortal to mystical beings, but for a human it would be unbearable. Then, I'll do it. Yeah, I'll show you my own forbidden move. Oh, do you have a sacred gear? I don't think so, but giving such a name is a little cheeky. From the depth of the eternal abyss, I call upon you, Sir Gawain. Let me wield your sword to illuminate the future of this mere mortal. Galadin. A white-green magic circle with unreadable runes appeared in front of Arnaud. The blonde-haired boy stood up weakly and putted his hand inside the magic circle, pledging a sword maintained by numerous chains that begun to break one after one. When the sword was out of the magic circle, all the remaining chains disappeared. The sword had looked European with a yellow-green grip and a golden hilt, a cross-shaped guard and a long silver blade accompanied by inscriptions at its edge. Arnaud pointed the tip of the sword while he held it with one hand towards the Cadre-class fallen angel. This is my sword, Galadin, the sword of Gawain. Introducing his newly summoned weapon with a smirk, the opponent before me couldn't help but grin a little at the attitude of the exorcist. Being a little less strong than Durandal and Excalibur, it's still dangerous to being cut with. What a fearsome weapon you have there. But I think that your forbidden move is a technique using that sword? Arnaud closed his eyes and a thick golden aura began to cover the blade. The inscriptions written at the edge began to illuminate in a pure green color. The pressure the exorcist gave off began to raise considerably, making Shamsiel narrow his eyes. I'll use all my holy aura to strengthen the capacity of this sword. Are you crazy? You'll not be able to wield a sword again if you consume it in one go. In the worst-case scenario you may even die. The blonde-haired swordsman didn't answer, and kept raising the aura of the sword. The inscriptions began to glow from green to yellow. The fallen angel took the scythe he already has and readied his battle stance, but he couldn't help but be beguiled by the scene before him. The blonde-haired teen was giving off a holiness pressure that if a devil was just standing at the place of the fallen right now he would die just by breathing the air present on the area. The boy took the sword with his two hands and opened his eyes, revealing not their original blue color but an intense rosewood one. The aura your sword is giving out is. This is my forbidden move. I'll eradicate you from this existence with one swing. What will happen to me afterwards? I couldn't be more careless about it. You're too dangerous to live. Stop this nonsense at once. Before he could finish, Arnaud disappeared from his sight, rushing towards him. Shamsiel took his scythe and defended against the imminent attack of the church's agent. He didn't know from where he could come out and took a defensive stance. Arnaud charged forward and with a single slash of his sword, broke the light scythe broke and disappeared under the form of light's particles, letting Shamsiel being pierced by gelatin who implanted itself near his heart. Arnaud made a bitter smile when he saw that before fainting. The fallen couldn't move because the holy attribute of the sword managed somehow to seal his movements because of the evil his cursed blood contains. Being defeated by a sword, who was forged by God. How cruel, foo. Shamsiel laughed sadly before he suddenly felt his consciousness leave him, letting him bath in his own dirty blood. You have already begun killing your OCS. No, of course not. Though that forbidden move was meant to describe the BB state of Kiba's sword birth or I's scale male right. Cuckoo. I got ya, so how was it guys? Shitty as always. Yeah I know. Well for the question I wanted to ask. Do you want lemons? I already know the answer you pervs. Well but it's worth asking I guess? The next chapter. Crimson Bravery. Syphax, first,